I had deliberately chosen to stand at the back, far behind the rest of the pack as we gathered for the meeting. But somehow his eyes still managed to find me. They bore into mine from where he stood on the platform. A blush crept up my cheeks and I shifted uncomfortably, from foot to foot. It had been a month since Jonah's death, and his only son had been sworn in yesterday as the pack's new alpha. This was his first official task as the new alpha, and just as his father before him. Carson executed it well. No one had doubted him. He was born to lead, and he had proved his capabilities long before his father's untimely demise. I broke eye contact with him and looked at the ground. You'd think I would be used to his stares by now. He'd been giving me those looks for as long as I could remember, but these past few weeks they had seemed to grow more intense for some reason, and that scared me. Some of the other pack members had noticed as well. The guys constantly teased me about it. They thought the new alpha hated me, and I had to admit. I thought so too. It was no secret that I was the runt of the pack. Yes, there were wolves younger than me, but I was small for my age and I was bullied for it by the others. Maybe he thought I was a disgrace to the pack because I couldn't keep up with everyone else. I tried. I really did, but I just couldn't match up. My parents said I shouldn't push myself so hard, that I would get better with time. But they didn't understand. They had no idea how I felt every time we went out to hunt. I was always the last one to get to the hunting ground, and I never caught a thing. Unless you counted that rabbit I caught once. I didn't. I was 16. I should be bringing home deer, not a puny-ass rabbit. They also didn't know how it felt to be scared all the time. I was bullied constantly by the guys my age. Beaten. Ridiculed and teased for my size and my ineptitude. My parents didn't know, of course. I would never tell them. They thought my bruises came from playing soccer at school, and I hoped they never found out that I didn't play soccer. I didn't play anything. I mean, look at me. Did it look like I was equipped to do sports? I was no coward, mind you. I always tried to fight back despite my fear. Tried being the operative word here. Things weren't all bad, though. I had friends at school, and the pack wasn't so terrible either. I got along with most of the members, and at least for all the years I had known him, Carson had never bullied me. Something I was thankful for, considering his size. He was 2 years my senior, but he had the body of a full-grown man. There I went, thinking about his body again. A blush crept up my cheeks at the thought, and my eyes flashed up to his face. He was no longer looking at me, and so I was free to stare at him. Short black curls framed his angular face, which housed intelligent hazel eyes and his lips indescribable. He was beautiful. I'd always thought so. Too many times he had caught me staring at him, and I had to wonder if he was on to me. I'd been crushing on him for so long it was pathetic, and while I had once hoped that his stares meant he felt the same, I long ago accepted the fact that he didn't. I mean, look at him. Nobody who looked like that could be gay, and the fact that we never uttered a single word to each other, even after all these years, told me everything I needed to know. He hated me. A sad prospect, but I just had to deal with it. No one knew I was gay except my best friend Lila, and I wanted to keep it that way. I would be kicked from the pack if they found out. I was sure of it. I was dragged out of my trance when it dawned on me that the meeting had ended minutes before, and most of the crowd had dispersed. I turned to go, but before I could take a step, I felt a hand snake around the back of my neck, pulling me to a stop. "Where ya going, runt?" Daryl snarled. I swiped at his hand, trying to pull it from my neck, which was now surely bruised. Rather than let me go, he shoved me roughly to the ground, and the guys around him began to snicker. Anger bubbled up within me at the sound, and I pushed myself up off the dirt, planning to tackle him, but of course he immediately pulled me into a headlock. No surprise there. I gasped, trying desperately to get him to let me go. I was losing air fast. Enough. I heard a voice, boom. I was immediately released, where I fell unceremoniously to the dirt once more. I looked up to see Carson. The alpha standing there. Arms crossed. Eyes narrowed as he glared at the others. "Don't you guys have anything better to do?" His voice was dangerously low. I shivered at the sound. "Help him up," Carson ordered Daryl, who immediately went to do his bidding. However, I wanted no part in it, so I slapped his outstretched hand out of my way before pulling myself off the dirt and dusting myself off. I then looked up at the alpha, surprised to see a glint of admiration in his eyes, but that was gone as soon as it came, and I had to wonder briefly if I had imagined it. We do not tolerate division in this pack. But since you clearly don't agree, none of you are allowed to hunt with the pack tonight. You will stay behind," he declared adamantly. From the corner of my eye, I saw Daryl give me a look of pure hatred, and I shrank away from him. I was so gonna get it tonight, and it was all the dumb alpha's fault. Why couldn't he just leave us be? That little scuffle had been nothing. Now tonight, when the pack was gone, Daryl and his cronies would beat me to a pulp. Dumbass punishment. I mumbled under my breath. At that moment, several heads whipped around to look at me, and I looked up in astonishment. They'd heard, "Oh shit." I looked past the evil smile now plastered on Daryl's face and brought my eyes up to meet that of the alphas who was glaring down at me. I felt my heart constrict painfully in my chest, and I looked to my feet, trembling with fear. "I want you guys out of my sight. Everyone but you," he said, indicating I should remain. I gulped. No one disrespected the alpha and got away unscathed. A member could be killed for such disrespect, and I had done it not only on his first day on the job, but in front of fellow pack members. My heart skipped a beat when I felt him grab my arm, roughly dragging me across the compound and into his quarters. I had never been inside the alpha's quarters before and didn't dare to look around as he shoved me inside, slamming the door behind us. I backed away in fear as he approached me, but stopped the moment he growled at me to stay put. "Do you think I tolerate disrespect?" he asked, his voice dangerously soft. I opened my mouth, but no words came. "Do you?" he roared, and I felt my body clench. This was it. He was gonna kill me for sure. N. No S. Sir. "I'm sorry it was. I didn't mean to," I started. "I don't need your excuses," he spat. I couldn't believe this was happening to me. I had to deal with bullying from the pack. I was a constant disappointment to my peers and to myself. The alpha hated me, and now I had pissed him off. I felt the tears gather in my eyes and fought with everything I had not to let them fall. "I'm not a coward," I chanted over and over again in my head. I would not cry in front of the alpha. I wouldn't. "Look at me," he ordered, and I swallowed the lump which had formed in my throat. Looking up at him. The tears I had tried desperately to keep in spilled, and I quickly brought my hand up to wipe them away. Disgust burned in me at my cowardice. I was a failure. I prayed he'd just end it now. I didn't deserve to continue breathing after this. There was a moment of silence where I continued to wipe the tears that couldn't seem to stop. I just wanted him to get on with it. I felt so humiliated, but instead of delivering the fatal blow, I was shocked when I felt his hand cup my cheek gently. He tilted my face up to his, using the pad of his thumb to wipe away a stray teardrop. My heart pounded in my chest and my throat became dry. What was going on? Why was he looking at me like that? As if I hadn't just insulted him in front of the pack. My eyes widened as I looked into his eyes, which were as gentle as his hand on my cheek. I swallowed. I had never seen him look like this before. My breathing ceased altogether as his face came closer to mine. His eyes drifted close. So many thoughts flew through my mind. This had to be a test. It had to be. The alpha would never try to kiss me, and a guy at that. I quickly turned my head away before his lips could touch mine. His hand still held my cheek, but I couldn't look at him. I couldn't let him see the desire in my eyes, because then he would have no doubts as to what I was, and then he would kill me for sure. The room was silent. I don't know how long we stood there before I heard him straighten up. His hand dropped from my cheek, and I instantly missed its warmth. "Just go," I heard him whisper, and my eyes flew to his face. I watched as he dragged his hand through his hair, sighing, seemingly in frustration, before he turned and proceeded down the hall, disappearing from sight. Weeks had passed since that fateful day in the alpha's quarters, and things had changed quite a bit in the wolf pack. Many rules had been instituted where only a few had previously existed, and the punishment for any breach was strict and unforgiving on the violator. A few of the older pack members expressed their disapproval at the changes, but everyone had to admit they were effective. In the end, our pack would arise stronger and more unified. Carson was also proving to be a great asset to the pack. His leadership abilities were extraordinary. He ruled with a sharp tongue, a great eye for detail, and an intelligence that far surpassed his father's. He was adept at settling any dispute that arose within our pack, and he tolerated no form of disrespect to him or his beta. He was harsh, but he was fair, and so he was respected. Things had also changed for me. I wasn't bullied as much anymore, and I had a feeling the alpha had had a little talk with the guys. There were still a few who didn't let up, though, but at least it wasn't as bad as before. Carson also spoke to me a few times. Nothing big, mind you. He just tended to make small talk whenever we happened to be near each other, which was quite often now that I had to pair up with him while we hunted. That was also a new rule he had made. All the stronger wolves were expected to hunt with a partner weaker than themselves so that they could motivate their partner to work harder. It didn't surprise me when the alpha picked me to work with. I supposed it would take a wolf with considerable skill to help me improve. Now that we're on better speaking terms, I had expected the intense looks he had been giving me to stop. But if anything, it had gotten worse, and so I was always on edge around him. How could he still hate me? I thought we were making progress. I guess I was wrong. At lunch, I sat listening to Lila as she droned on and on about the house party tonight. She had been talking about it for weeks now. It was going to be the party of the year, I think, is how she described it. And while I wasn't much of a party goer, I had to admit I was pretty excited. I opened my mouth to add my 2 cents worth, but as usual, before I could even get a word in, she changed the subject. Boy, could she talk. I swear there are no decent guys in this school. Everyone's either too short, too ugly, or complete jerks, she said, throwing her hands up in defeat. Yeah, my best friend was a crazy drama queen. Cliché. You don't know the half of it. I felt a warm splash of liquid on my arm, wiping it off in my shirt. I turned to look at Matt, who had coughed up the water he had just guzzled. Why do you mean there aren't any decent guys? What about me? He asked in disbelief. What about you? Lila asked, clearly confused by his question. Well, Iz was about to get interesting, I thought, amused by the situation. Matt's eyes widened as he looked at her as if she had lost a screw, and I couldn't help but wonder the same. The girl was nuts. But that's why I loved her. She made me laugh. Matt's mouth opened and closed a few times as if he wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. He reminded me of Gilbert, my pet goldfish, that I hadn't fed in days. Shit. Well, for one, I am your boyfriend. He stood up as he said this, gesturing to his body as if it were a prize. He made a big show of it, and I looked around, hoping the entire cafeteria wasn't watching his little display. Turns out no one had noticed, and I sighed in relief. That's what I got for hanging out with overly dramatic people. Constant embarrassment. What, Matt? What does that even matter? Sit down before you hurt yourself, she fanned him off. Matt slumped in his chair, pouting. Why do you even care whether there are decent guys here anyway? He mumbled under his breath like a child who had just been scolded. Ah, duh, because we need to find Laken a boyfriend. Geez, Matt, sometimes I wonder about you. Now it was my turn to spill my drinks. Me, how'd I get into this? I asked, looking from her to Matt and back. Matt looked considerably brighter. Because you really do need a boyfriend, hun. That way you'll stop walking around with that sulky expression, she said matter-of-factly, then bit into her sandwich. I do not. I'm perfectly happy without one, I lied. She gave me a knowing look and I finally conceded. Okay, fine. So I'm not happy. But that doesn't mean I need a boyfriend, I said unconvincingly. Yes, you do, Laken. It's time you got over that alpha of yours. He's clearly not interested and you're wasting your time. She looked at me seriously, and my eyes shot up to look around the room to where Carson and his friends sat to the far end of the cafeteria. We went to the same school. He was a senior. As if I didn't have enough problems. Isn't an alpha supposed to find a mate or something anyway? Lila went on. Wouldn't he have told you if you were the one? Lila knew all about werewolves. I didn't keep secrets from her, so there I went, breaking another pack rule. The punishment for which was severe. Everyone knew that telling humans about our kind put us at risk. But this was Lila, my best friend. She wouldn't tell anyone. Except maybe Matt, and Matt wouldn't tell anyone. Except maybe his best friend Jared, and Jared wouldn't. Oh, shit. Yup, I was screwed. But I figured since the alpha was going to kill me anyway, the only thing telling this secret would do was to speed up the process. In any case, it wasn't a big deal. Matt didn't believe her anyway. He thought she was crazy. I mean, come on. Me turn into a wolf. Haha. Even I had a hard time believing that one. When I changed, I looked more like some kind of exotic dog type deal than a wolf. I shook my head at the thought. It was that bad. Yeah, let's just drop it, okay? I'm over him. I waved her off, but when she raised eyebrow, I rephrased. I mean, I will be over him. I sighed, knowing she wouldn't drop it until I admitted it. Don't worry, Laken. You'll find someone, and where better to search for your Mr. Right that at the party tonight. There'll be plenty of guys there. Ones who don't go to our school. She gushed. I thought about it for a moment. Yeah, maybe you're right. She squealed with delight and hugged me like the drama queen she was, and I rolled my eyes, chuckling at her exuberance. At that moment, the sound of the bell pierced through the noisy cafeteria, and we watched as Matt quickly jumped out of his seat. See ya later, babe, he said, kissing Lila on her cheek. He flicked me in the head as he passed me. See ya, dude. Then he ran past the rows of tables and out the cafeteria door. He had gym this period. What can I say? The guy loved his sports. We'll go to my house after school. I want you to help me pick out my outfit, Lila said as we gathered our things. I nodded. Yup, fashion guru at your service. Not I knew nothing about fashion, but Lila was of the view that all gay people had a fashion sense. I shook my head. I was friends with a crazy person. By the time school ended, I was swamped. It had been a long day, and all I wanted to do was take off my clothes and dive between my warm sheets. But Lila had other plans. Matt dropped us off at her house, telling me to keep my hands to myself before he drove off in his expensive metal death trap. I rolled my eyes. He knew I was gay. Lila had told him a while back, so I didn't know why he felt the need to utter the same warning every time I went to her house. I didn't want my hands anywhere but to myself. Not that there was anything wrong with Lila, mind you. I mean, she was a beautiful girl, and guys often commented on how hot she was, and I guess she was. You know, if you were into that sort of thing. Okay, what do you think about this skirt? She held up a hot pink mini, looking at me expectantly. Yeah, that looks great, I answered with as much enthusiasm as a dead mouse. I don't know, she began, and I sighed in frustration. I just wasn't cut out for this stuff. Why had she even asked for my opinion if she wasn't even going to wear what I suggested anyway? I just didn't understand women. Or men. Or anything for that matter. I pushed myself off her bed and proceeded downstairs to get us some drinks. You again, I heard Lila's sister say. As usual, her voice was devoid of all emotion. Did all goths talk like that, I wondered. Grabbing the sodas, I let the refrigerator door slam shut, then turned to face her. What, you homeless or something? She continued in her bored tone. What, you trying to bore a hole to China or something? I retorted, indicating her new piercing. Good one, she smiled. At least it looked like a smile. Thanks. I try, I responded with a smirk before making my way back up to Lila's room. She held another mini skirt in her hand. I sighed. It was gonna be a long night. At the party, I sidestepped two people who were slobbering all over each other in the middle of the hallway and made my way to the table where they were serving drinks. I took up the glass of alcohol, downing it in one gulp, enjoying the warm feeling that settled in my stomach. This was probably my third glass, but I didn't worry about getting drunk. I had a high tolerance for the stuff. Taking up another, I had already put it to my mouth when it was snatched from my hand. I looked up at the perpetrator, and my eyes widened when I saw Carson towering over me, my drink in hand. Just because you're at a party doesn't mean you have to drink, he admonished before turning to glass to his head. Yeah. Way to set an example, Alpha, I thought to myself. He set down the empty glass, then reached for another. He was about to down it as well when he suddenly paused, looking at me like he wanted to say something, but at that moment, his friend Tate, a guy from his class, slung his hand around Carson's shoulder. Come one, dude, we got some college girls over there, he shouted. He was clearly drunk. Carson looked at him, then back at me, his expression torn. I watched as he took a sip of his drink, then handed me the rest. I took it without a word, watching as he allowed himself to be dragged away by his friend. College girls. I sighed, not sure why I was disappointed. I knew he was straight. I slammed down the glass on the counter. Liquid sloshed from the sides. It was time I got over him, I thought, and I went to find Lila, who was on the dance floor moving to the beat of the music. Matt by her side. I grabbed her hand. Boyfriend hunting, remember? I whispered, dragging her away from the dance floor and away from Matt, who hadn't even realized she wasn't dancing with him anymore. Oh right, you are in luck, my friend. I spoke to a few guys tonight, and wouldn't you know, none of them were gay. I looked at her as if she'd lost her mind. How was she drunk? How was I in luck if none of them were gay? But she grinned at me. I was just about to give up and bam, there came Mr. Perfect, and guess what, he's gay, she shouted in excitement. Shh, I hissed. Not so loud, she laughed. Hey, Derek, she shouted at a guy a few feet away who stood in the corner by himself. A bottle of beer in hand. He was tall and muscular, with short, cropped blonde hair. He turned around when he heard his name. Not quite steady on his feet. He's in college, Lila whispered before pushing me towards him and disappearing from sight. Hey, I said awkwardly. Sup, he said, nodding his head to the beat of the music. So, you enjoying the party? I asked. Man, I was so lame I am now. His voice had gone husky and a grin spread across his face. You gay, he asked, and I was so shocked by his boldness that I could only gape at him. It's okay. If you're not, I won't bite. He leaned in to whisper in my ear. Not much anyway, he was obviously drunk and I didn't want to have to deal with him in this state. I turned to leave only to feel his hand on my arm. Hey, where you going? He asked, spinning me so that I had my back to the wall. You're drunk, I stated the obvious, then tried to sidestep him, only to be blocked by his bulky frame. He chuckled. Maybe we can have some fun. He leaned closer to me, and I felt my heart jump in my chest. No way was I getting my first kiss from some drunk who hadn't even asked for my name, I thought. But before I could turn away, his mouth was on mine. I pushed against his hard chest to no avail, and his mouth continued, It's assault. The panic had already set in by the time I realized he was no longer touching me, and my knees went weak with relief when I saw Carson standing there, his eyes glinting dangerously as he shoved Derek in the opposite direction. He stumbled and fell, his beer bottle shattering on the tiles. We're leaving, Carson stated simply, taking my hand in his. It felt warm to the touch. Let me just tell Lila, I started, twisting around to see if I could catch a glimpse of my best friend. Now. His tone broke no argument. I sighed in resignation and allowed him to pull me through the front door and over to his car. When we got in, he started the engine and we sat in silence as he maneuvered the car out of the driveway. What the hell was that? He questioned. Anger seemed to radiate off him in waves. I pressed myself into the leather seat, my body tense. I don't know, he just wouldn't let me go, I said, looking down at my hands which were clenched tightly in my lap. Imagine what he would have done if I hadn't been there. He gritted out. His hands clenched the steering wheel, knuckles white. Thanks you, I mumbled pathetically, trying to convince myself that his protecting me had nothing to do with liking me. He was simply doing his job as the alpha, protecting a member of his pack. This meant nothing. I looked out through the window, praying we'd get there soon. I didn't want to be anywhere near him. It hurt too much. Are you all right? Did he hurt you? Carson asked, gently. His eyes flickered to my face briefly, then back to the road. I'm fine. I saw you go over there. Why? He said, his gaze firmly on the road. How did I answer this without lying? I couldn't. I just wanted to get to know him. The alpha's eyes snapped to mine and I rushed on. As a friend, I wanted to make a new friend, that's all. He chucked. A harsh sound. You're a terrible liar, Laken. I blushed at the sound of my name on my lips. I'm not lying, I really did want to make a new friend tonight. I tried to convince him. He remained silent and I bit my lip, waiting for him to label me a liar once more. Instead, he asked, You hungry? It was then that I realized we had turned into the McDonald's drive-thru. I shook my head. No, he turned to the lady at the window, ordering way too much food for just one person. When she handed him the bag, he handed it to me. Eat, he ordered, and I sighed in frustration. What gave him the right to order me around like I was a child? I'm not hungry, I stated, my voice firm. He raised an eyebrow and I lost my courage, opening the bag and pulling out some fries. I'm only looking out for you, Laken. Yeah, right. You hate me, I said cynically. I would never have dreamed of talking to the alpha that way, but I was just sick of being treated like I didn't have a mind of my own, as if I was the scum at the bottom of the pack's shoe that they longed to flick off. Or maybe it was just the alcohol talking. Who knew? He chuckled, then sighed. A defeated sound. Trust me, I couldn't hate you even if I tried. He maneuvered the car around a corner, and we came to a stop under a broken streetlight. I looked around, confused. It's not safe to make assumptions. It gets you nowhere fast. Trust me. He had turned to me as he said this. Where was this coming from? We'd never once had a decent conversation, and now he was giving me advice. And why were we parked on the side of the road? After a moment of uncomfortable silence, he spoke. "What do you think of me, Laken?" he asked softly. His voice sounded loud in the quiet interior of his car. "What I think, You're a good leader," I asked. "Not really sure, he was asking. "But what do you think of me?" As a person, he persisted. His gaze bore into mine, and I had to fight the urge not to squirm in my seat. I don't really know you," I answered lamely. He seemed to think about it for a moment, then he moved closer to me. I could feel the heat radiating off his body. "Do you want to get to know me?" he whispered. His face now inches from mine. My eyes flickered down to his lips, and I watched as his mouth turned up at the corners. The moment I looked up, his lips were on mine. His kiss was gentle and probing, and all thought flew from my mind. I could only feel as his mouth continued to move against mine. He moved over to my side of the vehicle without breaking contact. Then he was on top of me, embracing me tightly as I groaned in pleasure. He deepened the kiss then, and I gripped his shoulders, pulling him closer to me, but the moment I realized the intimacy was escalating beyond my comfort level. My eyes flew open. I panicked, breaking the kiss and shoving against him. "I wasn't ready for this. Stop," I shouted, when he had made no move to comply. He immediately drew up, his breath coming in harsh gasps. "What?" "What's wrong?" he asked. Dazed. "I can't do this," I said frantically. This was the alpha. The leader of my pack. I wasn't his mate. I shouldn't be doing this with him. What would the pack think? What would my parents think? Since when was he even gay? Laken. He began, his tone gentle. He reached out to touch my face, and I slapped his hand away, shouting the first thing that came to my mind. "No, I'm not a fag. Get off me." I pushed against him and felt him stiffen at my words. His hands clenched into fists, and he glared down at me before he climbing over into the driver's seat. He was angry. It billowed off him in waves, and I scooted closer to the door when he turned his gaze on me. "You're gay, Laken. Your response to me proved it. There's no point in hiding it anymore." He gritted out. I could tell he was making a conscious effort to be civil. I had imagined this moment for so long, but now that it was upon me, I couldn't handle it. This was all too much. The consequences suddenly seemed too great, and I didn't think I could follow through with it. My heart pounded in my chest, and my hands began to shake. "No. I don't want this. I don't want you. I have a girlfriend." My mind grasped at ideas, ways to convince him. "We've already had sex. So that proves I like girls." This meant nothing. I all but shouted as my anxiety escalated. His eyes flew to my face in shock. "You didn't," he said, but it sounded more like a question than a statement. For a brief moment, I thought I saw hurt flash in his eyes, but I continued, refusing to back down. I did, and it was gras. Before I could finish the statement, he was on me, his hand grasping the front of my shirt, bringing me within inches of his face. "Listen to me, and listen good. I forbid you from having a relationship with anyone." His voice was cold and harsh. My eyes widened. "You can't do that," I retorted. "As your alpha, I forbid you from being with anyone. You let anyone touch you the way I just did, and I will beat you within an inch of your life. I own you. You do as I say," he growled at me. I had never seen him so angry, so fierce. Why was he doing this? I didn't really have a boyfriend, but I had at least hoped that one day I would find someone. But now, if I obeyed his order, I'd be alone. I'd be all alone while everyone else found their mate. I'd be alone, and the thought petrified me because I knew I couldn't disobey him. I looked away as a sob broke free. "You can't," I cried, knowing I had no choice. Rule number 1 of the wolf pack: never disobey your alpha. Carson's point of view. The words I had spoken to him that night a week ago played over and over in my mind as I stood watching him from my bedroom window. He was leaning against the north wall in the courtyard, head down, hands in his pockets. He looked dejected. almost like he'd given up, and my heart ached at the sight. I had done this to him. Me. With my selfish demands and my cruel words. They say you always hurt the ones you love, but I never dreamed that I'd hurt him. Not him. Anyone but him. I remember when I used to watch him from afar. Too afraid to speak to him lest I say the wrong thing or scared him away. Because I knew that back then he had been afraid of me. He was still afraid of me, and it was my fault. My hands clenched into fists at the thought of what I'd done to him. I had just been so angry. So hurt by what he'd said. Now that I looked back on it, my actions seemed hasty and childish. Of course he didn't have a girlfriend. He had just been scared, so he said the first thing that came to him, and I had reacted like a fool. Threatening to hurt him. Using my title as Alpha to force him into submission. I continued to stare at him, remembering the anguish I had seen in his eyes when I had told him he couldn't have a relationship with anyone. I had never seen such pain. Sighing, I rested my head on the window. My heart heavy. I had to make this right. There was no way I could tell him that he was my mate. The customary laws of the pack forbade such relations, and not even I. The Alpha could go against that binding rule. But I had to make him see that I wasn't the monster he thought I was. I needed him to look at me with those beautiful hazel eyes and tell me he forgave me. I needed to see him smile. Like I needed to breathe. Yet I knew that I wouldn't release him from my orders. I didn't want him in a relationship. I couldn't stand the thought of someone touching him. Loving him. Making him happy. That was my job. He was mine. Mine. I turned away from the window. I had a meeting to host. After which, I'd make him see that he did indeed belong to me. I watched him as he exited his quarters and proceeded to the platform. All conversation died when he cleared his throat, and everybody turned to look at him. He stood with his feet apart and his arms crossed. In front of me, 2 girls were whispering to each other. Arguing, really, over whether the Alpha or his beta was more handsome. I rolled my eyes. They were acting like some crazy sex-crazed fangirls. Laken, are you planning on joining us, or do you plan to stay plastered on that wall all day? My eyes shot up to the platform. Shocked that he had addressed me in front of the pack, I pushed off the wall reluctantly, my cheeks burning with embarrassment as everyone turned to look at me. As I looked around at the many curious faces, I caught my father's disapproving look. You know better. He mouthed, and I shrank under his gaze. The Alpha strikes again. I had described my hatred of him to Lila in so many ways since that night, and at that moment I could think of a few more colorful words to describe him. He was nothing but a bully. No different from Daryl and his cronies. Preying on the weak just because he had a lot of power. I hated him for what he was doing to me. It was eating me up inside. The thought of being alone forever, because who knew if he meant no relationships for now? Or no relationships indefinitely. Did I mention how much I despised the jerk? I had thought about it for days now, and the only way I could get out of this obligation was to turn rogue and leave the pack. Oppose the Alpha and get myself killed, or kill him. None of those prospects were tasteful, and so here I was, stuck in this godforsaken place with a bunch of people who couldn't stand me and no hope of ever finding love. Have you found her, Alpha? It's drawing near to the full moon. My eyes shot up at the question. Someone had just addressed Carson with regards to his mate. Or rather, lack of a mate. The full moon was right around the corner, and it was expected that the Alpha find his mate to perform the mating ritual on the night of the coming full moon. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the next, and everyone knew an Alpha was stronger when he had his mate by his side. She will come in time. Don't trouble yourself with that. His gaze traveled through the crowd, and our eyes locked. I looked away. So the Alpha gets to find his mate and live happily ever after. Talk about hypocritical. What surprised me was the fact that the thought of him finding a mate saddened me more than the prospect of me being alone, and I couldn't believe that I still cared for him after everything that had happened. How pathetic. Before long the meeting had ended and I hadn't even heard a thing that was said. It was like math class all over again. I turned to leave and I felt a hand on my arm. Laken, the next time you let the Alpha call you out in a meeting like that. My dad began, but I cut him off. Yeah. I know. Won't happen again. I mumbled and freed myself from his grasp. Laken. We both looked up at the sound of my name. It was the Alpha. A word. He continued and stood waiting for me to go over to him. Instead, I turned away from him and rolled my eyes. If he wanted me, he could come get me. I mean, what did he take me for anyway? Like if he asked me to jump, I'd ask him how high. Bloody tyrant, I mumbled. Laken, get your ass over there. Are you crazy? You can't ignore the alpha, my dad hissed. Then proceeded to push me in Carson's direction. We'll talk about this attitude of yours later, he said quietly before heading off in the opposite direction. I thought briefly about following him. But then he'd just drag me right back. If Carson didn't do it first, that is, I said, shoving my hands deep into my pockets and made my way over to where he stood. Hey, he said simply when I stood before him. I cocked an eyebrow and responded with a curt hello. Let's go for a walk. I thought you said you only wanted a word, I said, clearly annoyed. Why couldn't he just leave me alone? Hadn't he caused enough trouble? He turned away from me, walking in the direction toward the forest. I knew he expected me to follow. So with a sigh, I grudgingly did as he expected. When he reached the beginning of the forest trail, he took off running, and after standing there for half a second, my mouth agape, I pulled my hands from my pockets and took off behind him, huffing and puffing as I went. I had almost lost sight of him when he stopped suddenly on the crest of the hill. He pulled his shirt over his head and my heart sped up. I watched in awe as he raised his hands above his head, stretching up until he was on tiptoes. Then he went down into a crouch, and in an instant the man changed into the wolf. My breath caught, as it always did when I witnessed such magnificence. His wolf form was absolutely breathtaking. I couldn't decide which of his forms I loved more. He looked back at me, his eyes piercing mine. The look was far more intense in his wolf form. It was as if they were calling to me, and I couldn't help but to take a step closer and then another, my eyes never leaving his. When I was close enough to touch his soft fur, his head turned and he was off. I stood there looking after him, dumbfounded. What was he playing at anyway? I quickly shed my own shirt and shifted into my dog form, racing to catch up with him, which wasn't easy. The fact that I still had him in my sights meant he was moving slowly so that I could keep up. After a while, I decided the breakneck speed I was going at just wasn't going to cut it, so I slowed my pace considerably, instead taking in the wind as it caressed my face and the different smells that assaulted my senses. I loved the smell of nature. It always made me feel at home. I noticed that Carson had also slowed down. He was not far in front of me, shifting uncomfortably on his legs as he watched me approach. His eyes darted in front of him, then back to me, and I could tell he wanted us to speed things up. Pushy much, I sighed. Or tried to, but it came out in a sort of choking sound. The alpha shook his head, and again he was off. Not as fast as before, but I still had trouble keeping up. As we ran, I had to wonder what this was about. Hadn't he said enough the night of the party, even though he said he wanted us to go for a walk? I knew there was going to be talking involved, and I couldn't help but be slightly nervous. This wasn't the first time we were going to talk since the incident. He'd approached me a few times since, but that had been about our hunting schedules. Strictly pack business. I was somewhat relieved he hadn't brought it up again. But I knew we wouldn't leave here today without addressing it. The look in his eyes had been one of determination, and I also planned to put in my 2 cents worth, even if it was just to beg him to release me from his order. I was starting to get a bit irritated. I mean, how far were we going to run anyway? Was this where he would kill me and bury my body? I joked with myself. We crested another hill, and he came to stop at a lake below. I looked around, my eyes taking in its beauty. It was a huge lake, surrounded by tall trees that seemed to go on forever. The place was filled with weeds, but somehow even the weeds added to its beauty. Why had I never seen this place before? I like to come here to think. I looked up when he spoke. He had changed into his human form and was stooping at the edge of the lake, swirling his hand in the water. I shifted back to my human form but chose not to respond. Nor did I move any closer. I've never brought anyone here before, he continued softly, looking up at me expectantly. Why me? I whispered, fidgeting with my armband. I wished I hadn't discarded my shirt back there. There had been no need to really, since our clothes came with us when we shifted. But the pack males usually did this. It gave a greater sense of abandon, freedom. Why do you think I brought you here? He asked. I hated when people answered my question with another question. His eyes bore into mine from where he crouched, and I hugged myself. Can we just get on with this? I have homework, I said. I just wanted to go. I couldn't stand him with his mixed signals and his bossy attitude and his hot body and his beautiful, piercing eyes. I knew I was being rude. To the alpha, no less. But all he did was to look away from me and toward the lake in silence. After a few minutes, he stood up and made his way over to me. I swallowed hard when he stood right before me. We stood chest to chest. Well, that's how it would have been if I wasn't so bloody short. So it was chest to face, I guess, and boy did I get an eyeful. I was almost tempted to reach out and touch him. Almost. "I'm sorry, Laken," he whispered, and my head snapped up. "I hadn't expected that. What are you sorry for? I wasn't going to make this easy for him." He let out a breath which ruffled my hair slightly, then dragged his hand through his dark curls. "The way I acted the other night. I was a jerk." "No. Worse than a jerk. I shouldn't have said those things to you." My heart leapt at his admission and hope flared. Was he saying what I thought he was saying? Was he going to release me from his orders? "So, I can date?" I asked in excitement, a smile blossoming on my face. When he saw my expression, his brows furrowed and he bit his lip. He looked almost guilty. "I can't do that," he said gently. "Of course not." The son of a jerk was exactly what I thought he was. A heartless tyrant who preyed on the happiness of others. I shook my head, angry with him for trying to ruin my life. I turned to go but stopped when I felt his hand on my shoulder. "Laken, please. I'm not doing this to hurt you. This is how it has to be." He pleaded with me. I had never seen him like this. He always seemed so in control, so commanding. "What do you mean? Why does it have to be this way?" I asked in exasperation. This made absolutely no sense. You wouldn't understand. I pushed his hand off my shoulder, upset. "I'm not a child, Carson." It was the first time I had ever spoken his name out loud. But I was too angry to care. "Why are you doing this? What's so bad about me dating?" "It was never a problem before, so why now?" I demanded, my eyes blazing with anger. It just is," was his only answer. I glared up at him, so pissed off that if I spoke, I was sure to say something I'd regret. Once again, I turned, dying to get him out of my sight before I did something stupid. And again, he caught my arm. "One day I'll tell you everything, I promise," he said, and when I looked up at him, I froze. He was looking at my lips, his mouth slightly open. He began to lower his head to mine, and all I could do was watch it all play out. My eyes drifted close when his lips touched mine, and it felt like my whole body was on fire. His kiss was gentle, yet demanding as it moved against mine. His teeth grazed my bottom lip, and I groaned in response, my mouth parting under his expert ministrations. I groaned in pleasure when his tongue trailed across my lower lip before it slipped into my mouth and my knees almost buckled. This was incredible. I had never felt so alive. I turned in his arms, my hands sliding up his bare chest. My fingers dug into his shoulders and he groaned, deepening the kiss a little before abruptly pulling away. Our breaths came out in sharp gasps. I leaned forward, intending to continue where I left off when I heard him chuckle. I opened my eyes, taking in his amused expression. A blush crept up my cheeks and I couldn't meet his eyes. However, I looked up again when his hand cupped my cheek and he leaned in to plant a kiss on my forehead. My heart melted. "Let's go for a swim," he grinned, then turned and ran toward the lake, chucking his clothes as he went, giving me a full view of his tight behind. "Laken, don't make me come get you," he teased. I couldn't believe the alpha was treating me this way. Me, the nobody. A grin broke out on my face, and in no time I was cannonballing into the water. He ducked under the surface of the water, and when he emerged, he was laughing. It was a beautiful sight. The sun had set by the time we dragged ourselves out of the water. We had spent the day horsing around. It was the most fun I'd had in a long time, and now I was exhausted. "What are you thinking?" I heard him ask. We were lying on our backs in the grass in front of the lake, naked except for our underwear. I smiled, just thinking that I must be dreaming. He chuckled at that. "What about you?" I questioned. When he didn't answer right away, I turned my head to look at him. But I could only see the outline of his face in the darkness. Just that, I wish I could be free. His voice was low, and I had to strain to hear what he said. My brows furrowed in confusion, free from what I wanted to know. I just didn't understand. He was the alpha. He answered to no one. He had more freedom than anyone else in the pack. I heard rather than saw him get up. I could tell he was pulling on his pants, and I got up and did the same. It was a bit damp, and I shivered at the feel of it dragging against my skin. "Shift. We're going home," was all he said. I guess every good thing had to come to an end. I looked back at the lake, barely able to make it out in the darkness. Then I shifted and we headed back to camp in silence. I was lounging on his couch, stomach full and feeling happier than ever before. What a day it had been. Spending the day with their long-time obsession would leave anyone feeling euphoric. Not even the fact that he hadn't released me from his orders could dampen my mood. When we'd gotten back, I had planned to just go straight home. But he'd invited me to stay for dinner. And we'd talked. Not any huge in-depth conversation. Just light topics like my friends. And about school and why I didn't do sports. Stuff like that. But I couldn't have asked for more. The day had simply been perfect. After dinner, he had handed me a shirt. So long that if I put it on, it would reach me mid-thigh. He'd told me I could take a shower, so now I was lounging on his sofa waiting for him to finish up with his... It didn't take long. He entered the room, his hair dripping wet. I smiled shyly up at him as he made his way over to the chair where he sat facing me without saying a word. I began to feel self-conscious under his scrutiny, but before I could say something to dispel the tense atmosphere, my phone started to vibrate. I dragged my eyes away from his and checked the screen. "It's my mom." I sighed. He simply looked at me, his eyes traveling down the contours of my body. I swallowed as I felt the heat coursing through my body. I tightened in response and bit back a groan. I better get going before she starts to worry. I chuckled nervously, rising from my seat, careful to hide my little problem. "You can stay here if you want, he said. His voice was husky, sending tremors up my body. I cleared my throat. "Okay, that'd be great," I answered, giving him a timid smile. He didn't smile back. But instead he said, "Just know that if you stay tonight, it'll be in my bed and you won't leave here the innocent boy you are now." His eyes had now moved down to my waist. He licked his lips and my body tightened further. My heart sped in my chest and images of us in his bed ran through my mind, causing my hand to shake when I looked down at my phone to dial my mom's number. She answered on the first ring. "Mom, I'm staying the night at Lila's." I lied before ending the call and dropping my phone on the couch. I watched him as he stood up and closed the distance between us. He took my chin between his forefinger and thumb and tilted my head up to his, looking deep into my eyes. When his face moved closer to mine, my eyes drifted close. Don't ask me how we got to his bed because I honestly don't know. One second he was kissing me intensely, and the next we were lost in the powerful passion between us. I had never been so overwhelmed by sensation in my life, and I was certain he was enjoying himself, too. Every touch, every kiss, deepened the connection, and I strained toward him, desperate to return his affection. He lifted his head, his lust-filled eyes finding mine in the partially lit room. His eyes held promises of something great, and I swallowed hard at the thought. All that could be heard in the room was the sounds of our breaths as the tension and desire built. The rough feel of the fabric against my heightened awareness sent a sharp shot of pleasure through my system, and I arched off the bed, my nails now biting into his shoulders, drawing blood. I was intoxicated by his scent, a faint hint of aftershave, the woodsy smell of the outdoors, and the unique manly scent of Carson. All Carson. He looked down at me. Pausing the rapid escalation of our passion, I froze, nervous about the next step of intimacy. Closing my eyes tight, my breathing shallow. "Relax," I heard him whisper in my ear before he took my mouth into his once more, gently suckling on my lower lip until all my anxiety was washed away and all I could feel was pleasure. "That's it, baby. I won't hurt you," he whispered against my lips. My body exploded in a wave of pleasure. I groaned in annoyance, swiping at whatever it was that was tickling my nose. After a while, I felt it again. Wrinkling my nose, I turned my head into the soft pillow with a sigh. A second later, I felt the tickling sensation against my ear, and once more I brought my hand up to brush it away. My eyes flew open when I heard a soft chuckle, and I turned my head slightly to see Carson sitting next to my head. In his hand, he held a silk handkerchief which was floating above my face. He moved it from over me and dropped it into his lap. When I saw the scratches on his chest and shoulders, everything from the night before came flooding back to me, and I felt my face heat up in embarrassment. The things I had done, I brought up a hand to cover my eyes and groaned. "Don't be embarrassed. There's nothing wrong with what we did," he said, dragging my hand from my face and holding it in his. He really didn't help the situation because my cheeks turned scarlet at his words. He grinned down at me, then leaned down to kiss my forehead. "You were everything I could ask for and more." He then kissed my hand. It was at those words that I sat up, ignoring the fact that my body was sore. Those were the same words I had heard my dad whisper to my mom one Thanksgiving as they cuddled up on the couch. Words a man should utter to his wife. Words a wolf should utter to his mate. I looked up at him. He was looking down at my hand as he played with my fingers. They say the morning brought with it the reality of what the night tried to mask. "Carson," I whispered, apprehensive. He looked up at me with a soft smile, his expression dropping when he saw the look in my eyes. "What is it, W? What about your mate?" I forced the words out, not really wanting to hear his answer. The night had been, despite my embarrassment, absolutely amazing. I had felt things I'd never dreamed of feeling, done things I'd never thought I could. It made the night I had tried to resist him seem petty and insignificant. "Don't worry about that, Laken." His voice was gentle, but his eyes had in them a glint of determination. "But what will happen when you find your mate?" The moment the words were out, I wanted to slap myself. Of course, when he finds his mate, you'll be thrown aside like the little nobody you've always been, fool. In any case, who even said he'd want to do this with me again? It was probably just a way for him to relax, to let off steam. A one-night stand that he expected me to push to the back of my mind and move on. Last night, after we had had sex and I lay in his arms, his breath soft on my neck as he slept, I had remained awake, fantasizing of a life with him. He never finding his mate and us being together, living happily ever after. What a load of bull. He hadn't even told me he liked me. He hadn't even said he was gay. I mean, he was probably bisexual. So when his mate came along, he'd have no qualms about dropping this side of his life and moving on. I looked away from him, extricating my hand from his. How'd I go from one emotional extreme to another in such a short time? I heard him sigh. "Don't ruin a good thing by overthinking it, Laken," he warned. I shook my head too, lost in my thoughts to really pay attention. It was only when I felt his arm go around me that I returned to reality. He pulled me against his bare chest, and my head rested awkwardly on his shoulder. "Don't worry about that. It'll work out, you'll see." I felt his lips brush against my forehead and my heart melted. I loved when he did that. "But for real though, Carson," I started. "Don't worry, I won't be looking for a mate. Trust me." My heart soared at the news, and I lifted my head up slightly to look at his expression. He looked down at me, his expression serious. Did I dare to hope maybe an alpha could choose not to have a mate? I knew I was grasping at straws, hoping beyond hope that there was some way this could be so. "So, what happens now?" I asked timidly. I could no longer look at him. I could detect the smile in his voice as he said, "Now you're mine." And I leaned against him once more, my eyes drifting close, praying we could just be like this forever. "You did what?" I quickly covered her mouth with my hand. A few heads had turned, and people eyed us curiously for a second before they grew bored and went back to whatever it was that they were doing. "Shh. Not so loud," I hissed at her. We were sitting in the library, books scattered across our table. We were supposed to be doing a history project. "Oh my God, pinch me, I must be dreaming," she squeaked. "This is amazing. You have to tell me every single detail. I can't believe this," she went on. Believe what we both looked around as Matt approached the table, then flopped down into the chair next to Lila. "Laken," she gushed at him. "Oh. 'Kay." Laken, what he pushed, but before I could tell her to shut up because there's no way Matt would want to hear that stuff, she blurted it out. Laken had sex with the alpha. She was bouncing around on her chair in excitement, looking at Matt expectantly. Matt looked over at me with a raised eyebrow. Then he picked up his bag and slowly stood up. "Okay, well, look at the time. I have to go use the bathroom now." He hurried on, then quickly made his way out of the library. I blushed, and Lila shook her head, then proceeded to grill me with questions. "How did it happen? When did it happen? How was it? Was it good? Did it hurt? Are you two like..." Together now, I always knew you would end up together. When are you gonna do it again? Does the pack know? Are you his mate? I blinked at the way she spewed the questions in rapid succession, then started to answer before she could continue. It happened last night at his house. It was amazing. It hurt a little at first. I don't really know when we're gonna do it again, Lila. I rolled my eyes and went on. It's not like I can just go over and ask him, "Hey, Carson. So when are we gonna have sex again?" Yeah. So are you guys together then? She asked, unperturbed. No, I don't think so, I said, uncertain. So you're just like his mistress? She asked, her brows furrowing. No, I am not. We're just... I looked for the right thing to say, but nothing came to mind. I really hadn't thought about it that way. She gave me a knowing look. I can't believe you had sex before me. She pouted, and I could only laugh. You just had to love the girl. By the time lunch rolled around, I was in a bad mood. I'd been caught staring into space in at least 2 classes fantasizing about Carson, and I'd been given detention by Mr. Lionel in math for not doing my math homework, which I would have done last night if it hadn't been otherwise engaged. I blushed at the thought, and Lila grinned. "Aw, you're thinking about him, aren't you?" she said in her weird, girly voice. I sighed. Why did I tell her? Now she'll make everything I do feel awkward. We found our usual seat in the cafeteria. Matt was already there, gobbling up a burger, and didn't even look up when we sat. "Geez, Matt, you couldn't have waited," Lila admonished, slapping him in the back of his head. He immediately started coughing and had to gulp down a large amount of his soda before he could say anything. "What was that for?" he asked her, his eyes watering from almost choking to death. She huffed, then wiped a bit of sauce from the corner of his mouth with her finger. His face softened at her gesture, and he smiled sheepishly. It was so sweet, and I had to turn away to give them a bit of privacy. My eyes automatically traveled to his table. He was sitting with a group, 3 guys and 2 girls, looking as bored as ever, while they yapped on and on about something he clearly had no interest in. I mean, come on, he was the alpha of one of the largest packs in the state. He wouldn't be interested in petty high school gossip. I watched as he picked at his food, his head down. "Hey, what you looking at, princess? I didn't have to look up to know who it was." Stephen loomed over me. I eased back into the chair. He hadn't been in school for the past 2 weeks, and I thought his parents had shipped him off somewhere. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on my side. He grabbed the front of my shirt, pulling me out of the chair. "Stephen, why don't you get a life?" I heard Lila shout at him. In an instant, every eye in the cafeteria was on us. Matt was out of his seat in an instant, as always ready to defend me, and as usual setting himself up to be beaten to a pulp along with me. Matt was buff and he could fight, but Stephen wasn't an easy win. Plus, he had friends who immediately grabbed Matt before he could interfere. "Missed me?" Stephen asked, his voice low and cold. My hands came up to wrap around his where they held my shirt, and I trembled. I was terrified of him. More so than Daryl, and that was saying something. "Not particularly," I sassed. Might as well I have my little fun too, because either way I was going to end up with a black eye and more bruises than I could count. I heard rather than felt as he backhanded me across the cheek before I went flying to the ground. He didn't even give me a chance to feel the pain before he grabbed me up again by the neck. By this time, the entire cafeteria was in an uproar. People were shouting over each other's heads and standing on tables to get a better view. Stephen looked around and smiled. He'd never attacked me in public before. This would certainly give him a new high. I braced myself for the punch to the gut, but it wasn't enough, and I doubled over in pain, gasping for air on the dirty tiled floor. Stephen just stood there laughing like the jerk he was. Fun fact about Stephen, he was gay. No one knew, of course. That is, no one but me. The one who'd rejected him in my freshman year when he'd tried to come on at me. Ever since then, he'd taken pleasure in causing me pain. But doing it where people could see was totally new. He must have had a rough time wherever he had been the last few weeks. I dragged myself off the ground, looking around for an escape route. In my search, I noticed a few things. Matt was fighting with Stephen's friend, trying desperately to get over to me. Lila was nowhere to be seen, and Carson sat in the same spot he'd been in when I was staring at him earlier. He was looking over at me, his mouth tight and his expression angry. His fingers were digging into the table before him, and it looked like he was doing everything in his power to remain where he sat. I ran toward him only to be blocked by a few onlookers who pushed me back towards Stephen. He grabbed my arm and drew up his hand already set to punch. I tried to shield my face with my other hand, my heart pounding in my chest and adrenaline coursing through my veins. I kept thinking that if I could just change into my wolf, I could tear him to shreds. He was only human. But the thought of what the pack would do if I showed my true self grounded me, and all I could do was quiver as his fist descended. A loud whistle broke through the noise, and Stephen's hand froze mid-punch. We all looked toward the sound. Coach Mathis was walking through the crowd, whistle in mouth, and Lila was trailing behind him, her face anxious. I breathed a sigh of relief as Stephen immediately let me go and took off, running through the cafeteria and out the door. "Grayson, stop right there," the couch shouted before he gave chase. Most of the students drifted out after him to watch the action, and I slowly dragged myself off the ground. Oh my gosh, Laken. Lila was all over me, testing for broken bones while Matt held me up. "I'm fine, guys." I gently pushed them off me and went to slump in a nearby chair. Thanking my lucky stars, I wasn't in a much worse state. I looked over to where Carson sat. He was looking at me, his expression still angry. He shook his head in seeming disappointment, then turned away from me. I bit my lip. "Are you sure, hun? You don't look so good," Lila was saying, grabbing my face to look deeply into my eyes. Don't ask me what she was looking for. My mind was on Carson. Why did he look at me like that? I didn't understand it. I got my answer later that day as I sat around his kitchen table. He'd taken me home as soon as the craziness in the cafeteria had died down. I looked up as he entered the room, a cloth in hand. He took my face in his hand and used the cloth to dab at the cut on my lip. I winced when his hand touched my cheek, which was now black and blue from the blow Stephen had given me. "Why did you look at me like that today?" I whispered. It was something that had been bothering me since the cafeteria incident, and I just couldn't let it go. He dropped the cloth on the table and sighed, dragging his hand through his hair. "Laken, you need to learn how to defend yourself. You can't expect that someone's going to jump to your rescue every time you're in trouble. You are a werewolf. He's a human. If you can't handle a human, then you won't be able to handle an enemy wolf." I nodded and hung my head in shame. He tilted my head up to him. "It's not that I didn't want to help you, but you didn't even put up a fight. Why, when Daryl used to mess with you, you fought even though you knew it was a losing battle. What made the boy from today any different?" he asked. His voice had gone gentle, a tone I had come to expect from him. "Did you see the size of that guy? Daryl can't even compare," I retorted. "Yeah, well, there are a lot of guys that size and bigger in this world who will try to bring you down. But if you tell yourself you've lost, then that's the only time you really have. And as your alpha, it's my duty to teach my pack to be brave and strong and to never give up. But if I keep doing the job for you, you'll never learn." His expression had gone serious. He was in alpha mode now. "Yes, sir." I mumble. I wouldn't let him down next time. "Good. I want you to start taking martial arts at school," he went on. My eyes snapped to his face. "But Stephen is in that club precisely," he said. His voice was firm. I groaned and slumped in the chair, annoyed with the predicament I now found myself in. "Can I at least join next semester instead?" I asked, hopeful. He chuckled, ruffled my hair with his hands, then bent to kiss my forehead. "What am I going to do with you? I bet you really miss him." He was standing at the only bookshelf in the room, holding a picture of his father in hand. He smiled when I said it, then glanced over to where I sat in the couch. The way my father treated the pack was a far cry from the way he treated me. He's lucky someone else finished him, otherwise I'd have done the job myself. He didn't say it with an ounce of malice, but rather like he was simply stating a fact, and I shivered at the calm way in which he could discuss ending someone's life. It reminded me of exactly who I was dealing with here. We may have had sex once, but that didn't mean he'd changed. He was still the big bad alpha who wouldn't think twice about punishing anyone who disobeyed him, including me. "Then why do you keep it?" I wanted to know what kind of person kept the picture of someone they had dreamed of killing. He put down the picture, walked over to the couch opposite me and sat down. "I don't miss him. Yes, I would have killed him. But that doesn't mean I didn't love him." He chuckled, then went on. "Sounds crazy, but he was my father. After my mom died, he was all I had." He shrugged. Carson's mother had been killed in a pack raid when he was 5 years old. Surprisingly, though, the alpha had continued on as if nothing was amiss. He hadn't taken out his anger on the pack. He hadn't even mourned. Not really. Strange. I didn't have to ask what he meant when he said his father treated him differently because I knew all about that. People tended to show only the side of them that they wanted others to see. Most of my bullies had been that way. I gave him a cursory glance only to find him staring openly at me. There were so many things I wanted to say. To ask him. But I didn't know if I would be passing my place, so I bit my lip and looked away. If there's something you need to say, go ahead and say it, Laken. I don't ever want you to feel as if you can't speak your mind when you're with me. It was as if he read my mind. I blushed but chose to remain silent. So many questions were whirling around in my head I had no idea where to start, so we remained silent for a while. Each of us trapped in our own thoughts before I decided I had to get my answers while I had the chance. How come you never talked to me, before you turned alpha, I intoned. My eyes searching his face. Because if I had, then we'd end up in the same situation we're in now. He looked at me with a raised eyebrow as if daring me to say otherwise. When I didn't, he went on. And if my father had found out, being the alpha, he'd have had you killed. He said it a matter-of-factly, and I shivered at his words. So, does anyone else know that you're bisexual? He looked at me. I'm not bisexual, Laken. I've only ever been attracted to males. Then his eyes narrowed. What about you, same? I looked around the room as silence descended. I must say, this was one of the most awkward conversations I had ever had, and I couldn't wait for the day we'd be able to speak without a care in the world. You remember that day by the lake, I asked. He nodded and I went on. When you said, you wanted to be free. What did you mean by that? I mean, you're the alpha. You can do whatever you want. Is it that you don't want to be alpha? I said it all in one breath. Curiosity burning in my eyes. Of course I want to be alpha. It's in my blood. It's just that the only rule in which an alpha has to submit to is the only rule I can't obey. My brows furrowed in confusion, and I opened my mouth to ask what rule he meant. But he went on. An alpha is expected to find a mate and produce an heir. Everyone expects it. It's an unwritten rule, but it's binding. But if you're gay, then how? Oh, my eyes widened in understanding. He nodded. What are you going to do? I was now sitting at the edge of my seat, desperate to hear his next words. I'll have to tell the pack I won't be producing an heir. I'll have to tell them I'm gay. He rose from his seat and came to lie in my couch, resting his head in my lap. After a brief moment of hesitation, I began to run, my fingers through his hair. You said it was binding, right? So if you disobey, then what will happen? My finger drifted from his soft tresses, and I found myself tracing the outline of his soft, damp lips. He smiled, trying to catch my finger between his teeth, but I giggled before pulling away. He smiled, and almost immediately, he grew serious. If no, when I tell the pack. If anyone's against it, then he or she can try to take my place as alpha. How? Like put it to a vote, he chuckled. More like fight to the death. I waited for him to laugh it off, saying he was only joking, but when he didn't, I froze on the spot. You're serious, I stated, shocked to my core. He looked up at me. I wouldn't joke about something like this, Laken. I pushed against his head and sprang up from the seat. I was angry. How can you lie there and tell me you're going to die so calmly? And like you don't even care. Like there's no one here who would hurt if you were gone. My voice broke on the last word. I couldn't believe he was taking the situation lightly. It pissed me off and it broke my heart. I took a step back as he approached me. I couldn't stand his touch right now. I can't believe you've just given up, Laken. Calm down. I didn't say anything about giving up. Telling the pack isn't a death sentence. I will fight anyone who opposes me, and I won't lose. He said this with conviction. But how can you be so sure? He smiled. Are you saying you don't think I can win? He raised his hand to brush away a stray lock that had fallen into my face, and I hit his hand away. This isn't a game, Carson. You could be killed. I had to make him see reason. I know it's not a game, Laken. But honestly, what do you want me to do? Walk around here pissed at the world all the time? I know this is a big deal. I know there is a possibility I could be hurt. Or worse, killed. But you have to have faith that I won't. He had finally gone serious now. His arms were crossed and his feet were apart. I do have faith in you, I whispered. I know you're strong, but can't you just go on like you are now? Just don't tell the pack. That way you'll never have to fight. I raised my hope-filled eyes to his, willing him to accept my proposition. And what do you think will happen when every full moon passes and years down the line I still don't have a mate? What then? Do you think the pack will accept that? Well, I don't want them to accept that. I can't go on fooling the pack. I won't. I need to be free, Laken. I'll accept nothing less. His voice had gone softer, but his eyes still glinted with determination, and I knew I had lost. He'd do it anyway, and probably get himself killed in the process. So, I guess. This is it then. Surprisingly, he chuckled and ruffled my hair. Stop looking as if the world is coming to an end. I didn't say I was going to tell them right away. I tried to smile, but it didn't really work, and he looked at me. His eyes growing soft. You really care about me, don't you? My eyes widened, and I blushed about 30 shades of red. Then quickly turned around so he couldn't see before I started walking towards the couch. I don't know what you're talking about. All I said was, I was cut off mid-speech when he grabbed me around my waist. I could feel his smile against my ear. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. He whispered seductively, and damn if I didn't feel it down to my toes. What is it you ask? Damned if I knew. A load pounding sounded at the door, and we broke apart immediately. Carson. It was Thomas. The beta. Carson, we have a situation. Carson rushed to the door and opened it wide. The beta stood there drenched to his boots, and I wondered if there had been a recent downpour, but outside showed no sign of rain. He was pressing heavily into the door frame, and it looked as though if he moved an inch, he would fall to the ground. There was a huge gash on his forehead, and blood cascaded freely down his face, forcing his right eyes shut. Shit, Carson grabbed him before he fell. Trying to get him through the door. No, help him. He gasped out tiredly. It was then that we noticed two figures behind him. They were both on the ground. One was stretched on his back with his head in the other figure's lap. I couldn't make out their faces, but they didn't look to be in good shape. Help me with him, Carson called out to me, and I rushed over to give assistance. We pretty much carried Thomas over to the couch and put him to lie down. Then we ran over to the other two outside. The rain wasn't falling, but lightning flashed, illuminating the sky for a brief second, and I was able to make out their features. The figure on the ground was a man looking to be in his mid to late 30s, and the person crouched beside him was a boy about my age, if not a year older. He had tears running down his face, and he kept saying the word "Dad, Dad, Dad" over and over again. Are you hurt? Carson shouted at him the second time because he had failed to answer the first. And no, the boy forced out between broken sobs. Just help him, please. With a sharp eye for detail, Carson perused the man's injuries, trying to find the best way to move him. Laken his legs, I was there in an instant, and we lifted the silent man. Me holding the legs and Carson under his armpits. When we got inside, we lay him on the rug on the floor next to the coffee table, and Carson proceeded to peel off the guy's bloodied shirt. Is he gonna be all right? It was the only thing I could think to say. Carson's eyes flashed up to mine. His eyes were surprisingly calm. Go get the doctor. I nodded, then turned on my heels. Pushing past the boy who stood at the door looking utterly helpless and lost, I took a shortcut, running through alleys and jumping over garbage cans as I went. I fell twice, skinning my palms and one knee, but I kept running as if my life depended on it, because surely the boy's father's life certainly did. I banged on the doctor's door, calling out his name while I did so. Relief poured through me when I saw a light flicker on. Then the door opened. Dr. Brody stepped out in only his boxers while he wiped sleep from his eyes. The Alpha needs you, was all I shouted, but he was alert in an instant. He ran back inside for a second and came back with a small black bag, and we were off. It was late by the time the doctor left, having instructed Carson how to deal with the patient. He was going to the hospital for some supplies and would be back within the hour. We had moved the man to Carson's guest room, where he lay somewhat stable in the twin bed. His son sat in a chair by his side, clasping his hand. Carson stood in the living room listening as Thomas relayed the news of what happened. He sat in the chair, a glass of water in his hand. A large bandage encased his forehead and his bare chest. I was out for a run when I spotted them. There were 3 of them in their wolf form, blazing down the hill with 2 wolves after them. They caught the little one, and that guy went back to help. He said this, nodding his head to the hallway, indicating the father and son in the bedroom. But he couldn't fight them off, so the other wolf they were running with turned back to help him too. He shook his head, then went on. You should have seen it, Carson. There were 2 of them and 4 of us, and we couldn't beat them. I've never seen wolves that strong. I managed to injure one of them before we got away, but the other guy, he was my uncle. We all looked up when we heard the voice. The boy from earlier stood at the doorway. His eyes were red, but he was no longer crying. Why were they chasing you? Where is your pack? Carson questioned. Those were two of the pack guards. We turned rogue just minutes before, and the Alpha sent them after us, he said quietly. Why did you turn rogue? I asked this before I could stop myself. The boy simply looked at me, then turned his head away without answering. Where's your uncle? Carson asked instead. The boy's bottom lip quivered and he shook his head. He didn't make it. But we should send someone out there. It was close to our territory, Thomas spoke up. Carson nodded. Gather the council. We'll head out there now, he ordered, and in an instant Thomas was on the phone. Carson exited the house, and a moment later the horn sounded. He was sounding the alarm to alert the other pack members. It didn't take long for everyone to gather in the courtyard. I stood off to the side, watching the commotion with wide eyes. I couldn't remember anything like this happening before. There are wolves in our territory, as well as a dead werewolf not far up north. Your orders are to find his body and to scope out the border. We need to ensure the pack's safety. Carson was addressing our guard, which consisted of 152 werewolves, male and female. Half will go and half will stay here. Decide among yourselves who stays and who goes. We leave in 5 minutes. In an instant, everyone was talking and shouting to be heard over each other. It took me longer than it should have to realize he had said, we. Of course he would be going. He was the Alpha. I quickly made my way over to him, standing close by. He was talking to the council elder, and he glanced up when he saw me. Excuse me, he said to the elder, and made his way over to where I stood. Let me come with you, Carson. I blurted out the first thing that came to me. He shook his head in disbelief. Laken, I don't have time for games right now. He turned to leave, shouting to his men as he did. It's time to move out. I grabbed his arm. Please, I'm not joking. Let me come, I could help, I pleaded desperately. I couldn't watch him leave tonight. What if he never came back? The thought petrified me. I knew I was small and incapable of protecting myself, but I could protect him even if I had to jump in front of him to save his life. I just couldn't stand the thought of him being hurt. I couldn't lose him. Laken, I can't take you with me. The whole time we'd be out there, I'd be worrying for your safety, and that's a distraction I can't have right now. Stay here. I'll be back. Once again he turned to go. No, I shouted, and his head whipped around to me. His eyes widened. A few other wolves were looking on at us. Alpha. We leave at your instructions, sir, one male from the guard shouted. My heart grew heavy as he looked at me. His mind was already made up. I saw him glance through the crowd, but I couldn't look away from his face. Michael, he called. My eyes widened. Why was he calling my dad? In an instant, I felt my father grab my arm firmly. I looked up at Carson with tears in my eyes. Stay here. That's a order. He said this with the authority only an Alpha could carry off, and I flinched. A second later, they were off. 76 werewolves and my Alpha, blazing into the forest, only to be gobbled up by darkness. It was only then that I let the tears fall. It was the longest night of my life. By the time I drifted off to sleep at about 6 a.m. the next morning, the guard still hadn't returned. When my dad had practically dragged me home last night, I had stayed up all night sitting by my window, looking for any sign of their return. My tears had subsided after the first hour, so I had just sat there staring out into the night, praying they'd all return safely. When I woke up in my bed at 9 a.m. that morning, Dad's doing, I guessed. I was surprised no one had thought to wake me up for school, which started an hour ago, and equally surprised to see my parents sitting around the table having breakfast at this hour. Don't you guys have work? I asked in confusion, taking a seat opposite my dad. The beta announced that no one should leave the camp today. You want some tea, honey? My mom replied. I immediately perked up. No, not because of the tea. Does that mean they're back? I was almost out of my seat, fully prepared to run down to the courtyard at that very second. Sit your ass down, Laken. The beta didn't go last night, and no, they're not back, my dad announced. I sunk into my seat and stared sulkily at my food. I know you think you need to prove to everyone that you can handle what the stronger werewolves can, but sucking up to the Alpha won't get you anywhere. I don't want to see a repeat of last night. Do you understand my dad was serious now? Glaring at me from across the table. Sucking up to the alpha, if only he knew. Yes, sir. I answered, my head downcast. I was trying to look repentant, but it only worked on my mom. As usual. Stop being so hard on him, Michael. He just wanted to prove himself. At least he has drive. Can't say the same for some of the other teens in this pack. She said this, shaking her head. My dad remained silent, instead choosing to drink his coffee. So, Laken, do you have any? My mom's question was drowned out by the sound of the alpha's horn. They're back once again. I jumped up only to be stopped by my dad. No. Your mother and I are going to the courtyard. You're going to stay here and do some chores. The garbage needs to be taken out. The dishes need washing, and don't even get me started on that room of yours. Get it done before we get back. He ordered. But Dad, come on, I whined. It was times like this I wished he'd just disappear. Don't make me repeat myself. Then they were off. I can't tell you how close I came to breaking everything in sight. I couldn't believe this. I had to know if the alpha was okay. It was his horn that was blown, but the beta could have easily done it. I gripped my hair in frustration at my predicament. Then ran up to my room to get my cell phone, quickly dialing the number. Hello, hey, Christina. Are you at the courtyard? I asked anxiously. Yeah. What's up? Where are you? She asked. I could imagine her looking around. Is the alpha there? Yeah. He's talking to Thomas. Why does he look okay? He's not hurt or anything, is he? By this time, my heart was pounding in my chest, and my grip on the phone tightened. No. He looks okay, I guess. Are you okay? She asked. Okay, great, thanks. I hung up the phone, not even realizing I hadn't answered any of her questions. I was just so relieved. I set about doing the chores I'd been assigned. The quicker I got it done, the faster I could get to the courtyard. But just as I was running back inside after emptying the trash, my phone rang. I glanced down at the screen. It was my mom. Hello, hey, hun. You're going to need to come out to the courtyard right now. They said the meeting is mandatory for everyone, so hurry up, okay? When I got to the courtyard, for once all was completely silent, and the meeting hadn't even begun. The alpha was on the platform, conversing with Thomas, who was seated due to his injuries. The guard stood off to one side of the courtyard. They looked tired as hell, but otherwise unhurt, and once again I heaved a sigh of relief before focusing my attention on Carson. Like the guard, he looked exhausted, but I couldn't see even a scratch on him. There you are. What was that about earlier? Christina asked when she came to a stop beside me. Nothing, just curiosity. I blushed, but I could tell she didn't buy it and would have went on if Carson hadn't spoken up. As some of you may know, 3 rogue wolves from the Obeta pack were chased onto our territory last night by the Obeta guards. 1 was killed. 1 was injured, and 1 of our very own was also hurt in the chase. He put a hand on Thomas's shoulder. We've provided a safe haven for the injured man and his son. They will stay here for as long as they wish, and as long as they agree to obey our rules. But wouldn't housing them put us at risk? Someone spoke up, cutting off Carson's words when he did. Carson ignored him and went on. You did not interrupt the alpha. Taking a practical approach to the situation. We must expect that the Obeta pack will send out more guards to find the rogues, which is why we patrolled the area last night. We didn't recover the body of the dead wolf, nor did we come across any member of the Obeta pack, but I've stationed guards at the border who will alert me if that changes. I've tried to set up a meeting with the Obeta Alpha, but he has refused. We are taking this refusal to mean we are now enemies with this pack. As a result, no one is allowed to enter the forestry. All hunts are postponed until further notice, and any member caught in violation, these rules will be dealt with severely. His eyes roamed over the members before him. Questions, he called out. A hand went up and he nodded. Why are we offering refuge to these rogues? Why are we putting ourselves in danger to help 2 people we don't even know? A male member questioned. It was Daryl's father. Why am I not surprised? They could be killers. Someone else shouted out, and a bevy of murmurs went up in the crowd. This pack will not turn down anyone who needs our help. Despite the risk, we should strive to give aid to those who need it, and I'm appalled that anyone would be selfish enough to ask me that. Carson was now glaring at Daryl's father, who suddenly became interested in a stain on his shirt. Aren't you being selfish when you ask us to risk our lives and the lives of our families for 2 rogues who could be criminals? Another person asked. but I couldn't tell who it was. Okay, it's a fair question. But answer me this. If there was to be a raid on our pack and we all had to evacuate the camp and search for a place of refuge to get away from the raiders, is it that you want the other packs to say they won't aid us because it's a risk they can't afford? Then where would we be? Would you be content with their actions? Would you be okay with your children left starving, hunted down and killed, simply because another pack was afraid of the risk? There was complete silence at his words. A few people even hanging their heads in shame. We'll vote. Everyone who agrees that we should give aid to the rogues say, aye. A chorus of ayes went up, but Carson didn't even crack a smile. He went on as if nothing had happened. We'll complete a thorough investigation of the rogues. If it is found that they are wanted by their former pack for a crime within reason, I will escort them back personally. Otherwise, they stay here, and it is expected that you will all treat them with respect. He perused the crowd of silent werewolves once more, then dismissed us. Hey Laken, what was that about with the alpha last night, bro? I looked past Christina to see Mitch and Alex walking towards us. You could call them my pack friends, I guess. They were cool. Nothing, just me making a fool of myself as usual. I mumbled. Looked like you were about to cry or something, man. Alex said, giving me one of those manly hugs in greeting. I chuckled. Yeah, right. Relieved when they dropped it. What you guys up to today? Christina pitched it. Video games. Alex and Mitch looked at her like she had asked a stupid question, and I rolled my eyes. Think I'll just hang out here for a while, I answered, looking up at Carson from the corner of my eye. Suit yourself. Later. See ya, bro. Bye, Laken. I don't even know who said what. But when I looked around, none of them were there, thankfully. It's not that I didn't like hanging with them, but I pretty much saw them every day, being that we live in the same camp. Sometimes a guy just needed a break, you know? Okay, so maybe I just wanted a chance to talk to Carson without them looking on. Sue me. Too bad he was bent over a map with his beta, seemingly lost in whatever it was that they were doing. I let my eyes drift, and I spotted the kid from last night exiting the Alpha's quarters. I made a split-second decision to go talk to him. Because I knew if I had been in his situation, I'd want someone to talk to for sure. He looked up when I approached and stopped in his tracks. Hey, was all I said. With a friendly smile. Sup, he replied. He certainly looked in better spirits than the last time I saw him. Gone were the pale cheeks and red eyes, to be replaced with the most intriguing gray eyes I've ever seen. Now that he had some color in his cheeks, he was really quite handsome. Not as much as Carson, but certainly on track. I'm guessing your dad's a little better, I ventured. He smiled, showing off perfect white teeth. Yeah, he's talking now. The doc's moving him to some infirmary. He said he'll be up and walking in a few days. That's great, I was truly happy for him. Yeah, the infirmary is right next to Dr. Brody's house, so I guess it would be more convenient. I wanted to thank you for last night. And I would have done it earlier, but, he chuckled. Guess it was just an emotional moment. I grinned. No prob. When he continued looking at me without a word, I went on. So, which school do you go to? I've never seen you around before. That's because I'm homeschooled. My pack doesn't like the idea of us consorting too much with humans. They think we're not old enough to keep our mouths shut about what we are. He shook his head when he said this. Then his eyes grew sad, or should I say former pack, he rephrased. I wanted to ask him why they left, but I really didn't want to pry. So instead, my mind dredged up a million different scenarios, each of them more ludicrous than the other. Anyway, I'm going to go back to my dad. I just came out for some air. He turned to go, and I put a hand on his arm to stop him, then pulled it away when he looked at me. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. I voiced. It's Neil. He answered with a smile. Cool. I'm Laken. He nodded, then looked to the door once more. You can come and say hey to him if you want. He won't mind. He invited. I took a step forward, then paused. Actually, I'm not allowed to go into the Alpha's quarters without his permission. But I'll visit when they move, you guys. I answered, and he nodded. Entering the house and closing the door softly behind him, I smiled and shook my head. I loved making new friends. Despite the fact that I didn't have many. I looked to the platform where Carson was still deep in a discussion with Thomas. Heaving a sigh of disappointment, I decided to head home. I was tired from the 3 hours sleep I'd gotten, plus I had chores to do. Carson was fine, and that's all that mattered. Turning on my heels, I made my way slowly down the street toward my home. Completely lost in thought. I wasn't aware when Carson looked up from the map and spotted me walking away. Nor was I aware of his own disappointment and frustration at not being able to discard pack business for a second to go talk to me. It had been a little over 3 weeks since Neil had arrived, and during that time, Carson and I had had no alone time together. I mean, known. The tension from that first night had long since died down, but Carson was always on the go. Who knew running a pack could be such hard work? We were able to meet for brief periods of time to pretty much say hey. We exchanged clandestine kisses, and the looks between us were crazy, intense, but that was it. I went to bed missing him every night. I bet he wasn't even going through the same. The Obeta pack hadn't made any trouble yet, but Carson had warned us not to let our guards down, and we still weren't allowed to go into the forest. The no hunting rule pretty much took its toll on everyone because it was our way to pass the time, and as a result, the pack's enthusiasm had dwindled a bit. These last few weeks haven't been a total loss, though, because despite the short space of time, Neil and I had gotten pretty close. Carson had him enrolled in our school, and we had all the same classes, so that was great. We were pretty much inseparable. Who knew we'd have so much in common? That being our lack of sporting tendencies, of course. Not surprisingly, the girls at school and in the pack had been going crazy ever since he got here, but for some reason he hadn't really shown much interest. Maybe he was shy. On another note, Carson had said I didn't have to sign up for martial arts until the end of the month, which gave me more time to get used to the idea. I would never get used to the idea of getting my head punched in on a daily basis while in a controlled setting. At the moment, Neil and I were lounging around camp just chatting about random nonsense when he brought up his pack again. The last time he had done this was the time he'd told me the reason he and his dad had been forced to leave. Apparently, he had gotten the Alpha's daughter pregnant, and they weren't even mated. Long story short, the Alpha had put him on trial. He was to be hanged for his crime, and so they ran. I mean, hanged. Did they even know what century we were in? Nobody hanged people anymore. I'm going back, Laken, Neil was now saying, looking at me with such a serious expression. I had to wonder if he was the same Neil I'd been laughing with just minutes before. Okay, you mean you're going back one day? How are you so sure she won't find a mate by then? I asked. He wasn't going to abandon his kid, he said. No, I'm going back today. Now. I know I never said this before, but I love her, Laken, and she loves me, and I need to be with her. My eyes widened. What do you mean now? And they'll kill you if you go back. You said it yourself. Not if they don't catch me. I'll get her and we'll run. Far away enough that they'll never find us. He was talking like a love-struck crazy person, and I shook my head in disbelief. It was his next words that stumped me, however. I would never ask you to risk your life for me, Laken. But I'm desperate and I need your help. He was looking at me with pleading gray eyes, and I had to turn away lest I agree to his pleading without thinking it through. Neil. I'm all for love and all that glorious stuff, but we're not allowed to go into the forestry or even leave the camp unless we're going to school, or it's an absolute emergency, and even then we'll need permission from the Alpha, I explained to him. So you don't think this is an emergency? He jumped up. I guess he didn't like my answer. Okay, calm down. We'll go to Carson and sort this whole thing out, and I'm sure he'll help you. I watched him as he shook his head and took a step back. Forget it. I'll do this myself, some friend you turned out to be. He hissed, and then he was off, tearing down the empty street and into the woods. Neil, I shouted after him. What was I supposed to do now? The Alpha's quarters were on the other side of the camp. By time I got there, Neil would have been long gone, and who knows what kind of shit he was going to get himself into. I looked towards the woods and back up the street, then up at the heavens. Was it me, or was I getting myself into some dangerous situations lately? I was starting to see a pattern here. Everything that went against the rules, I eventually ended up doing it, and boy would I be punished. Why the heck did I leave my phone? I heaved a sigh and turned to run the way Neil had gone, not stopping until I was gobbled up by the shrubs and trees. Neil, I had lost count the number of times I'd called his name. It had been hours since I'd blindly run after him, and I still couldn't find him. Either he was that fast or he had already been captured. I prayed it was the former and cursed myself for running after him instead of telling Carson. It was dark and cold. My feet were killing me and I was lost. Yup, a wolf that had no sense of direction. What else is new? I hugged myself as I walked on. At this point, I didn't know if I was still searching for Neil or trying to get back to camp. I was just scared. For Neil and for myself. Worst case scenario, Neil was already dead and I would never find my way back and die out here too. I shivered violently at the thought. I had to get out of here. It took me a while to realize that something was wrong. This was a forest, yet I heard no animals scuttling around. No crickets making the god-awful sound they tended to make. No nothing. It was completely silent. Something wasn't right. I turned around in a full circle, peering through the trees, but there was nothing there. I don't remember ever being so alone in my life. I prayed to God, please just let me find Neil so we can get out of here. Please. I whirled around when I heard a twig snap not far behind me. There was nothing there that I could see, but when I heard the deep breathing, chills ran up my spine. Neil, is that you?" I called out timidly. There was no reply, just the same heavy breathing. Come on, Neil. Stop playing around. It felt like my heart was lodged in my throat. The words came out in a jumbled mess. Not feeling particularly brave, but needing to know if it really was Neil behind those trees, I took a step forward. Then another and another. My eyes trained on the spot where I could still hear the breathing. When the figure stepped out from behind the tree, I didn't even have time to pause and take it all in. I whirled around like I was some goddamn ballerina and broke into a run. I couldn't even scream. I just ran, and it was a good thing too, because I could hear the creature behind me. It was gaining on me. I was never one into athletics, but at the speed at which I was going, the thought of joining the track team at school managed to cross my mind. They said extreme levels of fear brought on hallucination. That must be why I was thinking about school at a time like this. I darted through the trees, ducking under low-hanging branches and jumping over roots. The creature never slowed its pace, and for whatever strange reason I could still hear its breathing. I looked behind me for a second and tripped over something. Falling flat. I was greeted with silence. I held my breath and looked around, but there was nothing there. Cursing my luck, I pushed up to my knees, squinting through the darkness to examine my burning palms. They were scratched, but not bleeding. For the millionth time that night, I debated changing into my wolf and quashed the idea. If an enemy pack saw a wolf, they'd attack, but if they saw a human, they would try to stay clear. At least that's what I'd heard, and so that was the reason I was still in this form. Not that it just did me any good, since I was just chased by the biggest wolf I've ever seen. A twig snapped close by, and I froze when I felt a presence behind me. I could also hear soft breathing. Just picture one of the worst horror movies you've ever watched. That's how it sounded to me in the silent forest. My heart pounding in my chest, I slowly turned around. Still on my knees, and came face to face with sharp white teeth, which were attached to the large white wolf that was staring down at me. I let out a squeal and scrambled back on my hands and ass, only stopping when I felt the solid oak at my back. Oh shit, this was it. The wolf was gonna eat me, eaten by one of my very own. What a way to go. By now my breath was coming in harsh gasps, and I was trembling to the point where everything around me blurred. When the wolf took a step forward, I whimpered, and it stopped, tilting its head to the side. I found this strange. It's as if it was trying to figure out why I was afraid. I looked clearly and noticed its stance was weird. It wasn't crouched to spring. He wasn't even growling. He was just standing there with his head tilted, looking at me. I didn't want to let my guard down, but something about this wolf eased my fear. I had never seen a full white wolf before, and it had me wondering for a brief moment if it was a werewolf. But I decided against it. Its form wasn't that of a werewolf. But upon closer inspection, I realized it wasn't that of a wolf either. Not really. You could see it in the angle of its legs and the shape of its head. Not to mention the intelligent pair of eyes that looked up at me. This was no ordinary wolf. I watched as it straightened its head and took a step closer. Slowly, as if gauging my reaction. It must have sensed that I was no longer afraid, because it came right up to me, and after a brief pause it licked my face. Licked it, like a dog. I couldn't help but laughing at the situation. I was trapped in the woods, freezing my ass off with a wolf dog type thing licking my face. How could you not see the humor? I patted his head awkwardly. My legs were already cramped from my position against the tree, so I got up with a groan and proceeded to brush off my clothes. I looked down at the wolf dog thing, and once again it tilted its head. What are you? I asked, and of course I got no reply. I looked around and sighed. I gotta get out to here. I said to no one in particular. I felt the animal brush against my pant leg, and I looked down. It nodded its head to the right, and I raised an eyebrow as it walked in that direction. Maybe I'm losing it. I mumbled to myself and followed it. I didn't really have many options now, did I? I'd been following the animal for about an hour and a half, during which time I'd fallen twice and bumped my head on at least 6 low-hanging branches. Just as I was starting to have my doubts, I found myself on a familiar trail. He'd actually led me back to camp. When I saw the houses through an opening in the trees, I could have jumped for joy. I ran towards the camp but stopped when I reached the first building. When I looked around, there was nothing there. My savior was gone. "Thank you," I whispered into the night, then turned towards camp. Relieved no one was out to see my return. Despite my relief at being back, however, my heart still ached at the thought of what happened to Neil. Was he safe? Did he find his girlfriend, or had he been captured? It was these thoughts that were running through my mind when I found myself at his father's door. I had to tell him what had happened to his son, and as much as it hurt me to deliver such terrible news, I raised my hand to knock on the door. It swung open, making me gasp in surprise. "Laken, where you been, man? I've been looking everywhere for you." He was holding a garbage bag in hand and pushed past me to take it down to the trash can at the front of the yard. I stood there gawking at him. I've been searching for you. Where the hell were you? I went into the woods like a minute after you, and it's like you disappeared." "You did. Shit. Thanks, man." He patted me on the shoulder, grinning like the idiot he was. "I'm pretty fast. If I'd known you were going to help me, I'd have waited," he said. I had to take a deep breath to calm myself. I couldn't believe my ears. "I thought they bloody kidnapped you." "You have any idea what I went through in those bloody bushes?" He put up his hands as if trying to ward off an attack. "Chill, bro. Like I said, I didn't know, and it was a waste of time anyway." He broke off with a sigh. "What do you mean? Your alpha's crazy. Do you have any idea how many guards he has surrounding the damn border? A freaking rat couldn't get that." I had to turn back. He shook his head, then went on. "I'm gonna have to find another way to get to her, and now that I know you're willing to help, this should be a cake." He grinned. "Hell no, count me out. I'm done with your craziness." I turned to go. "So you couldn't find me. What's the big deal?" he shouted. I was tired, cold, and I just wanted to go home. I'd had enough drama for one day. I wasn't in the mood for any more of his. "Like I said, Neil, I can't help you. Our alpha isn't like yours. He'll hear you out, just forget it. I'll do it on my own." He crossed his arms and glared at me. It was at that moment that I realized what a child he was. "To tell you the truth, Neil, the way I'm feeling right now, if you told me you were going to jump off a cliff, I wouldn't even try to talk you out of it. I knew I'd regret it in the morning, but I just wasn't in the mood to care." I left after he stormed inside and slammed the door. As I walked down the street, my mind drifted back to the wolf from earlier. It was just the strangest thing. How did it know I wanted to go back to camp? How did it even know where my camp was? How could something so large be so friendly, and what was it even doing on our territory? If the guard had patrolled the area like they should, wouldn't they have found it and reported it to Carson? In normal circumstances, wild wolves were obviously allowed on the territory. They were just animals. But nothing about that wolf was normal. When I came to a stop in front of Carson's door, I stepped back in surprise. I must have unconsciously come here because my original intent had been to go home and submerge myself in a warm bath of water. I shook my head. Yep, I was losing it. Turning from the door, I looked up the street. I'd actually passed my house to get here. Leaving so soon, I whipped around to see Carson standing in the open doorway with a smile on his face. Just like every other time I've seen him, my heart constricted and my face flushed. He was just so gorgeous. So, absolutely perfect. I could feel the heat pulse through me at the sight of him, and I licked my lips. "Ah," he chuckled, then turned and entered the room. When I didn't follow, he looked back at me with a raised eyebrow. "You planning to stand there all night?" I smiled, closing the door behind me when I entered. In an instant, I was enveloped in a tight hug. "God, I missed you," Carson said against my ear. My heart soared at his words, and I hugged him tighter, reveling in the feel of him pressed against me. "Jesus, Laken, you're freezing," he exclaimed, breaking contact only to start rubbing down my arms. "Yeah, it's cold out. Should have brought my jacket," I said lamely. He paused, and a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes before he grinned and bent down to whisper, "You know, I'm pretty sure I could do a much better job of keeping you warm than your jacket." My heart sped up at his words, and I felt myself tighten in response. I lounged at him, shocking us both when I brought my lips up to meet his. It was the first time I had ever initiated a kiss between us, and as usual, it started out gentle and sweet. But I didn't want that tonight. I wanted it hot and heavy. I wanted him pressed up against me and panting. I just wanted to forget the stressful day I'd had. I wanted him. I needed him. I grabbed onto his shirt, pulling him closer while I practically devoured his mouth. He let out a loud moan and I felt myself harden. He began running his hand down my side. But for once I didn't want him in charge. I didn't want foreplay. Or gentle touches. I just wanted immediate, overwhelming closeness. In no time we had discarded our clothes and shared profound intimacy right there on his carpet without a care in the world. Just the two of us, drowning in the passion that had consumed our very beings. When we were done, we lay side by side and panting, trying to catch our breaths before we were on each other once more. This time gentle, this time sweet, this time perfect. Hours later we lay in bed. Spent, he lay beside me on his side, using his hand to prop his head up as he looked down on me. With his other hand he drew invisible circles on my chest. I sighed in satisfaction. Talk about a great way to end a crappy day. I lifted my hand to brush the hair from my face and he paused. He was looking at the fresh cuts on my palm. Fell, I said, moving my hand from sight. He nodded and resumed his drawing. Didn't see you around camp all day today. Yeah. I was, helping Mom with stuff, so I pretty much stayed in all day. I lied. Helping your mom, he carried. Yup. I was going to hell. I could already see the place the devil picked out for me. All day, he asked again, looking at me intently. Yeah. I chuckled nervously. What about you? I tried to sidetrack him. This and that. But you know it's funny. Because I spent the day with your mom and a few others drafting maps, he said, looking deeply into my eyes. I fidgeted under his stare. Okay, so I wasn't with my mom. I searched my brain for a plausible excuse but drew a blank. Carson remained silent, waiting for my answer. If I tell you, you're gonna be mad, like really mad, I said, suddenly wishing I wasn't lying naked beside him. I sat up only to be dragged back down, his hand firmly secured around my waist. Tell me, he said. He didn't look angry, but I knew that would change soon. Can I at least put on some clothes first? I asked, trying to move his hand from around me. Laken. Fine. But you have to promise me you won't get mad. Laken. He said it as a command this time, so I let him go and looked away from him as I spoke. I told him about Neil and the reason I followed him, but left out the part about the wolf. His hand tightened almost painfully around my waist, and he buried his face in my neck. Took a deep breath, then said through gritted teeth, What is it with you and rules? He was looking at me when he said this. I couldn't help it, Carson. Neil needed me. There is a reason for rules, Laken. What if you had been hurt? Well, I wasn't, I answered pitifully. Do you have any idea what I would have been forced to do if the rest of the pack had seen you leaving the forest? He spat. Can I just put on some clothes, please? I pleaded. I felt way too vulnerable lying here while he was pissed at me. Jesus, are you even listening to me? He shot up from the bed and grabbed my jeans off the floor and flung them over to me. I sucked in a breath. He'd been pissed with me so many times before, but I couldn't remember him ever shouting at me. I quickly jumped off the bed and pulled on my jeans. Bracing myself for the onslaught, he dragged his hand over his face and sighed. Laken, you broke a pack rule and in turn disobeyed your alpha. Do you have any idea what kind of punishment awaits someone who does that? If the pack had seen you today, I would have had no choice but to punish you. Do you realize that? He asked, trying to modulate his tone. I can't have members of my pack going around blatantly disobeying my orders simply because they can. If I allowed that to happen, no one in this pack would take me seriously. An alpha cannot lead a pack that has no respect for him. He pronounced each word like he was trying to force it into my very being. I didn't set out to disobey you. I just wanted to help Neil. I'm sorry. I bit my lip and waited. If this happens again, I can't help you, Laken, he said. I nodded. When I realized he wasn't going to say anything else, I walked over to the window, resting my head against it and looking out into the courtyard. I almost gasped when I saw the wolf from earlier standing in the middle of the courtyard, its head tilted up to where I stood. What was it doing here? I watched in confusion as it nodded its head toward the forest, much like it had earlier when it had wanted me to follow. I just didn't understand it. Where did it come from? Better yet, what was it? Because if I hadn't been 100% sure before, I was now. That was no ordinary wolf, and it definitely was no werewolf. It nodded its head to the forest again. Its eyes seemed to be pleading. When I felt Carson come up behind me, I looked around at him, then back out the window. The courtyard was empty. I felt Carson's arms wrap around me. "Promise me you won't do anything like that again," he said. "I promise," I whispered in reply, knowing very well that it was a promise I wouldn't be keeping. There was something strange about that wolf, and I was going to find out what it was. I waited until just before sunset the next day to make my move. In my room, I emptied my book bag and packed it with my dad's heavy-duty flashlight, a bottle of water, a small hunting knife my grandpa had given me for my birthday one year, matches, a lighter, a ham sandwich my mom had made for me earlier, and a clear Ziploc bag that contained the large uncooked steak I'd stolen from the fridge. I zipped up the bag and proceeded to pull on my boots and a jacket. Satisfied, I took it up, looking around the room again to see if I missed anything. I spotted my phone on my bedside table and darted over to get it, slipping it into my jeans pocket before exiting my room. When I entered the forest, I closed my eyes and sniffed the air. The atmosphere never failed to soothe me. Well, it soothed me when I wasn't lost or fearing for my life anyway. Adjusting my bag on my back, I walked on. I noticed forest wasn't quiet like it had been yesterday. I could hear the hooting of an owl, the scurrying of rodents, and the fluttering of wings our birds settled in for the night. And yes, the crickets. The god-awful crickets. As I walked on for what seemed like hours, I came to the area where the trail ended. I couldn't tell if it was the same place the wolf had licked me, because the entire forest looked pretty much the same to me, but I took off my bag, dropped it to my feet, and began looking around for stray twigs or branches I could snap. I placed all I collected into a pile and struck the match. In an instant, I had fire. This was probably the only time I could say the lessons on camping I'd learned 2 years ago wasn't so useless. Please let this be the place, I thought to myself. Now what I'd hopefully found the spot from yesterday. I'd brought all the necessary equipment. I'd made a fire, so now what? How did I get the wolf? Wow, Laken. Way to think this through, bro. I guess I'd been so caught up in the getting here, I didn't stop to think what to do when I actually got here. Well, I couldn't very well stand here doing nothing now, could I? Especially since my parents would be expecting me home by 10. They thought I was studying at Lila's. I'm a liar. I know. Don't judge. Here, Wolfie, 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 I called as I walked, flashlight in hand, into the forest. Here, Wolfie. Nothing. Maybe I wasn't doing it right. Maybe he needed some incentive. I walked back over to my bag and extracted the bag with the raw steak. I didn't even stop to think that the smell of raw steak could attract other unwanted predators. Or that maybe the wolf wasn't even in the forest anymore. Maybe it went back to wherever it came from. Nope, I didn't think about any of that important stuff. I just walked around the forest, waving my raw steak and calling out Wolfie as I went. This lasted for about 15 minutes, and I turned to go back to the fire when I felt the hunger gnawing at my stomach. It wasn't until I sat against the tree eating my ham sandwich that I felt a familiar presence to my left, turning slowly. My eyes widened at the sight of him. I had forgotten how big he was. "Hey," I said. I knew he couldn't talk, but it's not like I was familiar with wolf etiquette or something. I watched as it came closer, its eyes inspecting the fire briefly, before it came to sit right next to me, eyeing my sandwich. After a brief pause, I looked to the steak at my feet and placed part of the sandwich in my mouth to extract the steak from the wrapping. What happened next was probably the scariest thing that I'd ever had the chance of experiencing. I kid you not, as I tried to pull the steak from the bag. Keep in mind the sandwich is still trapped between my teeth. With pretty much half of it hanging out of my mouth before I knew what was going on, the wolf was up in my face. Literally up in my face. When my heart rate had eased to a decent rate, I grabbed my bag, pulled out my water, and began washing out my mouth. It hadn't touched me, but it was still disturbing. "You stupid mutt. You almost gave me a heart attack, and the steak was for you." I glared down at the creature, who snorted, like a human, reminding me instantly why I was here. My eyes narrowed as I sank back onto the ground. "You're not a real wolf, are you?" I asked. I watched as he lay flat on the ground, resting his head on his front paws and looking at me. "Are you like A different breed of werewolf or something? I continued my questions. It just stared, and I sighed. You can tell me, I said, reaching out to touch its head. Its fur was soft to the touch, and I patted it like you would a dog. Still nothing. Why was I sitting here wasting my time? Talking to a wolf. It's not like I knew every species of wolf in existence. Maybe this was just a different breed. Just a normal wolf with intelligent eyes and human tendencies who knew I wanted to get to camp. Followed me to Carson's and practically begged me to come into the forest with him. Normal my ass. Well, since we pretty much know each other intimately, I might as well tell you my name. I was referring to the fact that he almost bit my face off. I'm Laken. When I got no response, I shook my head. I felt so stupid. So, where are you from? Nothing. How'd you know I wanted to get back to camp yesterday? Nothing. What are you nothing? I sighed in frustration. What a bloody waste I risked life and limb to come into the forest to talk to a wolf, whose only unique character was its eyes. Just a good-looking wolf, that's all. Nothing special there. I grabbed up my bag and turned on my flashlight. I was going home. I'm here. You wanted me to follow you last night, right? Well, I'm here now, so what is it? I tried once more. I watched in anticipation as the wolf got up and walked over to where it had entered before and nodded its head in that direction. He wanted me to follow. Finally, we were getting somewhere. I turned to go with him, then froze when I felt the vibration on my leg. It was just my phone. Hello, I answered when I extracted it from my pocket. It's me. And of course my heart sped up when I heard his voice. Hey, Carson. What's up beside me? The wolf whimpered. Shh, I mouthed, then turned away. I'm on my way back to camp. Just wanted to know if you wanted to go watch a movie with me, he asked. He'd left early this morning after he'd dropped me to school. He'd mentioned something about an important meeting. I assumed it had something to do with what happened a few weeks ago, but I wasn't sure because he didn't really tell me much about it. Like a movie, I asked in surprise. We'd never gone out together before. Like on a date, and this certainly sounded like a date. Yeah, a movie, he answered with a chuckle. Yeah, definitely, I said enthused. Finally, we were making progress. I'll be there in 2 hours, he said, then clicked off. Excitement bubbled up inside me, and I found myself almost dancing on my lip. This was probably my chance to figure out what was up with this wolf. I'd been dying to know ever since it had found me yesterday. But at the same time, this was a movie date with Carson. I couldn't miss that. I can't. Just take me back to camp, please, I pleaded with it. He didn't budge. Please, I'll come back tomorrow, I promise. But I need to get back to camp now. I was about to go down on my knees. Anything, I just had to get back before Carson did. It seemed to glare at me. Then it was off, going in the direction I had come. Relieved, I ran after him, only falling once. When I got back to camp, it disappeared, and this time I didn't stop to think about it. I just ran to my house, shed my clothes, and jumped into the shower. I had 20 minutes to get ready before Carson got here. The night had been absolutely wonderful. I'd made up some excuse to my parents, then met him at his quarters. We'd kissed. Talked all the way to the movies. Possibly more than we ever had before, and it wasn't awkward. I wasn't grappling for words or trying to make small talk. The conversation just flowed like it should. We laughed. We played around. It was just perfect. A turning point in our relationship, I concluded. This was the level of comfort I'd wished for with him. I don't know precisely what had changed between last night and tonight, but it made me ecstatic. I don't even remember what movie we watched. I just remember looking at him practically the whole time and thinking this is how it would feel if we were an actual couple. If we were free to be who we were. We'd actually had to drive to another movie theater in a town close by, and even then, we kept enough distance between us so that no one would come to the conclusion we were anything but friends. That was the only downside to our night. That and the fact that when we were leaving the movies, just as I was walking through the door, this guy who was standing just outside the door, way leading out to the car park, touched my arm and said in a deep, accented voice, "Enjoy the rest of your night, Laken," causing me to glance up at him. He was dressed in a full black suit. He had short, white blonde hair slicked back from his face. And what a handsome face, too, but it wasn't his face that struck me. It was his eyes. Familiar eyes which struck me odd, because I knew for a fact I'd never seen that guy before in my life. Trust me, I'd remember a face like his. How do you know my name? I asked, surprised. You told me. In the good with the bad, right? It was when Carson drove back into camp that the crap hit the fan. What the hell, he said, squinting through the windscreen as he parked his car. The courtyard before his quarters was swarming with pack members. They stood like they would at a meeting. Everyone's attention turned up to the platform where Jessup, Daryl's dad, was speaking. I had a bad feeling about this, and for some reason my heart sped up when I exited the vehicle and slammed the car door. Carson getting out on the other side. What's going on here? He projected, his voice and heads whipped around. There he is, Jessup shouted, pointing at me. I took an involuntary step back, and then everybody seemed to be talking at once. They were all staring at me. Some in pity. Some in anger, and others with curiosity. Mostly anger, though. Laken, baby, please tell me. This is some mistake, I heard my mom cry out. I looked at her from where she stood with my father. Tears in her eyes. I'll say it again, Carson said, his voice going dangerously deep. What's going on here? I was hosting for the council tonight in my home. Naturally, we were on my deck where I always host, and who do we see running out of the forest? Him. He was pointing at me like I was the plague. My heart fell. Carson's head whipped round to look at me in shock, and I took an involuntary step back. Someone had seen me. I thought I'd been so careful. Despite the number of guards you have posted at the border, it's still possible for an enemy to slip it through. Which wouldn't be much of a problem considering the sheer size of our territory. It would still be difficult for an enemy to find the camp, but by going into the forest he could have led an enemy here. He could have put us all in danger, Jessup shouted once more. He looked pissed and ready to kill. How are you so sure it was him you saw? Carson spoke up. Jaw clenched. I could tell he was pissed. No worse than pissed. He was seething with barely contained anger, and I trembled at the sight before him, had strived to find every way possible to undermine Carson's father, and now he was set on the son. Daryl knew that the Alpha always tried to protect me. He'd probably told his father, and this was his chance to do some damage. If Carson didn't do what was expected of him by the pack then, as he'd told me last night, the pack would eventually stop taking him seriously. His position would be undermined and they would lose respect for him. Which meant only one thing: this would end badly for me. He wouldn't have a choice. I would be punished. My hands had gone clammy and I could feel the bile rising in my throat. My thoughts were affirmed when Carson turned to me. His eyes glinted in the pale light and his mouth was set in a hard line. Then, he will stand trial, he said. Voice deadly. The pack went silent. That was it. The trial was done. The verdict had been announced, and the punishment would be meted out. I looked around the room at the mess I'd made of it. Broken glass. Books and vases strewn about. Furniture overturned. Picture frames shattered. Paintings smashed. I never been so angry before. Not when my father mocked me and abused me. Not when I'd gotten into fights at school because some jerk had chosen to step to me, and certainly not when I'd been cheated out of my coming-of-age hunt. Never had I felt this intense urge to just rip something or someone apart, and if I could get my hand over Jessup's pale, scrawny neck, I'd squeeze until I couldn't feel a thing. This was his fault. He'd riled up the pack. He'd made them angry enough to call for Laken's punishment. Laken. My mate. My lover. My love. He would be punished for his crimes in less than half an hour, and I'd be the one to hand it out. I was upset that he'd disobeyed me after I had practically begged him not to. I was upset because Jessup had thought to use him to get to me. I was upset that the pack was bloodthirsty enough to call for this kind of discipline on a child. But most of all, I was angry at myself for not trying hard enough to prevent this outcome. Maybe if I'd stressed the importance of him not going into the forest more. Maybe if I had forgone that meeting I'd had and stayed with him yesterday, then he wouldn't be in this position. Maybe, but maybes wouldn't get us anywhere. Maybes couldn't change the past. Damn it, I slammed my fist into the wall for the third time since I'd left the trial. It left another crack to match the one from earlier. Feeling weighted down by the strain of what I was to do today, I rested my head on the wall's cracked surface and allowed my mind to drift back to last night. To the look on his face when the pack members called for his punishment. He'd looked so stricken, so lost, so terrified, and I hadn't been able to comfort him. I was dragged from my thoughts when I felt the tears spill. Cascading down my cheeks, I touched my face, shocked at the clear liquid on my fingertips. I never cried, never. but at the moment I felt as if I could just curl up in a ball and let out a good long howl. Just find some way to empty my soul of all the pain I was feeling inside. I hadn't seen him since the trial a few hours ago. Where? After receiving no reason from him as to why he had gone into the forest. The votes had been cast and he was sentenced to string 2 found in the pack code laws. The laws stated that upon first offense of a crime committed by a minor, said offender was subject to the string 2 violation penalty. It included harsh punishments for putting one's pack in danger without just cause and severe penalties for disobeying an alpha's rule. After much debate and negotiation on my part, the council had agreed to reduce the punishment. That was all I could do for him. I'd lain awake all night trying to find a way out of this. I could order that he not be put on trial. We could leave the pack. I could step down as alpha. I could kill Jessup. So many things had gone through my mind, but all had been quashed. If I left the pack, Jessup would take control, and no alpha in his right mind would leave his pack in the hands of a monster. Killing Jessup would be heartless since technically he had done nothing wrong. If I pulled Laken off trial, the pack would question it and I would be undermined. There was just nothing I could do. It was the first time I'd ever felt so utterly hopeless. A knock sounded on the door, then Thomas's voice sounded on the other side. "Carson. 10 minutes till the meeting," he said, then he was gone. Meeting. What a pretty way of describing it. I turned around and slowly walked over to the mirror. Looking at my reflection, I was trying to school my features so no one would pick up on the emotions just below the surface. I watched as a lone tear leaked from the corner of me eye and I snared. Disgusted at myself. An alpha never shows weakness, I said to myself. He was making me weak. Making me feel things I shouldn't be feeling. Thinking things I shouldn't be thinking. He had me putting up with his constant disobedience, and he had my mind drifting off during vital pack meetings. When I should be focused, a pack could not function with an alpha who was only half there. If an alpha was not fully committed to his pack, then he had might as well step down. Laken had disobeyed me, and no matter how innocent it might have seemed to him at the time, he had put the pack in danger. If it had been any other member, I would not hesitate to act, and despite the fact that Laken was my mate. The pack deserved an unbiased leader. A fair leader. It hurt me to the core just thinking about what was to come. But it had to be done. I lifted my head and wiped the tears from my eyes. As I looked into my eyes in the mirror, anger bubbled up once more, and with a growl I smashed my fist into the glass. It shattered around me. But I didn't care. I wouldn't be able to look at my face in the mirror again after today. Laken's point of view, I was relieved of my shirt and held by 2 guards. Each on either side of me holding my arms, I stood with my back to the crowd. My head down. Waiting for it. I had been sentenced earlier to 10 lashes. 5 for disrespecting the alpha and 5 for putting the pack in danger. They were to use a hard rubber whip which was designed to tear the flesh. It was said that each scar was to remind the wrongdoer for the rest of his life that he had once let down his pack. That he had once committed the ultimate crime against his family. The wrongdoer was to wear his scars with shame for the rest of his life. The thought both scared and saddened me, but thanks to Carson, 10 whips was all I'd be getting. The original punishment had been much worse. Whips and other things I didn't want to imagine. I couldn't see the faces in the crowd, but I imagined many people were quite pleased with the outcome. They had been a part of the voting process after all. I was glad my parents had been ordered to stay away. I didn't want them to see me like this. I tensed when I heard the crowd grow silent, which meant it was time. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. A piece of cloth was shoved into my mouth and I bit down. I had already forgiven Carson before I even felt the first strike against the naked flesh of my back. I bit down on the cloth, tears springing to my eyes at the feel of the whip against my flesh. It hurt more than I had ever dreamed it would, and I couldn't help the loud whimper that escaped me. I forgave him even as I felt the warm liquid streaming down my back from the gash there, and I forgave him when I felt the second strike and the third. My knees threatened to buckle, and my mind grew hazy. The pain was more than I could bear, and I felt myself go limp in the guard's arms. The only thought that kept me conscious was Carson. I didn't care that he was doing this to me. It wasn't his fault, it was mine. He had tried to shield me from this, and I loved him for it. I tried to remember all the good times we had together as a way to block out the pain. I tried to picture his smile, his touch, his kiss, but even that couldn't block out the pain. When I felt the whip strike my heated and bloody flesh, I screamed out in pain, then sank into welcome unconsciousness. I woke up to a searing pain in my back and groaned from the intensity of it. I turned my head, enjoying the feel of the soft material I was resting on as it brushed against my face, but I was afraid to open my eyes lest the pain became greater. When I felt something moving against my skin, I opened them. The first thing I saw was a familiar mirror, shattered and propped haphazardly against an equally familiar gray wall. On the ground, just below it, lay glass fragments, some small and almost unnoticeable and some huge and jagged. I was in Carson's room, I realized, which could only mean that whatever was moving against the raw skin of my back was being manipulated by him. Carson. I said his name softly. The movement stopped for half a second, then it started again. He didn't answer, and my heart fell. He was obviously still upset with me for disobeying him. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. I'll just stop, Laken. His voice sounded hoarse like mine usually did after I had had a good cry. But of course that was impossible. Carson never cried. Ever. I'm the one who should be sorry. Look what I did to you. His voice broke on the last word, and I turned my head slowly to look around at him. He was still dabbing the cloth against my aching flesh, and he didn't look away to meet my eyes. I frowned. Something wasn't right here. Despite the pain I was feeling and the utter exhaustion, I could tell something wasn't right with him. This was not the same Carson I'd gone to the movies with just last night. That Carson had been full of smiles and warmth and excitement. This Carson just looked lost, totally dejected. As if society had turned its back on him and he was left all alone in the world. It scared me. This look, I would have preferred him angry. Eyes blazing rather than looking like this. It took a while for me to understand his mood. When I did, it was certainly an eye-opener. He felt guilty for what he did. I wouldn't have believed it if I wasn't here to see him for myself. He felt guilty for punishing me, the thought alone made me feel bad myself. Carson. It's okay. I don't blame you, you know. What I did was wrong and I deserve to be punished for it. So you can stop feeling guilty over it, I said, resting my head against the pillow once more. Guilty, I loathe myself right now, and you did nothing to deserve that kind of punishment. Nothing. His voice was harsh as he said this. I raised my head to look at him again. This time his eyes came up to meet mine. I don't care what you did, Carson, I said tiredly. Laken, you don't, he interrupted. No, I don't care what you did to me. It doesn't matter. I don't blame you for it. You could do anything you wanted to me and I wouldn't care because I love you, and I just don't care. There, I'd said it. I finally told him how I felt after years of staring and longing and heartache. It was time he knew. I'd already been through the worst. This seemed like a piece of cake in comparison, and I had a hard time believing it could get much worse, as the pain got to be too much for me and the exhaustion began to take over. I lowered my head once more, but not before I'd seen the look of shock on his face. Then the gentleness enter his eyes. I heard him move, then I shivered when I felt his lips on my flesh. He gave me a small peck, right there on my back amidst the torn flesh and dried blood. Nothing could have warmed my heart more. I didn't even need a reply from him. Whether or not he loved me didn't matter because I had enough love in me for the both of us. I sighed, contented, then closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. I didn't see when Carson moved to stoop in front of me beside the bed. I didn't feel it when he brushed the hair out of my face, nor when he kissed my forehead. I didn't know when his eyes filled with tears he dared not shed, and as I slept, I didn't hear it when he whispered the words that would have had my heart racing 1,000,000 miles a second. I love you too, Laken. Who knew getting whipped could drain so much of your energy? I'd woken up 4 times already, and each time my eyes opened. Carson was there, putting salve on my cuts, or handing me water, or helping me sit up so I could drink the soup he had prepared. If my back wasn't so sore, I'd be jumping for joy at the attention I was getting from him. He was so sweet and gentle. We didn't mention the trial again, for which I was grateful. He'd just sat by me and we talked. Well, it was mostly me talking. He was pretty silent most of the time, which had me guessing he still wasn't over what had happened, but I'd get him out of this mood soon enough. I just had to show him that it didn't bother me and that I was fine. I bet my mom's really worried. I said to him when he entered the room with a glass of water in hand. I assured her you were okay and would be staying here with me for a few days. She thinks it's part of your punishment, he explained. I get to stay with you, I asked, excitement shining in my eyes. He couldn't help but smile. This is great, what are we gonna do? Maybe we could go out again, I said. And if I wasn't on his bed, too sore to move, I'd be bouncing around in excitement. He raised an eyebrow. We won't be going anywhere. You're going to lie in that bed and watch TV or read or whatever until you're not wincing every time you move, he said, handing me the glass of water and the pain pills. I pouted up at him, giving him the puppy dog eyes. He chuckled and tousled my hair. I loved when he was in this mood. I quickly swallowed down the pills with the water and placed the glass on the table beside the bed. Come sit beside me, I said when he went to sit in the chair. He conceded and plopped down beside me, grabbing up the remote control. Hey, I'm the injured one. Shouldn't I get the remote? I said, then reached over, only wincing slightly to grab it from his hand. He evaded me, laughing at my efforts. You'll be asleep in like a second, so there's no point, he said with a chuckle, then kissed my pouty lips. No, I won't. I'm not even tired anymore, I said, adjusting myself carefully to lie flat on my stomach with my head in his lap. He straightened his legs so I could see the TV and began running his fingers through my curls. In an instant, I was out like a light. When I woke again, it was night. Carson was stretched out beside me, fumbling with his leather armband. He seemed deep in thought because when I cleared my throat, he didn't budge until I did it a second time. Oh, you're awake, he said, giving me a sad smile. I thought he'd been over this. Why couldn't he just forgive himself and move on like I'd done? I know it was all still fresh in his mind, being that it had only happened this morning, but geez. I was about to criticize him on it when he spoke. You never told me why you went back into the woods. He still fumbled with the armband, not looking at me. I don't know why, but something told me it would be best not to mention the wolf. Call it sixth sense or whatever, but a bad feeling came over me when I thought of telling him. I thought briefly about lying, but if this morning had taught me anything, it was that doing the wrong thing only got you in bad situations. Just saw a wolf and it seemed friendly, so I followed it, I said, trying to downplay the whole thing. Carson just looked at me. So you're telling me you disobeyed my orders and got yourself punished all because you wanted to play with some wild wolf? He asked. Not angry, just a bit frustrated. Well, when you put it like that, it does sound a bit silly, I joked. I just can't understand you. How are you in such a good mood after what you went through? He was having a hard time understanding. Because I've already accepted it. It's in the past now. The worst is over. I've already put it behind me, and you should too, I said to him. He stared into my eyes for a few minutes. Silent, as if assessing my words. I held his gaze, then smiled when he said, When did you get so wise? And I knew everything was going to be all right. He'd get over it, and we would be able to get on with our lives. Been this way since birth. It's not my fault you're unobservant, I yoked. It was times like this that I had to wonder why I'd ever been afraid to talk to him, or why I'd even feared him. He was so gentle. What was there to fear? Spending so much time with him had shown me his true colors. He might appear tough and mean on the outside, but on the inside he was the sweetest person you could find. Protective. Fair. Caring and dependable. He was perfect. The only thing he wasn't was mine, and right now that was the only thing that scared me. Why do you mean it's stupid? It's one of the best romance movies out there, I tried to convince him. It was Friday morning. 3 days after the trial drama, and we were lounging on his bed, eating ice cream. We'd just finished watching a movie on DVD when he told me he thought the movie was a waste of time. Did you see those werewolves? Ha, it was rubbish. The storyline was bad and the whole damn movie was just bad, he said. You're such a cynic. I mumbled, rolling my eyes at him. Maybe if you'd read the book you wouldn't be saying that, I continued, scooping up some ice cream and sticking it in my mouth. I just wasted 2 hours of my life watching the thing, Laken. There's no way in hell I'm going to sit down and read the thing, he said with a laugh, then frowned when he went to scoop up some ice cream from his bowl and noticed it was empty. He looked over at me, eyeing my dish. Oh, no, you don't. Nobody told you to eat so fast. This is mine, I teased, then shifted the bowl away from him with a mocking grin. Oh, really, it's like that, huh? He grinned, and I watched as he stretched over to his bedside table and opened it, extricating a large bag of sour Skittles. I loved sour Skittles. It was my all-time favorite candy, and he knew it. My eyes narrowed as I glared at him. He tore open the bag and threw out a few into his palm. When he stretched his hand out as if offering me some, I grinned and moved to take them from him, only to have him quickly draw it away. Who was it who said he wasn't sharing his ice cream with me again? An evil-looking grin spread across his face, and I rolled my eyes. Fine. Here, I said, handing him my bowl. You're too easy, he said, taking it from me and handing me the bag of Skittles in return. I tuned him out and delved into the bag. Lost in my world of sweet, sour goodness. You talked to your mom? Yeah. She was crying again. I shook my head. She thinks you're not treating me right, I said with a shrug. Maybe, he began, but I cut him off. No. Like I said, I'm not ready to go back yet. I just want to stay here with you for a while. I could see him smiling from where he crouched on the floor, scooping up what was left of his mirror. After a week and a half, he was just getting around to cleaning up the mess he'd made on the day of my trial. It still amazed me that he'd actually smashed the mirror with his fist. That had to hurt. You're gonna have to go back eventually, you know. I can't keep you from your family, he was saying. They can visit and I'll visit them. I pleaded. As much as I'd love having you live here with me, Laken, it just wouldn't be right. They're your parents. They need you just as much as you need them, he said, trying to be all wise again. I knew he was right, though. Plus, the pack would get suspicious. Me living with the alpha and all. I had to go back. I had to admit, though, the past week and a half had been great. Waking up next to Carson every morning had been the highlight of my days. We'd spent so much time together. I don't think there was one thing I didn't know about him, and not for the first time, I found myself thinking I would never regret being punished that day, because look where it got me. It got us. I got up from the chair and went over to his closet mirror, twisting so I could see my back. It was still sore, but not as bad as the first few days had been. The cuts hadn't healed yet, and I had to take care in how I moved less. I jerked it the wrong way and stunted the healing process. When it eventually healed, it would leave 4 angry-looking scars. If I hadn't fainted that day, it would have been 10, and I shivered at the thought, then turned to see Carson looking at me, his eyes sad. But when he noticed I'd caught him staring, he put on a bright smile and turned to empty the scoop. He wasn't fooling me, though. I knew he still felt guilty, but at least he seemed to be trying to put it behind him. Thought maybe we could leave the house today. Go out for pizza or something, he suggested, and I brightened considerably. Finally. And maybe you can call your friend Lila. Ask her to come along, he said again. I beamed. I hadn't seen Lila in what felt like ages, and maybe I could get her to bring Matt too. It could be like a double date. I grabbed my phone off the bed and dialed her number. I just can't understand how people eat pineapple on pizza. Everybody knows cheese and fruit don't mix, Lila announced, looking at Matt and Carson in disgust. And that's why we're best friends, I said, then grinned when she reached across the table to give me a high five. You're the only people I know who don't like pineapple on pizza. You two have issues, Matt said, pointing his half-eaten slice at us. Matt, keep your food on your plate, Lila reprimanded, only to have him roll his eyes and bite of another chunk. Carson sat beside me, looking on with an amused expression. So far, the date was going well. He seemed to like my friends. Lila was practically gushing over him, and Matt seemed to like him okay enough. At that moment, the soft music that had been playing switched to a popular hip-hop beat, and Lila let out a squeal that had me checking my eardrums to see if they were still intact. Oh my God, Laken, you have to go show us some of your moves, she shouted over the music. Moves? Carson asked, eyeing her like she was a madwoman. She looked at him, her mouth hanging open. Don't tell me you've never seen him dance, oh my God. He's like the next Michael Jackson. Go show him, Laken. I blushed when they all looked at me expectantly. Yeah, fun fact about yours truly. I can dance. I mean really dance. Don't know how or why I was blessed with such a talent, but dancing always came easy to me. Especially breakdancing. But I'd never done it in front of anyone but Lila and Matt before, and I was definitely not about to start in this crowded room. Not that I could, even if I wanted to anyway. What with my back and all. It was still very sore, and even the smallest of movements caused a bit of discomfort. "You can dance?" Carson asked, a look of awe coming over his face. I didn't know if I should be insulted that he was so shocked, or if I should be flattered that he was even interested. I shrugged it off. "Laken, I can't believe you never told him. You should see him, Carson. It's breathtaking. He's been trying to teach me some moves, but I'm a klutz," she said, smiling at Carson. Her eyes bright with excitement. She was always excited. "He doesn't tell me anything. I have to drag every piece of information out of him," Carson told her with a grin. "You do not I tell you stuff," I exclaimed. "Not enough," he said, looking at me with wide, innocent eyes. "Aw, you guys are so cute. I always knew you would end up together," Lila said, clasping her hand in obvious delight. "What do you mean you always knew we'd end up together? You were the one who told me to move on and tried to set me up with Derek," I said with a smirk. Carson looked up at her with questioning eyes. "Psst, don't listen to him, Carson." I might not have said it, but I felt it in here, she said, putting her hand over her heart. I chuckled. "So tell me everything," she enthused, grabbing Carson's hand in hers, causing him to have to stretch slightly over the table. He looked at her confused, then looked to me for help. I just laughed and shook my head. "She wants you to tell her how you feel about Laken. And all that emotional rubbish." Matt spoke up. I almost forgot he was here. He'd been too busy with his pizza to talk before, but now that it was done, he was all ears. Carson looked at her again. What exactly do you want to know?" he asked, uncertain. "Why'd you wait so long to tell him how you felt? Have you always had a crush on him? You taking him to prom, right? Is he your mate? Do you love him? What do you think about marriage, because I have the perfect theme picked out for the wedding?" The questions just flew right out of her, and as usual, she didn't allow him to even answer the first one before she moved on to the next. But when she said the word love and marriage, I immediately put a stop to it. I wasn't even sure if we were officially together. I couldn't let her go, scaring him off. "Lila, chill," I said, but she didn't hear me and would have continued if Matt hadn't put a hand over her mouth. "You don't have to answer that," I told Carson quickly, lest he felt obligated. "Come on, girlie. Let's go for a walk," I heard Matt say to Lila. Then he was getting up out of the booth and dragging her with him. "But I have to know." The rest of her words were cut off as Matt pulled her gently through the crowd. "Sorry about that. She can be a little intense," he supplied. I was gonna say crazy. I chuckled and he joined in. "It's okay. I like her. Seems like she's got your back." He smiled warmly. Then, quick as a flash, he leaned in to give me a small peck on my lips. I blushed, then looked around to see if anyone had noticed. I don't think anyone had. Not that it would really matter since we weren't at home anyway. We had driven to another town. Sorta like a road trip. The drive over had been fun. Lila and Matt had traveled with us. Matt had sat up front with Carson and I'd sat in the back with Lila, where she talked nonstop about clothes she'd bought. Her sister's lack of fashion sense. "How's your back?" Carson asked, bringing me back to the present. He was looking at me with concern. "I'm fine, Carson. I hardly feel a thing." I reassured him with a bright smile. He nodded. "I pretty much know the answer already." "But just out of curiosity, do they know that we're werewolves?" Carson asked. I looked at him carefully, trying to judge how he'd take the news that I'd broken another pack rule. "Yeah, but they won't tell anyone, I swear," I said quickly. "No surprise there." He answered, and I heaved a sigh of relief at how accepting he was of it. "You know, I'm kind of excited to go back to school now," I said randomly. "How come?" "Because now I can put off martial arts for a while longer, what with my back and all." I grinned, pleased with myself. He shook his head. "You'll use that injury to get away with murder, won't you?" He was smiling now. "Gotta use what you got," I replied. "Are we talking about intimate relations?" We both looked up to see Lila grinning down on us. Enraptured, I rolled my eyes. "Something is really wrong with you, girlie," Matt said, sliding into the booth beside her. She fanned him off. "It's okay to talk about intimate relations with us. Maybe we'll learn something," she said, then lowered her voice and continued. "You know, tips for when Matt and I decide to go at it." I burst out laughing, and so did Carson. Matt just looked at her, eyes wide and disbelieving. You're asking gay people for tips on intimate relations. I really don't think it works the same way as between a man and a woman, Lila, he said, calling the words as if she was a child and he was trying to get her to understand. Oh, hush up, Maddie. I know that. I'm talking about foreplay here, she said, looking between me and Carson expectantly. I'm sure we'll figure it out when we get to that point, hun. Matt continued. Did I mention how much I just loved them as a couple? They were crazy and cute and just perfect for each other. Maybe I should be asking about your wedding, I teased. Oh, don't worry, she's got that all planned out, with no input from me, by the way. You'd think she was planning on marrying herself, Matt said with a grin. You get to pick the wine. She turned to him and said with a saucy smile. Gee, thank. He replied, then leaned in to kiss her. I looked at Carson, but he hadn't been following our conversation. He was looking at something across the room. His eyes narrowed and his body tense. My hackles immediately went up. I followed his gaze, and my eyes widened at what I saw. It was the light blonde-haired guy that I'd spoken to at the movies. He was standing with his back to the wall on the far side of the room. Once again wearing a full black suit with his hands buried in his pants pocket. My God, but he was sexy as all get out, not that I'd ever say that out loud. I loved Carson, but that didn't mean I didn't have eyes. Speaking of eyes, his were plastered on me, staring at me like he could see right through me. I swallowed, but I couldn't look away. Something about him was just so familiar. It was on the edge of my mind, but I just couldn't place who he reminded me of. Beside me, Carson cursed softly under his breath. Ingerk. Can't he stick his bloody eyes on someone else's date? My eyes widened. He was jealous. Oh, holy heaven, he was jealous. I can't tell you how happy I was at the realization. My Carson didn't want another guy looking at me. Could this night get any better? Oh yeah, he'd called me his date. I felt like jumping for joy. But of course I had to consider my back. Always with the back. Who's that hottie I heard Lila say? I looked over at her, realizing she was also looking at the mystery guy. Matt sighed in annoyance and I felt Carson tense a bit more beside me. And damn Laken. Look at the way he's eyeing you, like he wants to take you right there on the table, she exclaimed. That's it. We're leaving, Carson growled, getting up from the table and standing aside so I could slide out of the bother after him. Lila winked at me and I smothered a smile. As we walked past the check-in counter, I couldn't help but stare. I knew him from somewhere, I was certain of it. But wouldn't I have remembered someone like that? I felt Carson reach for my hand as we passed him and I leaned into his side, enjoying the feel of his touch. We were holding hands like a real couple, second best night of my life. The first was when we'd been intimate for the first time. When we got into the parking lot, Carson seemed to relax a little, which just confirmed his jealousy, which had me grinning like a fool. Sit up front with me, he said as we approached the car, and I nodded. It didn't take long for Lila to fall asleep. Her head on Matt's shoulder, and a moment later so was he. Couldn't blame them. We'd been out all day. First to the city, where we'd walked around and laughed and talked. Lila had bought some clothes, and Carson had gone into a store at one point and came out with a small bag, but I didn't know what he'd bought and I hadn't asked. Then we'd gone to the movies to watch a horror movie, which wasn't really scary, but Lila had been clinging to Matt like the Grim Reaper was about to jump out of the screen and eat her alive. After that, we'd gone to the pizza place. So all in all, it was a pretty productive day, so I could understand why they'd dropped off so early. I, however, was wide awake. Carson had called me his date and he's been jealous. Nothing could kill my excitement. I watched as he reached out to turn on the radio and I leaned back into the seat, letting the soothing music flow over me on our long drive home. By the time we got back to his quarters, it was 3 a.m. and I was beat. I just wanted to jump between Carson's soft, silky threads and sleep for a few years. I had thrown off my clothes and stood in only my boxers, which is how I usually went to bed whenever I slept over at his place. At the moment, we were standing in the middle of his room while he applied the salve to my cuts. Our nightly ritual. When he finished and I moved to go lay in bed, he stopped me, extricating the bag from earlier out of his pocket. He then turned me around so that my back was once again to him, and I felt him slip something around my neck. Then he stepped back. When I felt the heavy weight around my neck, I looked up at him, eyes wide. Then I went over to the mirror and gasped when I saw it. It was absolutely beautiful, and the detail and quality made it pretty obvious it had cost a fortune. I reached up to touch the pendant. It was a mini clear jar, with what looked like a wine cork screw top held by a twisted leather cord. Inside the jar was a tiny diamond heart. Only the heart wasn't the classic curved shape that you saw on Valentine's Day cards. It was fashioned into a real human heart. The detail was magnificent. I just stood there, staring at it in awe. Nobody had ever given me something like this before. "It means you have my heart," he whispered. My gaze met his in the mirror for a brief second before I spun around and wrapped my arms around him tightly. Tears springing to my eyes. He was saying he loved me. The next morning we stood in his kitchen, surrounded by mixing bowls, dirty plates, eggshells, and flour. Lots and lots of flour. We were baking a cake. Well, at least we were trying to bake a cake. Earlier this morning, as we lay watching TV, we'd seen a pastry ad come over, and I had casually mentioned that it would be cool to bake a cake one day, and he suggested we do it. So now here we were. Cookbooks out, and the kitchen a mess. It said mix until creamy, not stab the living daylights out of the thing. Carson said to me, trying to take the bowl from my hand. I sidestepped him and rolled my eyes. "It doesn't matter how you mix it, as long as it gets creamy." I shook my head at him. "The book said," he began, but I cut him off. "Screw the book. I've watched my mom do this 1,000,000 times. I know what I'm doing," I said, turning away from him and continuing with the mixing. "So what? You're just as clueless as I am, and I say we follow the book before you ruin it. And I say you sit there and look pretty while I do my thing," I sassed. He shook his head, then turned to his own batter. He was baking brownies from scratch. I walked over to where he stood to inspect his handiwork. "Is it supposed to be that watery?" I asked in confusion. I don't know," he answered, poking at the batter with his spoon. "I did everything the book said, so I'm just gonna stick it into the oven." He took up the tin and opened the oven door. "I thought you'd preheated it." "It's not even on," he said, and frustrated. I raised an eyebrow. "No, you were supposed to preheat it while I cracked the eggs, remember?" Shaking his head, he turned on the oven, adjusted the control, and stuck the tin inside. "Well, it can't make much of a difference whether or not it's preheated, right?" he asked me. I shrugged. How should I know? And turned back to my own mixture, which had finally gotten creamy. In the end, we ended up burning them to a crisp, so we threw everything out and went to a nearby pastry shop to get a box of jelly donuts. Then we sat on his carpet in front of his wide screen, chomping away at the sugary treats. "Now this is what you call a movie," he said between mouthfuls. I chuckled. "Yeah, if there's no blood and gore, the movie is pointless," I said sarcastically. "Exactly," he replied, distractedly, eyes glued to the screen. I just leaned against him, fingering my necklace. I still couldn't get over his confession. He hadn't said the 3 magic words, but I knew exactly what he'd meant. Wow, the alpha in love with me. I had to be dreaming. 3 days later, I sat in class with Lila talking about Neil. The chemistry teacher, who was always punctual, still hadn't arrived, so everyone in the class was using the opportunity to goof off. "I can't believe he's still not talking to you. He's so immature," Lila was saying to me. I had told her about following Neil into the woods and how he'd reacted when I'd confronted him about it afterwards. But I failed to mention the white wolf, or even the fact that I had been on trial. "Some secrets were your own to keep," I sighed. "It's partially my fault, though. I should have tried talking to him more about it. I mean, she is the love of his life, after all." I looked to the far end of the room. Neil had even moved from his seat beside me to sit as far away from me as possible. The last time I had been in a situation like this was in kindergarten. He really was being childish, but I had to apologize to him. I couldn't help but feel like it was my fault why he'd started hanging out with Steven and his friends. Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to mention that part. He spent pretty much all his free time with the jerks, and who knew what kind of trouble they were getting into. Oh wait. I did. I winced as I felt the familiar stab of discomfort along my spine. This morning, as I'd stood at my locker, Steven had walked up to me and slammed me into it, laughed and walked off, with Steven trailing behind him. He hadn't even had the decency to look at me. At the moment, he had his head down on his desk, and I felt another nudge of guilt because Carson had seen when Steven had done what he did, and as the group of them had tried to walk past him, Carson had punched him right in the face. Just like that. Boy, had I been impressed. Then he'd taken Neil aside and said something to him. I wasn't sure what exactly. But from the droop in Neil's shoulders, it couldn't have been good. I sighed again. That was nothing for him to act that way over. That would be putting you at risk. He was selfish to ask you that. Lila said. For once her face was serious. Will everyone settle down, please? Settle down. Settle down. I heard the principal's voice and reluctantly turned away from her to look to the front of the class, and boy, did my heart go on a racetrack. I looked over at Lila, who was now looking at me. A grin spread wide on her face. I couldn't even form a coherent thought. I just shifted my gaze once more to the front of the class. Mrs. Reed won't be back for a while. Apparently she has other things to take care of, at this time of the year. The principal went on. He was clearly not impressed with Mrs. Reed's lack of consideration, but fortunately, Mr. Fawn, Sage here stepped in at the right time, so he will be your substitute until she gets back, he announced, then looked at his watch and turned and walked out of the class, leaving Mr. Marion, tall, dark, and sexy, standing there, his gaze roaming the faces before him, to land on mine. He smiled, and I could have sworn half the female population of the class sighed in pleasure, just like the first 2 times I had seen him. He was dressed in all black. Only this time he wasn't in a full suit, but just looking at his attire. Any amateur could see that. Those clothes weren't something a person could afford of a teacher's salary. Family money, maybe. Good morning, class. As your principal already told you, I'm Mr. Dishon, Sage. But I do think it's terribly boring, so you can all just call me Lucas. His heavily accented voice sent shivers down my spine. It sounded like British mixed with Italian, and damn if it wasn't dipped in honey because the rich sound was sweet on the ears. His eyes still held mine, much like it had the night at the pizza place. Only this time, he looked mildly amused rather than like he wanted to take the clothes from my body. Today, we won't be doing any work. We'll just try to get to know each other. So let's have some introductions. Starting with you. Why wasn't I surprised he'd called on me, as I moved to stand, my heart pounding in my chest? Mr. Sage went over to the front of his desk and leaned against it, arms in his pockets. Your name. One thing you love and one thing you hate, he said, looking directly into my eyes. My name's Laken Cardinelli. One thing I love is... Carson's face popped up in my mind at the thought, but obviously I couldn't say that. So I said the next best thing. Sour Skittles, and one thing I hate is, math. Really, that's what you hate? He asked, tilting his head to the side. And damn if that didn't look strangely familiar. Well, I think I'll go next then. I'm Lucas Sage. As you all already know, I love a challenge and I hate broken promises. He intoned, his eyes boring into mine with such an intensity I had to look away, and I got the strangest feeling he was trying to tell me something. You may sit, Mr. Cardinelli. Who's next? And of course Lila's hand shot up. I'm Lila Monti. I love my boyfriend Matt. The class chuckled at this. And I hate pineapple pizza topping. That's pretty much how the entire class went. After he'd told me to sit, I'd put my head on the desk and didn't raise it again until the bell rang, signaling the end of the period. Come prepared to start some real work next time. Laken, may I speak with you, please? I'll wait for you outside, Lila said with a wink. I rolled my eyes and I slowly, and with obvious reluctance, made my way over to him. He was half sitting on his desk, his hand clasped loosely in his lap. He didn't speak until the last student exited the room. Is it that you have a really short memory, or are you just trying to forget? He was smiling as he said this. I looked at him confused. I don't understand. Try to remember who I am, Laken. I'm sure if you give it even the slightest bit of thought, it will come to you. I remember you from the pizza place and the movies, but... I started. You'll figure it out, he said then. You may go. And with that, I went to go find Lila, who was standing at my locker. So she asked, eyes wide. So what? I asked, trying to play ignorant. What did he want? He says I know him from somewhere and I should try to remember. That's all. The guy is weird, Lila. I dumped my books into the locker and slammed it shut. Well, do you? I'm pretty sure I'd remember a face like that if I'd seen him before. But I feel like he's familiar somehow. I don't know. I shrugged it off. You're right. You would remember a face like that. Oh my God, imagine what Carson's gonna say when he finds out he's your teacher, she exclaimed suddenly, eyes ablaze with delight. I shook my head. He'd probably try to pull me from the class, I joked to myself. You're dropping chemistry. What, I can't drop chemistry? It's my favorite subject. It's like I knew him inside out. We were in my room at my parents' house. I'd finally moved back on Sunday. I sat around my desk doing homework and he was across the room lounging on my bed. Laken, the guy's a pervert. I don't want you in that class with him, he said. He sounded like he meant it, but somehow I couldn't quite take him seriously when he was lying on my bed, playing catch with a stuffed rabbit I'd had since I was 5 years old. I took up my phone and snapped a picture. He didn't notice. It's not like he can do anything with so many students there, I explained. And when he calls you into his office or gives you detention and you're stuck there with him, then what he said wisely. I didn't want to drop chemistry, so I'd just have to take the risk. You're overreacting and I'm not dropping my favorite subject. I can hardly stand school as it is. This is probably the only thing keeping me going. I turned back to my books. You're dropping it. He was finally sitting up now. Stuffed toy discarded. I turned fully to look at him. Eyes glinting. Is that an order, Alpha? I don't know why. But for some reason I thought we'd passed that stage. I said. Arms folded. Mouth set in an angry line. He sighed and shook his head. A request. And I could tell it was hard for him to say that. Well, request denied. When he glared over at me, I grinned and got up. Then sat down in his lap when I reached over to him, putting my arms around his neck. Stop worrying so much. I'll be fine. He slipped his arm around my waist, but he still wasn't smiling. So I kissed him, and almost immediately, his bad mood was forgotten and he was kissing me back, hands sliding up my shirt, causing me to shiver. I felt him tense when his hand traveled up my back. We can't, he said, releasing me and standing so that I was forced to get off his lap. Why not? I'm fine. Honest, you're not fully healed and I'm not taking the chance of making it worse. His voice was firm, which meant no. I glared up at him for a second, then went back to my books. You win some, you lose some. Laken, dinner's ready, my mom called up to me. Coming, I was downstairs in a flash. Man, was I starving. Where's Dad? I questioned when we sat at the table. Oh, you know him. Working late again, he said. But she wouldn't look me in the eyes, which meant she was lying. Ever since the night of the trial, my dad hadn't said a word to me. He wouldn't even look at me. I knew I'd disappointed him, but his attitude towards me hurt. I'd have preferred if he'd yelled or called me every name he could think of. But to ignore me, it was the worst. How can I make him know how sorry I am? What do I have to do, Mom? I asked. She looked over at me, tears in her eyes, then reached across the table for my hand. Just give him time, dear. He'll come around. I promise. Then she offered me a small smile, which didn't help in any way to make me feel better about the situation. I really wish you'd just tell me why you went into the woods, Laken, she voiced, her eyes pleading. We got a new chem teacher today. Mrs. Reed just up and left, I said, changing the subject. She sighed, but played along anyway. Really, I hope she knows her stuff. Can't have her ruining your favorite subject for you. She smiled. Actually, it's a guy. We looked around when I heard the key in the door, which meant Dad was home. I straightened in the chair. Night, he grumbled when he entered. Hey, sweetheart. How was your day? My mom asked when he came over and kissed her on the cheek. Not bad, was his reply. Then he was out of the room and up the stairs. He hadn't even spared me a glance. Don't worry, honey. I'll talk to him for you, my mom said, trying to make me feel better. Instead of answering, I took up my fork and ate a few bites. My appetite now non-existent. After a few moments of uncomfortable silence, she said, You know, I heard the council will be gathering a group of females werewolves next week. They say it's strange the alpha hasn't found his mate yet, so they're going to try to help him out, she said excitedly. Can you imagine the alpha finding his mate? It will be so sweet to watch. She continued with a grin. My eyes flashed up to her and I swallowed hard. Carson hadn't said anything about that. They can do that. Of course. They're the council. But obviously it will still be the alpha's decision whether or not he wants to go through with it. But why wouldn't he? She said, scooping up some mashed potato. Mom, what if the alpha never finds a mate? Then what? I asked, my voice soft and shallow. Well, I doubt that will happen, but it's possible, and if his mate doesn't show up before his 20th birthday, then she won't show up at all. The council will choose someone for him and he'll eventually perform the ritual. That's the custom. Yeah, I answered in a soft voice. I put my hand over my heart. I could literally feel it breaking. His birthday was on the 13th of January and today was the 5th of December. He didn't have much time left. And it seemed that no matter how this played out, I'd be the one to lose out. If he didn't find a mate, one would be selected for him. My hand drifted up to the pendant and I clutched it and closed my eyes. Laken, are you all right? When I opened them, it was to find her staring at me in concern. I don't feel very well. I think I'll go to bed. Then I pushed out of the chair. What's wrong, honey? She had gotten up as well. Her eyes wide with the concern of a mother. Just a headache, Mom. Then I ran up the stairs, slammed my room door shut, and buried my head in my pillow, waiting for the tears to come. Nothing happened. I think I was probably just too heartbroken to cry. I don't know how long as I lay there looking up at the ceiling before I took up my phone and sent him a text. Didn't you tell me the council WLD choose a mate for you if you don't find one by 2 oath? I woke up with a jolt, my heart pounding in my chest from the dream I'd just had. It had been about the white wolf. He'd been lying in the forest, hurt and dying. And with his last breath he'd said I should have kept my promise. That's what woke me at 3 a.m. that morning. I'd finally figured it out. Mr. Sage was the white wolf. Didn't you tell me the council what'd choose a mate for you if you don't find one by 2 oath? I'm in a meeting right now. We'll talk about this at school tomorrow, okay? Fine. He was late. I reread the text, then placed the phone in my pocket once more. Classes had started 30 minutes ago, yet I still stood outside, leaning against the ancient tree at the front of the school, waiting for him to get here. I couldn't believe I was skipping classes for the pleasure of getting bad news. Ever since my mom had told me about the whole council situation last night, I'd been on edge. I was so nervous to hear what he had to say because I honestly didn't know how I'd manage without him. The very thought of going back to the life I had without him scared me. I didn't want him to find a mate, ever. Selfish. But I didn't give a damn. I just wanted him to myself. When I felt the violent shiver that ran through my body, my eyes widened. My wolf was actually agreeing with me. I looked up when I heard the slamming of a car door to see Carson walking over to me, his bag slung over his right shoulder. Sorry I'm late. Got held back by the council, he said, and my eyes narrowed. What, no greeting, he said again with a slight smile. When I didn't reciprocate, his face fell and he started his explanation. I know I should have told you, but honestly I didn't see the point, he began. You didn't see the point of letting me know that you were just pretty much using me for intimate time until your mate shows up or the council chooses one for you. I knew I wasn't being fair and I knew it wasn't the truth, but I was too upset and scared to care. His eyes darkened and his mouth flattened into an angry line. Stop talking nonsense, Laken. You know that's not what's going on here, he all but growled at me. You probably didn't intend to do it, but that's exactly what's happening. When you find a mate or the council finds one for you, then that's it for us. I looked at him, trying to hold back the tears that had gathered. I'm not looking for a mate, and I sure as hell won't let the council choose one for me. Like I told you before, I'm going to tell the pack I'm gay eventually, but in the meantime, they're going to have to get over the fact that I don't give a damn about heirs and all that stuff. The only thing I care about is you, and don't you dare forget that he poked me in the chest, as he said, the last bit clearly still furious with me. My heart soared at his words because I could tell he was dead serious, and when Carson was like this, nothing could sway him. Maybe. Just maybe this could end well for us. My face broke out into a wide grin at his words, but fell immediately when something occurred to me. What if I find a mate? I asked, my eyes wide. Why hadn't I thought about this before? If I found a mate, I would be bound to him, divided by her, and I would lose all feelings for Carson. Just like that. Werewolves, with the exception of the alpha bloodline, weren't able to sense their mate until they reached the age of 18. I was still 16, so obviously I couldn't sense a thing, but I could have been seeing my mate and interacting with him divided by her all my life, and I won't know who it is until after my 18th birthday. If Carson was as in love with me as I thought he was, then he'd be shattered when that happened. The best thing that could happen for both of us would be to never find our mates. I desperately hoped I never did because I couldn't imagine loving someone as much as I loved Carson. I didn't want to love anyone else. Then you better take good care of him, because I'm sure he'll love you more than he can probably bear, he said, with a soft smile. But aren't you worried? If I do, I won't feel the same way about you, I said, biting my lip. He ruffled my hair. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Now, I'm actually late for a test. So we all good, he asked. He was no longer angry, but back to his normal fun-loving self. I smiled sheepishly. Well, we have a year and a half to figure out how to deal with my case, so I guess we're good. He put his arm around my shoulders and didn't let go until we got to the front doors of the school and we had to go our separate ways. Him to a history test and me to Mr. Sage's class. Mr. Sage, the white wolf. I hated going to class late because other than the detention aspect, it's like as soon as you entered, everybody was looking at you like you'd committed murder or something. However, this is not what greeted me when I opened the door to his chem class 45 minutes late. No one looked up because everyone was staring at some kind of experiment Mr. Sage was doing. All the chairs were pushed up to the sides of the walls and the desks were pushed together to form one huge table in the middle of the classroom. Mr. Down. Sage stood at one end pouring something into a beaker while all the students flocked around him, watching with obvious fascination. Well, this was new. School policy was that students didn't get to do lab experiments until their senior year. So this was certainly an interesting change for me. For us. I dropped my bag on an empty chair and went to find a space where I could see what was going on. Nice of you to join us, Laken. Mr. Sand. Sage announced with a smile. 16 pairs of eyes turned to look at me, and I blushed scarlet. Why did teachers always find it necessary to embarrass me in front of the class? Come assist me with this, he said again, and I hid a sigh of annoyance. I was on instant alert as I stood next to him holding the beaker as he poured in the solution. My help wasn't even necessary. The table had been doing an excellent job of holding the beaker before I came along, as he leaned closer to me so he could tilt the rest of the solution out. The hairs on my skin rose up and a shiver ran down my spine, threatening to tip the solution in my hand. Be careful. You don't want to spill this, he said softly. His voice skated over me, filling my senses with its velvety sweetness. Oh my goodness. What the hell was going on with me? Why was I feeling this? What was I even feeling? It almost felt like when I was with Carson. It wasn't the same level of attraction, but something was definitely here. When the realization really hit me that I was attracted to this being standing beside me, took a step back. The beaker shaking precariously in my hand. My heart beating fast. No, I couldn't be attracted to someone else. It must be something he was letting off because when I wasn't near him, I didn't feel a thing. Laken. What are you doing? Step back over here, please. Mr. Sage said with a smirk. Almost like he knew what I was feeling. I took a hesitant step forward and held myself stiffly while he continued. As soon as I was free to let it go. I was on the other side of the room as fast as my legs could take me, and my thoughts were confirmed because from where I stood I couldn't feel a thing. I was looking at him and my brain acknowledged that he was absolutely gorgeous, but there was no attraction. Weird. I knew there was something strange about him. He couldn't be a werewolf. He was probably some sort of mutant dog with some kind of strange powers of attraction or something. You okay? I looked to my left at the sound of Lila's voice. She stood there with raised eyebrows and a hint of concern. Yeah. Fine. I assured her, then pushed off the wall. Why were you so late? You have any idea how boring this prison is without you to entertain me, she went on with her usual drama. And what was that with Mr. Sexy up there? I looked up at her in surprise. What do you mean? What'd you mean? What do I mean? You could try cutting the tension with a butter knife and it still would make a dent. I rolled my eyes. I'll tell you everything later. Let's just go pay attention before you land me in detention again, I said, pulling her back to the group of students. After class, I hung back until every single student had left. Even telling Lila to go to lunch without me, I couldn't let the day pass without telling him I knew. I walked over his desk and paused. He looked up from where he sat and smiled a smile that went straight to his eyes. Hello, Laken, he said in the voice. You're the white wolf, aren't you? Wow. Way to be subtle, bro. Instead of looking surprised or staring at me like I'd possibly lost my mind, his grin widened and he leaned back in his chair. It's about time you figured it out. I was starting to wonder if I would have to tell you after all. I really didn't relish the thought of being with someone who couldn't figure out what was obviously staring him in the face. But then I always knew you were a smart one. Ah, thanks, it wasn't really that hard to… Wait, did you say be with? I had to be hearing things. There was no way this practical stranger just told me casually. Like it was a normal, everyday occurrence that, of course. I'm sorry, but I don't think we're on the same wavelength here, sir. Lucas. He corrected. I thought you said… Well, implied that we would be together. I went on as if he hadn't interrupted me. Of course. He said again. Which had me looking at him much like the way I usually looked at Lila when she said something that would make no sense in heaven or on earth. Is there a problem? He said again, and I just stood there at a loss for words. This guy was a lunatic. No doubt about it. They'd hired a crazy person to teach a bunch of kids. Well, I don't even know you. I finally got out. What do you want to know? You can ask me anything, he said calmly. I opened my mouth and closed it. I didn't even know how to proceed. This entire situation felt like a mixed-up dream that I'd wake up from any minute now. Okay, you look a bit confused. So here's the thing. He leaned forward, eyes and voice growing serious. The atmosphere heated. He looked me directly in my eyes and I stared back, unable to break his gaze. I've been watching you for a while now. I've fallen in love with you and I've grown tired of sitting on the sidelines watching and waiting to no end. I want us to be together, he announced. Shock couldn't describe what I was feeling at that moment. This had to be a dream. Nobody just walks up to a person and tells them they've pretty much been stalking them and they think they should get together. I took a step back. I don't understand. What don't you understand, Laken? I love you and I want us to be together. I'd think that would be pretty straightforward, he said. But you're my teacher. It was the only thing I could think to say under the circumstances. Technicalities. What does me being your teacher have to do with anything? He said. Then, on his next words, his eyes glinted. You didn't have a problem with being with your alpha. How did you? I started. Like I said, I've been watching. Then he sighed and pushed up from his chair. I understand how you feel about him. But I assure you, I can make you just as happy, if not more, he whispered, towering over me. I took 2 steps back. This is insane. I don't even know you. I've never seen you before the first night in the woods. I've been in this country since the summer. I was just passing through. I spotted you and I decided to stay for a while. He said it as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I decided to keep a low profile to observe you, and if I didn't like what I observed, I'd leave without you ever having to know I was here. But I've looked my fill, and now I'm here to claim you. He reached out a hand to touch my cheek, and I flinched away like I'd been scorched. Claim me. This isn't the 18th century. You can't just tell somebody you're here to claim them. What was with this guy? You didn't keep your promise. You were supposed to come back to the forest the next day. I shook my head at the turn my day had taken. I couldn't. I got in trouble for going in the first place. I'm sorry to hear. I looked up at him again. I've never seen a werewolf change into that form before. I said, I'm a shapeshifter. I only chose the wolf form because I figured you'd be more comfortable with one of your own kind. He smiled. Wow, a shapeshifter. I thought the only family of shapeshifters left were in France or something, I asked, excited now. It was like history coming to life. I'd always heard about shapeshifters, but I'd never actually seen one. So you can, turn into rats and birds and stuff. He wrinkled his nose at the mention of rats. No, nothing that small. The smallest animal I can shift into is a dog, and the largest a bear, and no, I can't fly. He chuckled, and I found myself joining in. Not because it was a particularly funny joke, but just because his laugh was contagious. So, you say you've been watching me. Don't you think that's a little creepy? He smiled. I wasn't stalking you if that's what you're thinking. I was just, okay, maybe I was stalking. But it would be a bit difficult to observe without stalking. Don't you think? He grinned and just continued staring at me. The thing about his stares, though, was that it seemed he was taking in everything about me with just a single look, and for some reason it made me feel alive. He stepped forward. his eyes still holding mine and bent slightly to lower his face to mine, but I pushed at his chest, causing him to pull away. "I can't, I'm with someone," I said. He sighed. "Yes, you're with a man who has to hide to be who he is with you. A man who doesn't even have the courage to tell those he rules over that he's gay. Trust me, Laken. You deserve better. You deserve someone like me." "No. Carson is perfect. He's not a coward, and I'm definitely not leaving him for you, so just forget it." He had angered me with his cruel words. He had no idea what kind of person Carson was. He was the sweetest, kindest person you could ever meet. The pack respected him, and so did I. I didn't need some bloody, crazy shapeshifter telling me otherwise. I turned on my heels. I grabbed up my bag and made my way to the door. "I'll make you see reason, Laken. You're mine, and like I said, I like a challenge." I didn't have to turn around to see the grin on his handsome face. I could already hear it in his voice. I rolled my eyes and pushed through the door. "Dream on, buddy." I thought to myself, before I even tell you this, I want you to know that I'm only telling you because I'd rather not keep secrets from you. I'm not dropping chemistry, and I can handle this," I said carefully, making sure he heard every word I said and understood where I was going with this. "This can't be good," he sighed, watching idly as people passed us on the crowded street. We had decided to take a break from camp and just go into town to look at Christmas lights and do a bit of Christmas shopping. I'd gotten a few things for Lila, but he was still walking empty-handed. "So, Lucas told me." "Lucas, since when are you on a first-name basis with him?" He turned to stare at me incredulously. "Since he told everybody to call him Lucas." I rolled my eyes. "Anyway, long story short, he told me he's been watching me for a while. He's in love with me, and he's here to claim me." Saying it out loud, I realized how absolutely ridiculous it sounded, but of course Carson being Carson took it seriously. He stopped walking altogether and just stared at me. "Claim you? What is this, the 18th century?" he asked. "That's exactly what I said," I exclaimed with a grin. "And what the hell does he mean, watching you?" His eyes were blazing now, and people were starting to stare. I grabbed onto his arm, trying to calm him. "Carson, who cares?" I told him there was no way I'd go out with him. "So there's no problem here. I told you I could handle him. You rejected him, and he just took it like that after he pretty much confessed his undying love," he said sarcastically. "Well, pretty much, I guess. I mean, he knows nothing will come of it. Pretty much. Which mean he didn't just accept it." "What did he say?" His eyes glinted with unconcealed anger. I sighed. I knew I should have kept it to myself. I mumbled, then walked on. He followed, and when he was at my side once again, he said, "Well, I can't believe this." I sighed again. He said he likes a challenge. Happy I looked at him in annoyance. I just wanted to enjoy our day out. I didn't want to talk about Lucas anymore. Why did I have to bring this up? "We'll see who gets who," he mumbled. "This isn't a competition, Carson. You've already won." I tried to make him see. He didn't seem convinced. The jerk won't know what hit him. I stood in my usual spot behind everyone else listening as he discussed pack business. As usual, his words went right over my head because I was just too focused on watching the many different expressions play out on his handsome face. This was probably why I loved pack meetings so much, because I was able to watch him with total abandon and no one would question my stares. "The council has informed me that they have selected a group of some of the bravest and strongest she-wolves for the role of my mate." I looked up as he said this, my eyes growing wide. Mumbling started in the crowd, getting louder and louder as people began expressing their views with each other. Carson stood silently on the platform, his eyes skimming the crowd to land on me. I gave him a small smile and he continued, "I know many of you have been questioning why it is that I don't have a mate yet, or if I'm even going to find a mate before the full moon, but as much as I appreciate the council's aid, and be assured that I have absolutely nothing against the women they have chosen, I won't be choosing a mate produced by the council. When I mark my mate, it will be my true mate, and whether or not that person comes before or after the full moon has no bearing on the situation." After this announcement, people couldn't keep quiet any longer. Everyone was talking, some animatedly, some disappointed and others disapproving. "If you all will just quiet down, we'll move on to other notices," Carson said softly, and not for the first time. I was amazed at how he could get a pack of over 400 wolves to obey him without even raising his voice. My heart swelled with pride. You'll be happy to know that hunts will continue from now on. The forest is no longer out of bounds, however, you are all expected to stay within the territory. No one is allowed to cross the border. His voice was firm, and I held my head down in shame when he looked at me again. He was obviously saying it to me. Not that he'd have to worry about that anymore. I was done breaking the rules. I'd learned my lesson the hard way, and I certainly wasn't interested in getting a second dose. Cheers rose up within the pack at the news that the hunt was now open. Everyone had been so restless for the past month and a half, and we were all pretty excited to get back out there, feeling the wind in our fur, the smell of the forest and the dirt beneath our paws. Don't forget, everyone should travel in pairs or more, but no one should go out alone. That is all. With that, the meeting was over, and in no time. Guys were stripping down, and others had already shifted into their wolves. Their excitement was contagious as I found myself longing to run with them. You coming? I looked around when I heard his voice to see him standing beside me, naked to his waist. We're gonna hunt, I asked, excited. Think we'll leave the hunting for next time. I was thinking we could go for a swim. He smiled down at me, his eyes warm with happiness. I pulled the shirt over my head and dropped it to the dirt. Then I gave him a wink, and before he could respond, I shifted and darted off into the forest, heading towards our lake. It didn't take long for him to catch up, and then we were running side by side. Step for step. Breath for breath. It was great to be back out here. I had missed this, and the way my wolf was all but prancing between the trees, I could tell he was happy to finally enjoy the forest once more as well, much like the first time I'd come here. It was deserted, which meant Carson and I had the lake all to ourselves. I shifted and stripped off my pants, unashamed that he was seeing me. This wouldn't be the first time after all. Or the second, or the third, or the... well, you get the point. I heard a loud splash behind me as soon as I jumped in and turned in the water, waiting for Carson to come to the surface. I yelped when I felt strong hands grab my feet and pull me under the surface. I kicked out at them and rose above once more, gasping for air, to find Carson laughing at my expression. I splashed him but couldn't help but join in. We spent most of the day playing around, much like we had before, trying to dunk each other or see who could stay under longer. It was fun. But then every moment spent with Carson was fun. I was now sitting on the bank, my feet in the water, watching him. He was floating on his back right at my feet. I know an alpha doesn't like to let people know his weaknesses. But would you tell me some of your fears? I asked. He squinted up at me. I'd think you'd have figured it out already. Losing you is my biggest fear. I smiled and ran my feet along his side. He floated further away, then flipped around, went under for a second, and broke the surface once more, this time standing. I watched the water glisten in the sun as it streamed down his chest. My eyes shifted to his face when he walked over to where I sat and pulled himself out of the lake to sit beside me. Okay, before you met me, what was your biggest fear? I tried again. Meeting you, he said with a chuckle. Carson, I'm serious, I said, pushing at his shoulder. But it's true. Because I knew that if I met you and I got to know you, we'd get close and my father would take you away from me. He had picked up my hand and was now playing around with my fingers. Okay. Other than anything to do with me. What else do you fear? He thought about it for a second. Not being able to protect my pack, he said softly. I nodded. What about you? What are your fears? He asked, looking at my face. Spiders, I said, and he started laughing. I chuckled. No. For real, though. I guess I'm afraid of what my parents and the pack will think if they ever find out about us. His face grew serious. It doesn't really matter what they think because I won't be choosing them over you. Never again. His hand tightened on mine and I looked down at them with a smile. Somehow, those words were believable. No, Carson, stop, I screamed at him, trying to push him away from me. I scrambled to the edge of the bed only to have him drag me back to the center, and his hands were all over me again as he tried to tickle the very life out of me. Just say the magic words, Laken. That's all you have to do. He grinned, taking pleasure in making me squirm. I was just a giggling mess of a boy, rolling around on his bed as he continued his tickle fest. Please, 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 I got out between giggles. Wrong, and he caught me around the waist, tickling my belly. Then my sides, under my arms, my neck. everywhere until I didn't know what to do with myself. Haha, stop, I squealed again. Not until you say it. Fine, fine, I love you. I got out, knowing it's what he wanted to hear, and just like that, the tickling stopped, and I breathed a sigh of relief, then opened my eyes, surprised to see his face so close to mine. I love you too, he whispered, then took my lips between his, and a moment later, it wasn't his tickles that had me squirming. Later, we sat on the ground in front of his widescreen TV, game controllers in hand. He was wiping my behind at Battlefield. He'd killed me so many times I had to wonder if my character had it left in him to come alive again. When he got in another kill, I dropped the controller and folded my arms. This game sucks. He chuckled. Don't be a sore loser, babe, he said, ruffling my hair. You told your mom you're staying at Lila's, right? He asked, while flipping through the different TV channels. Yeah, but I don't think she believes me. She thinks I'm in some kind of gang. She even gave me a lecture on drugs before I left, I said, shaking my head. Carson laughed. If only she knew. The next day, I sat in the cafeteria with my usual crowd, that being Lila and Matt. I had just finished telling them about Mr. Sage and how he was a shapeshifter with a huge crush on me. Aw, that's so cute. Really a shapeshifter. That's so cool. They had both spoken in unison. Oh, did I mention Matt finally believes that I'm a wolf? Yeah, I'd given him a little demonstration a few weeks back. He took it well. I responded to Lila first. How is that cute, and I thought you liked Carson. I do. But come on, Laken. The guy actually stayed here for you. He turned into a wolf form to make you comfortable around him, and he's teaching at your school. Don't you think that's sweet? She enthused. No, I think it's creepy, I answered. Of course Lila would like the crazy guy. They had a lot in common after all. I say forget him and stick to Carson. This guy sounds like some crazy stalker. Matt said. She glared at him. Of course I love Carson. He's a great guy, but... Laken, you've only ever had your eyes on Carson. What if someone better comes along but you're too devoted to Carson to notice I say give this guy a chance? Would you leave Matt to give some other guy a chance? I asked her. Matt looked over as well. Of course not. I love Matt, she announced. Exactly, and I love Carson. But it's not the same. I've been with guys before Matt, so I know that choosing him was the right choice. You've only ever been with Carson, so you don't know what else is out there. She said. I don't want to know what else is out there. There's nobody better than Carson for me. She sighed, throwing her hands up in the air. I give up. Good, Matt said, and she glared at him again. And then smiled when he kissed her pouty lips. Give him a chance. No, stick with Carson. I looked up at them both. Yep, it was official, Team Carson and Team Lucas. Staring me right in the face. After school that day, as I walked through the front door leading outside, I spotted Lucas leaning against the railing at the end of the stairs. He straightened up when he saw me and pushed away from it to stand directly in front of me, blocking my path. Hey, Laken. I wanted to talk to you for a bit, he said. Ook. I replied, wanting to be anywhere but here. I know I came off a bit strong the other day, and I wanted to apologize. I guess I was just so happy that you finally figured out who I was. I just got caught up in the moment. I came off sounding like a jerk, and I want you to know that's not who I am. By now, my eyes had gone wide at his words. I could tell he wasn't playing around with me. His eyes were sincere. I was wondering if we could just forget about that whole mess and start over. He smiled. Not the cocky smile that I had gotten accustomed to seeing in his face. A real smile. Gentle and true. Hey, Laken, let's go. I looked around to see Carson standing behind me, his eyes glaring down at Lucas. Can't you see we're having a conversation here? Lucas's voice had gone steely and his eyes narrowed. Does it look like I give a damn? Carson said, then took my arm, pulling me away from him. Don't you think he has a mind of his own? Or is that what you do, control everything he does? I heard Lucas say. Carson stopped, then dropped my arm. Fine. Laken. What do you want to do? He asked, still glaring at the teacher. I looked between both of them, annoyed that they'd put me on the spot like this. Could we maybe just continue this some other time? I really do need to get home. I called after Lucas. I watched as his face fell, and I felt a twinge in the region of my heart. I really didn't like the thought of hurting people. Sure, he said, plastering a smile on his face. He glared at Carson once more, then turned and entered the building, leaving us alone. What was that about anyway? He asked me as we walked towards his car. Do you want me to give you a detailed description of every conversation I have with him, or something? I asked. Eyebrow raised. Fine. Keep it to yourself then. He gritted out and I sighed. He was just apologizing for the way he acted the other day. I told him, buckling my seatbelt when I sat. Carson didn't answer but just started up the vehicle and maneuvered it out of the parking lot. I sighed once more. Nothing good would come of this situation. The day started out like any other. I woke up. My mom called me down for breakfast. My dad grunted a reluctant hello. Carson picked me up and took me to school. We kissed goodbye in the car and went on our separate ways. School even progressed like usual. I listened to Lila and Matt bicker like an old married couple. I got through the stairs Lucas gave me in class and even managed to get out so fast he didn't even see me leave. Yep, a seemingly regular day, right? Nothing too exciting. No drama. Just good old-fashioned normal, right? Wrong. Today was the day I was to go to martial arts. My wounds had finally healed, so Carson said it was time I went, and darned if I wasn't scared out of my wits. I stood outside the auditorium after school where they had training, and sighed. My palms had gone clammy, so I wiped it against my track pants, then took a staggering breath before pushing the door and going in. Guys and girls milled around, some drinking water or other energy drinks, others stretching, and some just standing around talking. Nobody seemed to notice me, and there was no sign of Stephen. So far, so good. I dropped my bags on the bottom bench and took its seat, placing my elbows on my knees and my chin in my hands. Guess I'm early, I thought to myself. Everybody seemed to know each other, and while I recognized a few of them from either my class or just around school, I'd never actually spoken to them, so I decided to just keep it that way and watch them do their thing. Who knows? Maybe Stephen fell off the face of the earth and maybe the coach would ignore me. You know, I'm starting to think I'm having a nightmare because in real life, a little pest like you wouldn't still be alive and certainly wouldn't be here. So since this is a dream, maybe I'll just try to enjoy it until I wake up. I jumped up when I heard his voice, heart pounding 1,000 beats a second. Stephen stood in front of me, arms folded and a huge smirk on his face. I was surprised he wasn't surrounded by his usual cloud of smoke and his idiotic friends. No, I think maybe I'm the one having the nightmare, so let's just both decide to wake up and ignore each other, I said, trying to get him to see that I didn't want any trouble. No such luck. He grabbed me by my shirt collar and pulled me across the room. When we reached the center of the space, he let me go and I staggered. So you here to learn how to fight, I'll teach you. He grinned. The creepiest grin I'd ever seen, and I took a step back, then automatically raised my hands to ward him off. No, just, please, Stephen. I pleaded. I hated pain. I hated getting beaten up. I felt like a coward for begging, but when you were a weakling fearing for your life, it was the best you could do. Well, it was either that or run. So instead of waiting for his punch, which I could predict, I turned and tore through the auditorium. When I almost reached the door, I wasn't surprised to feel his hand on my arm. Of course, he was faster than me. He pulled me from the door and threw me to the floor. I quickly surveyed the room and was a bit surprised that no one was watching, I suppose being that this was martial arts. People were used to seeing fights, so this one was no different. I let out a cry when I felt his boot connect with my side and curled up in a ball. Trying to shield myself from him, his boot connected again and again, and before I knew it, my lip was swollen and bloody. He'd accidentally kicked me in the face. I clutched my hands to my mouth and cried out in pain, rolling on the floor like a bug that was stuck on its back. "What's going on here?" a voice demanded. "Just teaching him some moves, sir," I heard Stephen answer. It took me a while to come out of my pain-filled haze. But when I did, it was to see Lucas standing in front of Stephen, his arms crossed. He was dressed for the gym, and so I was able to see the imprint of his muscles as they bunched under his shirt. "Is that so?" he questioned. His face was devoid of emotion, so I couldn't tell what kind of mood he was in. I watched as he extracted a white material from the bag he carried and threw it at me. It was his shirt. "Try to stop the bleeding," he issued, then turned and walked to the center of the auditorium. "As you all probably have guessed, I'm taking the place of your coach for the time being." My eyes widened at his words. Are you kidding me? The guy was everywhere. Pressing the shirt to my busted lip, I pushed up off the ground with a grunt. I knew I was gonna hate it here. A place I can beat you up and it's legal. Haha, this just got a whole lot more interesting. I looked over at Stephen with narrowed eyes. He was smirking, as usual, and I suppressed a shudder. Maybe Carson would let me quit since Lucas was the coach. It was all I could hope for, because if he didn't, I wouldn't be alive much longer. And since I'm new, I want to know what you've been learning. So I'll need someone to illustrate the best ways to carry out whatever techniques you've learned. Lucas was still talking to the class, and I made my way over to where my bag was and sat down. How about you? You said you were teaching Laken a few moves. How about you come up here and demonstrate? He was pointing to Stephen, and I shook my head in disgust as the idiot made his way to the front of the room. He seemed extra cocky today for some reason. As if a teacher asking him to demonstrate a few stupid techniques was some great honor. Just do a range of stances so I can get an idea of where you're at, Lucas said to him, then stepped back to watch. The room was silent as Stephen executed a series of techniques in rapid succession. His stance seemed flawless. After a while, Lucas stopped him. Okay, not bad. Then he turned to the class. You see, class, he showed us the proper way of doing it. However, sometimes students tend to discard certain principles when they go out into the real world. I don't want this to happen, so what I'll do is to show you the type of techniques I don't want you practicing in my class, he enunciated, then turned back to Stephen. Mind if I illustrate on you? He asked him. But something wasn't right here. His voice had gone all soft and smooth, and his eyes were narrowed and glinting as he looked at Stephen, who, being a complete blockhead, didn't notice the change. Stephen nodded, and in an instant he was on the ground. Lucas had done some fast, twisty, spiny move without seeming to even touch him. Yes, twisty, spinny. Does it look like I know anything about fighting? I watched with wide eyes as Stephen kneeled on the floor, holding his chest and coughing, trying to catch his breath. That class is one move I never want you to use on another person, Lucas said with a smile. He grabbed Stephen's arm, pulling him from the floor. I definitely never want you to do this either. Then he pulled back and punched Stephen in the face, causing him to fall to the floor once more. This continued for literally 5 minutes. 5 minutes of Stephen trying to use his moves against Lucas, but getting floored time and time again, and it looked painful as hell. I rose up off my seat so I could see properly. Stephen was grunting, his hand covering his nose. But there was no blood. As Lucas walked over to him once more, I was surprised to hear Stephen shout out, No, I get it, stop. Clearly you don't get it. Otherwise you'd be apologizing to him and not begging me to stop. Lucas grabbed him by the front of his shirt, pulling him off the ground once more. Okay, I'm sorry, Laken. I almost fell out of my seat when I heard the words. Stephen apologizing to me. Well, he wasn't looking at me. He was looking up at Lucas in fear. But he'd clearly said my name. In an instant, Lucas let him go. Understand this. I don't want any student to use the skills they learn here to hurt another person. If you're going to teach someone how to fight, do it the right way. Only cowards hurt people just because they can. I can't tell you how amazed I was at this. I could only gape at him in shock. He'd actually done that for me. I couldn't believe it. He'd humiliated Stephen because of what he'd done to me, and while I wasn't one for violence, I couldn't help but be secretly pleased. Maybe he wasn't such a bad guy after all. Lemsi, Carson said, holding my chin, and turned my face this way and that so he could see my busted lip properly. Will you stop? I'm fine. Geez, you're acting like my mom. I joked and turned my attention back to my fries. We were sitting in his car, which was parked in the parking lot at my favorite fast food restaurant. I didn't know they'd actually allow you to get hurt. I thought it was all about safe, friendly self-defense, he said, looking at my face in concern. Yeah, well, now you know. Stephen's an ass, but don't worry. Lucas put him in his place. I didn't have to bring it up, but I thought he deserved payback for forcing me to go to the damn thing in the first place. How'd Lucas get into this? He asked, clearly annoyed. When he started working as the coach, I answered, plopping a limp fry in my mouth and looking up at him with wide, innocent eyes. So, he's your chemistry teacher and your coach. Is he planning to take charge of every class you're in just so you can notice him? That's pathetic. He said it with a chuckle, but I could tell by the way his mouth tightened that it grated on his nerves. Actually, he had no way of knowing I'd join, so I think that was just coincidence, I said, defending him. It really wasn't my intention to defend him, I was just stating a fact. Lucas really couldn't have known I was going to take martial arts, so him showing up had nothing to do with me, but him beating the crap out of Steven had everything to do with me, and I couldn't help but smile in satisfaction as I remembered the look on Steven's face when Lucas had made him apologize to me again after training. I had this awesome feeling that Steven would be leaving me alone for a while. "How'd he put him in his place anyway?" Lucas asked grudgingly. "He beat him up. You should have seen him, Carson." "He was so fast, I've never seen someone fight like that," I exclaimed. Excited now. When I noticed he was glaring at me, I lost my smile. "He sounds like such a prize." "That just makes him just like Steven," he said, shaking his head. I never really thought of it that way, but while Carson had a point, I really didn't see that it was completely wrong what he did. "At least Steven will leave me alone from now on," I said. "Laken, the only reason I told you to go in the first place was so you could get over your fear of Steven by learning to beat him in a fight in a controlled environment. Your teacher didn't help you in any way by doing what he did. So you'd rather I get beat up every day by some bloody bully than have someone else deal with the problem for me?" I asked incredulously. "Of course not, but there's gonna come a time when there'll be no one there to help you, then what?" I deflated. He had a point. "So I guess that means you don't want me to quit then, huh?" I asked. As much as I wish he'd go back to wherever the hell he came from. "If he can teach you to defend yourself, then I guess I'll just deal with it." "Darn. Why can't you teach me?" "Laken, I've seen you try to fight. There's not enough time in the world to teach you to do—" I hit his shoulder and he started laughing. I rolled my eyes, then reached around the back seat for my bag. When I caught it, I placed it eagerly in front of me and dug my hand in. It took a while to find it. What with all the random crap I had in there. But when I felt the familiar texture of the Skittles bag, I smiled and pulled it out. Carson shook his head. "I don't know what you see it, that thing." I answered, too busy with my candy to form a coherent sentence. We sat there for all of 3 minutes while I munched away at the sugary treat until it was gone. "Any progress with your dad?" he asked. "Well, he greets me now." I answered, my shoulders slumping at the thought. "You want me to talk to him for you?" Carson asked, his hand on my shoulder. "No. I'll fix this." It was time I stopped waiting for him to come to me. I had to go to him and somehow get him to acknowledge my presence. I'd go as soon as we left here. The quicker, the better, and I wouldn't leave until he heard me out. "Want to go to my place for a few?" "Sure," I answered automatically. I'd talk to my dad later. A few more hours wouldn't hurt anybody. "Remember when I said the day started out normal?" "Yeah, well, I think it's a given that nothing could ever be normal for me. I'm a gay werewolf who can't fight. Nothing about that is normal. I'd thought we'd just drive to camp and spend a nice evening at his place. Maybe watch some TV. Play some video games, and maybe even spend some intimate time together." Okay, definitely spend some intimate time together. But no, that certainly wasn't to be, because when we drove up to his place, it was to see about 9 girls lined out in front of his house. They were just standing there. I looked over at Carson to see if he knew what was going on, but his expression was just as confused. I followed as he exited the car and approached the females. "I'm going to assume there's a reason you're all standing outside my house," Carson said when we came to a stop in front of them. One girl spoke up. She had midnight black hair and legs that seemed to go on forever. "The council recruited us. We are to compete for the chance of being your mate," she announced. I watched in astonishment as they bowed in unison. Like Carson was some kind of god or something. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Alpha. We've heard good things. It would be an honor to stand by your side." Another girl spoke up, her eyes glued to his face. After this, they introduced themselves one at a time. Carson looked pretty surprised as he nodded at each greeting, but all I could think was, what the heck? I slumped in the couch, my hand propping up my head, and listened as they bickered about who Carson would choose and who was a better this and who was a better that. It was so annoying. I watched them from behind half-closed eyes. Some were sitting in his couch. One leaned against the wall, and 2 were messing with his picture frames. I was so tempted to tell them to just stop touching his stuff and get out. They didn't belong here. I couldn't wait for Carson to finish his meeting with the council and send them packing so we could get on with our lives. What annoyed me the most was the fact that when he was around them, they acted so decent. So perfect, and as soon as he left, they reverted back to their true selves, the animals. Okay, so maybe I wasn't being fair. It's not like they were being awful or anything. Most of them were actually quite nice from what I could see, but the fact that they'd come to steal my man made me hate their guts. What are you to him anyway? I looked up at her because she'd so obviously addressed me. It was the one who'd introduced herself first, Legs. That's what I called her in my mind. I shrugged in answer. Well, you obviously know him, so do you mind me asking? Who do you think he'll choose? I mean, of course he won't do anything before the actual competition. But who here looks like his type? She asked again, this time with a huge grin. As if I was going to say she was his type. Seriously, you'd have to ask him that. I answered again. Ah, come on. You must have some idea. Haven't you ever seen him with women? What's the usual type? I was getting annoyed now. The thought of Carson with women put me on edge. Like I said, I don't know, and in any case. This is a competition, right? It really wouldn't be fair if I told you anything. I said this with a look of disgust, and I could tell I'd insulted her. Ignoring the twinge in my chest, I pushed up off the chair and went to stand by the window, choosing to tune them out and enjoy the view. I'd probably been standing there for about 15 minutes, and was seriously thinking of throwing them out myself when Carson came. When he walked through the door, all was silent. Hello again, ladies. I've had a place prepared for you to stay. If you'd just accompany Murphy here, he'll take you there, he said, gesturing to one of the guards who was standing behind him. They all piled out, some giving him seductive looks before they left, and I had to roll my eyes. Why are they getting a place? Shouldn't they be on their way back to wherever the hell they came from? I asked, annoyed. He crossed the room and sat down in the couch I'd been sitting in before, then proceeded to take off his shoes. He hadn't answered my question, and I felt an odd twinge in the region of my heart. Dear Lord, please don't let this mean they're staying. Are you going to answer me? I asked. Slightly apprehensive, he leaned back in the chair and looked at me, his eyes boring into mine. The council recruited them from all over the world. 9 girls from 9 different countries. Which means I can't just send them back after they've gone through all this trouble. Nonsense. What does it matter whether you send them back now or later? It's still going to be a waste of time. Unless you plan on choosing one. I had my arm folded now. Eyes on him. Mouth set in a thin, hard line. Laken. Oh no, I knew that voice. He was going to tell me he was choosing one. After all we'd been through. After all he'd told me. I felt the anger bubble up inside me, and I felt my heart break. Forget you, I screamed at him, then turned to go to the door. Laken, wait, he shouted, and he was out of the couch in a heartbeat, making his way toward me. No, I shouted back and pulled the door open only to have him slam it before I could leave. I grabbed the doorknob and pulled, twisting it this way and that. Anything to get it open. But he stood behind me, holding it shut with his hand. Open it, I shouted, struggling to pull it open. Laken, just listen to me. No, just open it now, Carson. I want to leave by this time. I was pulling at his hand, trying to get him to let go of the door. I could feel the tears gathering. He was going to choose one of those girls. After everything he'd said to me. After what we'd done, no. Will you just listen to me, he shouted. Then, when I ignored him and continued to try prying his hand from the door, I felt his arms go around me, trapping my arms to my side. Let me go, I cried out, the tears finally escaping. All that kept running through my mind was that he was going to choose a mate and leave me. He was going to leave me. Leave me. Me. I stopped struggling and just let the tears fall. My knees buckled, but his arms around me prevented me from falling. Laken. Calm down, I heard him whisper next to my ear. But I couldn't stop crying long enough to respond. I didn't want him to leave me. I didn't want to be alone. I loved him. What did I have to do to make this work? I was still crying. Heart-wrenching, broken sobs when I felt him lift me off the ground and deposit me on a nearby couch. The instant he let me go, I curled into a ball, still crying like there was no tomorrow. This is what heartbreak felt like. I felt rather than saw when he stooped beside me, his hand moving through my hair. Shh, it's okay, stop crying. If you'd just let me finish, you'd know that. I didn't hear him. I just launched myself at him, my arms wrapped around his neck, my wet cheek pressed against his head. Please don't do this, Carson. I love you. Please. I choked out, hugging him even tighter. After a shocked pause, I felt his arms wrap around me and then, I love you too, Laken. I still can't believe you reacted that way. All you had to do was wait till I finished my sentence. Carson was saying as he exited the bathroom. He was naked, save for a towel wrapped around his waist, and his hair was dripping wet. I blushed at his words. I was still embarrassed about that. It had been a few hours since my little episode, but I still shuddered at the thought of my actions. After he'd gotten me to calm down a bit, he told me what he had been about to say. Apparently, I'd misinterpreted his tone. Leave it to me to make a big deal out of nothing. The girls were only staying long enough for him to explain that the competition wasn't going to happen. They'd be allowed to integrate with the rest of the pack, and if they found no mate within the ranks, then they were free to leave. The council had stepped out of line by allowing them to enter the camp. They were upset at Carson's decision to send them back, but he told me that he'd threatened them with sanctions if they acted against his wishes again. Hopefully all this stuff could be behind us soon. Will you stop bringing it up? I'm so embarrassed, I said, covering my face with my hands. He chuckled. If I had any doubts about how you felt about me before, that's all cleared up. You almost broke my heart the way you were carrying on. Ugh, don't remind me. I mumbled. He ruffled my hair, then sat down beside me on the bed. I don't think those girls are going to be happy about this. I said, I really don't give a damn. He said as a matter of factly. I could only stare at him. He was just too good to be true, and if today was any indication, then it was certain I'd go insane without him. It was an unhealthy situation, but I couldn't help how I felt. I wanted to wait until your 18th birthday. That way you'd feel the bond yourself and you'd know. But you'll never believe that I'll never leave you if I don't tell you, Carson was saying. His gaze found mine, and I swallowed at the intensity of his stare. Tell me what? Why do you think you loved me from even before we officially met, he asked, taking my hand in his and playing around with my fingers. I don't know, because I'm just weird like that. I asked jokingly, even though the atmosphere of the room told me this was a serious question. He smiled, then brought my hand up to place a kiss on the back of it. My heart jumped. No, it's the same reason I've loved you all these years, too. I just didn't know why I felt such a pull to you until I turned 18. And then it got worse. My eyes narrowed. Are you... I licked my lips, which had suddenly gone dry. Are you saying what I think you're saying? I whispered. My heart pounding. Don't you know why you've always felt this pull towards me, Laken? Don't you know why I used to stare at you that way? Don't you understand why it is that you've never felt this way about another soul? I opened my mouth, but no sound came. He couldn't be saying what I thought he was saying. Impossible. It couldn't be. Guys couldn't. He was the alpha. I couldn't. You're my mate, Laken. Nothing could kill my mood today. I could get mugged. Or beaten up by 100 Stevens. My father could stop talking to me forever. They could chop off my arm and my mood would still be the same. I was floating on a cloud of intense happiness, humming beneath my breath and walking with a little pep in my step. Oh, how could life be this great? The sky looked bluer. The air smelled cleaner. The grass looked greener, and my whole outlook on life was better. People bumped into me without apologizing, and all I could do was smile. I smiled on the train, smiled as I walked the streets, and smiled when I narrowly missed getting hit by a cab. I'd gotten the best news yesterday. The absolute greatest. Carson was my mate. I was his. We were meant to be together, and nothing would come between us. He wouldn't leave me. Like I said, nothing could kill my mood. I even smiled when I passed Lucas on the street a few seconds ago. Nothing could get better than... Wait, Lucas. I whipped around to see him making his way over to me. What the heck was he doing here? Well, not that it was impossible for him to be in the city the same day I was, but you rarely saw people you knew in the city. It was next to impossible with the massive crowd. Hey, Laken. Out by yourself today? Lucas asked when he approached me. My eyes narrowed. Did you follow me? So I can't come to the city without getting accused of stalking you, he smiled. That cocky smile I hadn't seen in a while. Don't worry, Laken, I'm just as surprised to see you here as you clearly are to see me. He answered, and I could see he was telling the truth. Okay. I said, then turned and walked on. Not surprised when he appeared next to me, matching my pace. So where's Loverboy? He asked playfully, and darn if a smile didn't creep up on my face. I don't really know. Think he had a meeting or something. Haven't seen him all day. I answered truthfully. So he just allowed you to come to the city all by yourself, he asked, his brows furrowing. I'm 16, not 5. I said, a little bit insulted at what he was implying. Doesn't matter. It's not safe here. Anything can happen to a boy your size. In a big place like this, he said, gesturing in front of us. Anything can happen anywhere, I said dismissively. I really didn't want to walk with him. I was enjoying roaming the streets by myself with Carson on my mind. If you were mine, I'd make sure you were always safe. I wouldn't be too busy to go to the city with you or wherever it is you wanted to go, he said again, looking at me with those intense eyes. For some reason, his eyes made me miss the wolf. Too bad he was the wolf. Well, I don't need Carson with me 24/7. I'm fine by myself sometimes. I said this deliberately without acknowledging his statement. He continued unfazed. Why are you out here anyway? Looking for a gift for someone, I answered, then paused at the end of the street, waiting for the light to change so I could cross. You mean Carson, he asked, and I could have sworn his expression got just a little bit darker when he said his name. Yup. I didn't see any reason to hide it. Maybe that way he'd take a hint and leave. As we crossed the road, I felt him put his hand lightly on my back and his eyes scanned the streets, as if at any moment a car was going to appear out of nowhere and he'd have to pull me out of the way. I shook my head. Talk about overprotective. Not that it wasn't a nice feeling to have someone care about you that much. But he was Lucas and Carson cared just as much. More even. So what exactly do you want to get for dear old Carson, he asked, his tone mocking. I shrugged. I actually hadn't thought that far ahead. I just knew it had to be something special. Something that would always make him think of me. Just like the necklace he's given me made me think of him. Maybe I can help, he said, and I stopped walking and looked up at him. Why exactly are you in the city today anyway? Just like you, shopping, he said with a smile. The cocky one, not the sweet. Sincere. Gentle one. So why'd you want to help me find something for a person you don't even like? Especially when you have your own shopping to do. Company, I help you out. In return, I get your company and maybe you can help me find something for my sister. You have a sister, I asked in amazement. He chuckled. Why do you sound so surprised? I do have a family, you know. Yeah, I just never expected it, I guess. So where is she, I questioned. Then continued walking. London. With our father. His eyes had softened as he said this, and I couldn't help but be moved. He missed her, it was just so sweet. Fine, I answered. He looked at me in confusion. Fine, what? You can come help me look for a gift for Carson, and I'll help you look for something for your sister. I'm way better at shopping for girls anyway. How old is she? He smiled. 5. We'd been to store after store. We walked until our feet hurt, and I still couldn't find anything for Carson. We'd found his sister's gift hours ago. Or should I say gifts? That was one lucky girl. At this point, I'd pretty much given up on finding anything in the city. Guess I'd have to go to a shopping mall or something. Now we were just walking around, looking for somewhere to eat. I was starving, but the downside about the city was that most of the restaurants were crowded or just fast food joints, and I was sick of fast food. How about I cook us something, he asked when we stopped in front of yet another crowded restaurant. I looked up at him. You mean like at your place? Yeah, and I can tell by your expression that you're skeptical. I'm only gonna cook Laken. Nothing more. It's the least I can do, since we didn't find anything for Carson. I thought about it for a second. Well, he had a point. And after today, I trusted him quite a bit. He'd told me about his family, we'd laughed and talked and had a pretty good time. Well, except for that one point where this woman in a store had told us we looked like a cute couple. That had certainly got him grinning. I shook my head at the thought. Okay. Where'd you park? That was great, I can't believe you can cook so well, I exclaimed. We were sitting on his couch, stuffed and satisfied. I felt like I could just go to sleep right then and there. Everyone in my family can cook. It's in our blood, he said, handing me a glass of water. Thanks, wish I could cook. Me and Carson tried baking once. I didn't know something could burn like that. I said fondly. What do you see in him anyway, he asked. There was no malice or scorn in his voice. He just seemed genuinely curious. I shrugged. I can't even name just one thing. He's just perfect for me. And you don't think maybe someone else could be perfect for you? I know I could make you happy, Laken. I know you don't believe me. You think that just because we've never really known each other before that I couldn't fall for you. But I did, and I really think if you gave us a chance we could make this work. So many people would be more than grateful for what he was offering. He was a good guy. Sweet if a bit cocky. He obviously loved deeply. He was protective and he could cook. Carson's my mate and I love him, I said firmly. His eyes flashed for a second, but then he just shook his head and leaned back on the couch without a word. I was glad he didn't push it. I really didn't have the energy to argue with him. It had been a long day. I looked at the time, 9:00 p.m. I'd just close my eyes for 5 minutes. That's all. Then I'd tell him to take me home. Just 5 minutes. I woke up to the sound of Lucas's voice and to the most comfortable sheets I'd ever had the pleasure of sleeping on. Lucas's voice. I bolted up in the bed, my heart pounding in my chest. I was in his bedroom. Clothes still on. Thank God. He stood at the doorway, on the phone, but ended the conversation when he looked around and saw me getting out of the bed. Oh, you're... What time is it? I asked, cutting him off. 2:00 a.m. It's okay, you don't have to... 2 a.m. I exclaimed. I felt my pockets, but they were empty, so I looked around the room. When I spotted my phone on the bedside table, I grabbed it up. 16 missed calls. Oh, shoot. More than half of them were from Mom and the rest from Carson. Could you take me home, please? I asked Lucas, who was standing at the door watching me. Why not get some sleep? It's late. I'm sure. No. I gotta go. I was supposed to spend the night with... I just gotta go, I said, pushing past him and into the other room. Gotta get back to Loverboy. His tone was mocking, but I chose to ignore it. Instead, I sat in the chair and pulled on my shoes, then dialed my mom's number and hit call. Hey, Mom, yes. I know. Yes, Mom, I know. I'm at Matt's. Yeah, Matt from school. Yes, I'm sorry I didn't call earlier, I just forgot, and then... Okay, yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. I thought briefly about calling Carson, but I figured it would just be best to do that in person. The ride to Carson's was silent, but I really didn't care. I was busy thinking about how I was going to explain sleeping over at Lucas's. When we were almost to the camp entrance, I asked him if he could stop. I really didn't want to be seen leaving his vehicle. That would just make things worse with Carson. Lucas ignored me and continued driving, pulling right up in front of Carson's house and blowing the horn. I glared at him and he grinned. What he asked, trying to look innocent. Rather than answer, I opened the door and got out, slamming it just in time to see Carson's door open, and boy did he look pissed when he spotted Lucas behind the wheel. His eyes narrowed, then he turned his gaze on me, and if looks could kill, I felt like a deer caught in the headlights. What did I get myself into? Carson. I can explain. It's not what it... Darn right you're gonna explain. He growled, then nodded his head to the door, indicating I should get in the house. Great, he was in alpha mode. Just what I needed. I moved away from the car, and when I was almost at the door, Lucas called out my name. I turned and watched as he stuck his hand through the window and threw something my way. A package of some sort, wrapped in gift paper. But before I could even move, Carson grabbed it out of the air and then folded his arms, glaring at Lucas, who only grinned and drove off. I turned to Carson now, who just turned and entered the house. I followed behind him. I went to the city this morning. I saw him and we just hung out for the day. And then I fell asleep and forgot to call. That's it, I swear. I explained once we were inside. Fell asleep where? I sighed. We went to his house for food. I gulped, waiting for his reaction, but he didn't say anything and he was no longer glaring. He just looked at the small package in his hand, then threw it over to me. I managed to catch it before it hit the ground. I'm going to bed, he announced and left the room. No. Carson, it's 5 days. It's not like I'll be there forever. No. I sighed. You're being unfair and ridiculous. Am I? He raised an eyebrow. 5 days alone with that pervert. Who knows what he'll pull? My eyes widened. Did I not just explain this to him? Like I said, there'll be 17 of us with him, and he's not a pervert. You're just too bloody jealous to see that, I retorted. It had been days since the Lucas incident, and he still couldn't let it go. He was convinced Lucas would jump my bones any chance he got, and that he'd have a great opportunity to do it on this trip. Lucas had organized a class trip to Canada where we'd be participating in a chemistry workshop put on by some hotshot organization. 5 days of no school. A different environment. Different people and fun. There was no way in hell I was going to let Carson ruin it for me. No. You're just too naive to see it. I bristled slightly. Call me any name in the book, no problem, but I absolutely hated when people called me naive. It doesn't really matter anyway because I'm going and I'll see you when I get back. I reached down to pick up the shirt I'd dropped and stuffed it into my duffel. Aware all the while of the death glare Carson was giving me. Just because you're my mate doesn't mean you get to disobey me, he said through clenched teeth. Just because I'm your mate doesn't mean you get to make decisions for me. I have a mind of my own, so if I say I'm going, then I'm going, I retorted. We were glaring at each other now. Neither of us willing to back down. I can't allow you to go off on some damn weekend getaway with a practical stranger who confessed his love for you and has been stalking you for who knows how the hell long. Open your eyes, Laken. This is just an opportunity he created to get into your pants. And who knows where else weekend getaway. It's a school trip, I shouted back. What the hell was wrong with him, and of course that's all you heard. I don't care whether it's a 5-minute trip to the dentist or a 10-year escape to the zoo. You're not going. End of story. I watched as he picked up my duffel and shook all the clothes out onto the bed, then turned to me with arms crossed and a raised eyebrow. As if challenging me. He was ruining everything. Yes, Lucas was a stranger. Yes, he did come off a bit crazy and obsessive, but we'd be surrounded by a bunch of other students. I was sharing a room to my friends. Lila would be there, and even if all those factors didn't exist, I could handle Lucas. He wouldn't do anything I didn't want him to do, and since I certainly didn't want him to do anything at all, then everything would be fine. Carson didn't know him like I did. Yes, I know I didn't know him very long, but my judgment of character wasn't that skewed. I wanted to go to Canada with my friends. I hadn't had an opportunity like this in forever. If it's such a problem to you, then you should come along as some kind of senior assistant or something, but either way, I just want to go. I have finals and I have a bunch of insane female visitors to deal with. I can't leave, he explained. Well, that's too bad, but I shouldn't have to put up with this. Just because you want something a certain way means you're gonna get it. I promise I'll call and I'll stay away from him. I'm not worried about what you'll do, I'm worried about what he'll do. I don't trust him, Laken, and I just can't have you go off where I won't be able to protect you from. I'm going. I said this as firmly as I could, then grabbed up my duffel and started restuffing the clothes with vigor. It's not like I'm trying to hurt you or suck the fun out of your life. I know you're excited, but Lucas can't be trusted. We don't know a thing about him. I've had Thomas do a background search and absolutely nothing came up. Don't you find that a little strange, Thomas? The best investigator in the pack can't find anything on him, he said calmly, standing in the middle of my room watching as I packed my bag. You did a background check. Who's the stalker now? I said with malice. A new nose comes sniffing around a member of my pack. It's my duty to do checks. I'll take you to Canada or wherever the hell you want to go for the holidays, I promise. But not this trip. I have a bad feeling about this. I want to stay here for the holidays with my family, I said stubbornly. This is my chance to hang with my friends, and my mom already said yes. She's going to drop me to school tomorrow, and I'm going to get on that bus and then on the plane and go to Canada. If you want, you can drop me to the airport yourself. That way, you'll see me off and see that it's safe, but otherwise, I'm not changing my mind. It's out of your hands now. My instincts have never failed me before. You are a member of my pack, and it's my duty to protect what's mine. I'm sorry, but I'm ordering you to stay here, and I'm sure you don't want to disobey another one of my orders. He said this softly as if he really didn't want to do it, but he had no choice. I plopped down on my bed, my eyes filling. I know there was no reason for me to feel this way, but you know when you've just been looking forward to something for so long, and then to get the news that it wouldn't be happening. It was just frustrating. Laken, you know, my instincts have never led me astray. I'm not trying to be cruel here, it's just that I have a bad feeling about this trip, he said softly. I looked up at him. He looked just as helpless as I felt, and so I couldn't stay mad at him for that. It's okay, maybe we can spend the time at your place and burn a cake or two, I said sadly. He smiled, then came over to where I sat, ruffling my hair, then planting a kiss on my temple. I'll take you anywhere you want to go. I swear, he said, trying to brighten my mood, but it really wasn't working. It's okay. I just want to go to bed now. Alone, I said. I could tell the words stung because I could see it in his eyes, but he nodded. Kissed my head again, then left my room. I stared at the gift-wrapped box in my hand, turning it this way and that. Should I open it? I'd been sitting here for close to 25 minutes going back and forth over this. It wouldn't be right to open it. I knew how Carson felt about Lucas. It just wouldn't be right. I sighed, then leaned back against the pillows. I loved surprises, so of course I was eager to see what was inside. Decisions. Instead of deciding right away, I went over to my bags and dropped the package inside, zipping it up with all my other stuff. I'd let Lila open it. That way I'd know what was inside and I wouldn't feel so guilty about it. I looked around my room, making sure I had everything packed. It would suck to leave something. I always left something. Toothbrush, check. Extra underwear, check. iPod, check. Yeah, I had everything, and in case you hadn't already figured it out, I had decided to just go on the trip anyway. Despite his orders and despite my fear of what he's due when I got back. The pack didn't know about this order, so I wouldn't be punished. He'd probably just be pissed for a while. But otherwise, he'd be fine. Oh my God, I'm so excited. This is going to be so much fun. Mom was telling me where to find the best shopping malls there, so I'm going to convince Lucas to take us there, Lila squealed. Yeah, and maybe I can find something for Carson, I said. Just thinking about him had my heart pounding. I was so sure that at any minute he'd come running through the door demanding that I get off the plane. I was so nervous my hands shook, and when the door of the plane closed I still didn't relax until we were up in the air, where he had no way of getting to me. I hadn't spoken to him since last night. So he had no idea I'd left. I'd text him when we landed and let him know. Hopefully he wouldn't be too pissed. Could you close the shade? I forgot how much I hated flying, Lila was saying. She looked a little pale and maybe a tad bit nervous as she clutched the hand rests. The mighty Lila was scared. Too bad she didn't have Matt to comfort her. It's okay, Lila. We'll be fine, I assured her, patting her back. Easy for you to say. If we go down. You just turn into a fur ball and fly out of here. I'm just a mass of skinny arms and short legs. I won't be flying anywhere, she said with wide eyes. I laughed. Lila, I'm a wolf, not a bird. If that were to happen, we'd go down the same way. Not that it will, though. Like I said, we'll be fine. She chuckled nervously, then consciously tried to calm herself. I offered her one of my earpieces and we sat there listening to Bruno Mars, Locked Out of Heaven. She relaxed instantly. I stood with my duffel watching Lucas count our heads to make sure we were all here. It wasn't obvious what he was doing, but the way his eyes roamed over our faces, I could tell that's what he was doing. We were outside the airport waiting for our ride, which would take us to the hotel. I looked down at my phone, no missed calls or texts, which led me to believe he still didn't know I'd left yet. I sighed and typed a short message, then hit send. My phone would surely be blazing in a minute, and true to form. Less than a minute later, I felt it vibrating in my palm. Carson. Hello, I answered, a bit apprehensive. I don't think I've ever been so disappointed with someone in my life. How could you do this? Laken, disappointed anger I could handle, but disappointment I felt the tightening in my chest. I just wanted to hang with my friends, I said in a small voice. Against my express orders, an alpha should be respected by every member of his pack. But my own mate doesn't even have it in him to listen to one word I say. Where are you? I swallowed hard. He wasn't even shouting. We're waiting for the people to come take us to the hotel. We're at the airport, I said. Which hotel? I looked at Lila and mouthed the question. She shrugged. I don't know. I'll call you when we get there and let you know. Give him the phone, he said with a frustrated sigh. It didn't take a genius to know who the him was. I pushed to the front of the group and held out the phone to Lucas, who looked at me with a raised brow. He wants to talk to you, I mumbled. He shook his head and flashed a smile, then took the phone from my hand. I listened in agitation, trying to guess what Carson was saying to him from his replies. Well, aren't you the little mother hen? Lucas said in a mocking tone. He's in perfectly good hands. No need to make threats, lover boy. I'm here and I'll take good care of him, don't you worry. His grin widened and I bit my lip. This couldn't be good. It's 5 days. Is it that you have to control every second of his life? Stay where you are. Give him a break. He deserves it, Lucas was saying. What did he mean, stay? Was Carson thinking of coming here? I took the phone from Lucas when he handed it back to me and put it to my ears. Stay away from him. I'll be there as soon as I can. Carson growled, then the line went dead. My eyes widened. He was coming here. Shit, I was so dead. Remember when Carson said Lucas was using this trip as an opportunity to get to me? Well, I was beginning to think he was right. When we got to the hotel, we were told that it could be only 2 to a room because of the type of rooms we booked. So Lucas arranged everybody in pairs, and since there were 18 of us, guess who I'd be bunking with? Which side do you want? Lucas asked when we entered our room. He dropped his bag onto the floor and looked around. I gaped. Where's the other bed? I asked. When I booked it, I thought I'd be sleeping alone, so only one bed, he answered. I glared at him suspiciously, then looked at the large bed standing in the middle of the room. Then I took in the decor and the flat screen on the wall. Lila's room didn't look anything like this. This was a frickin' suite. Carson was right. I couldn't see this as a mere coincidence, and I shook my head, feeling stupid for having doubted him. He was always right, but I was here now, so I just had to make do. So much for me staying away from him. I'll take the left, I answered, then dropped my duffel on the floor beside his. Karen's POV. He's dead. I'm gonna skin him alive for this. Was I asking too much whenever I lay down rules for his own damn protection? Laken, you're not going to Canada. I told him 1,000,000 times, and what does he do? He goes to Canada. I stuffed the last of my clothing into the bag, then looked around to see if I was leaving anything. Satisfied that I wasn't, I zipped it. I grabbed my cell phone off the table, and in no time I was loading my things into my car. I'd booked an 8 o'clock flight, which meant Laken had been alone with Lucas all day. Damn it, I'd wanted to get away this morning when I'd found out what he'd done, but pack obligations kept me grounded. On top of that, finals started tomorrow and I had yet to take up a book. My plan was to get Laken and head back here as soon as possible. I'd already bought his return ticket, so all I had to do was get him in time and heaven help him if he tried to resist. This time he was going to listen to me even if I had to literally drag him back. Canada was a bad idea. Something didn't feel right about this trip, and for once it had nothing to do with Lucas's obsession with my mate. No, this wasn't jealousy. It ran deeper. Something had me on edge. So I had to go in, get the little devil, and get out. Smooth. Quick. Painless. The sooner the better. It was as I was about to enter my car that I heard it. Loud footsteps shuffling around in the dark. The hairs on my arm rose and I looked out into the night. Silence. I turned again to enter and there it was again. The shuffling. Closing the car door, I stepped away from it and gazed around the courtyard, taking in everything in sight. Who's there? I called out into the night. More shuffling. Body tense. I walked even further into the courtyard, listening intently for the sound. Something wasn't right here. Something was out there. Well. If it isn't the dear old Alpha. I swung around at the sound in time to see 4 males appearing out of the darkness. They stepped into the courtyard, then paused. And you are? I asked. Hackles rising. Doesn't matter who we are. Another voice spoke up from behind me. When I looked around, another group stood not far away. About 6 of them. How the hell did they sneak up on me without me hearing? My senses had never failed me before. I must be more on edge about the whole Laken situation than I thought. What do you want? I called out, turning so that I had both groups in sight. My eyes darting back and forth. You sure love asking questions, don't you? Alpha, yet another voice inquired. Once again I was turning to see who the next intruder was, and yet another group of 3 stood in the clearing, 2 males and a female. My eyes narrowed. Are there any more of you I should know about, or are you going to continue playing hide-and-seek? Tut. Touchy. Of course, why wasn't I surprised to see 4 more break out of the darkness? I'd never seen these faces in my life, and the fact that they seemed to know who I was and had me surrounded without so much as the courtesy of answering any of my questions made it obvious that this wasn't a very friendly bunch. It was also obvious that they were werewolves just by their stance and scent. I was turning slowly in the circle now, pissed that I'd let them surround me like this. They moved closer and the one gap in their haphazard circle filled. Okay, so here's the thing. You're gonna come with us. No fuss. No fighting. The only female spoke up. And why exactly would I do that? I asked through clenched teeth. Well, for one, if you resist us, you'll only get hurt, and 2, because we said so. I had to chuckle. Was this female serious? No one came onto my territory and ordered me around. Oh, you find this funny, Alpha. Look, I'd advise you all to get out of my territory. I have other places to be and no time to waste with you, I said firmly. God help them if they decided to try anything. Laken needed me. I didn't have time for this. Oh, let me guess. You're going to go save your little plaything. My eyes darted over to the one who spoke and my fists clenched. No way could they know about Laken, don't worry. Lucas will be sure to sort him out. But time's wasting and we were told we should be back with you within the hour, so... My eyes widened and my pulse rate spiked. They knew Lucas. They knew that Laken was with him, which meant I was right. Lucas wasn't who he led everyone to believe, and that meant Laken was in danger. A growl emanated from deep in my throat, and I tensed to shift into my wolf form where dealing with this group wouldn't be a problem. Don't let him shift, someone shouted. I turned to the voice with a snarl. I could feel the change coming over me. The vibrations traveled along my spine and throughout my body. But before the transformation was complete, a sharp pain shot through my head, and in an instant, I was enveloped in complete and utter darkness. It took me longer than I should have to realize I was in a holding cell. When I woke up 5 minutes before, the first thing that greeted me were the dirty iron bars which held me within its confines. I was on the cold concrete floor. The place was dank and strangely odorless, and I could hear sounds coming from directly above me, which meant I was probably in some kind of basement. I pushed off the ground and grimaced at the pain shooting through the back of my head. I moved my hand to the spot to check if it was bloody. It came away dry. Where the hell am I? The little light illuminating the room made it impossible for me to tell what time it was. The night had possibly have already passed. I had no way of knowing. Just as I had no way of knowing who those people who'd abducted me were and what this whole mess had to do with me. The only thing I knew was that they knew Lucas and they knew Laken was with him. Which scared me beyond measure. What was going on? What did they want with us? I walked up to the bars on unstable feet and grabbed onto them, trying to rattle them. Nothing. They seemed to be firmly embedded in the ground, and even if they weren't, the pain in my head made it impossible for me to think straight, much less break through. I had to get to Laken, I thought. My heart rate increasing with every second I stood doing nothing. I blinked a few times, trying to dispel the blurriness that now clouded my eyes. Then I slid to the ground once more and put my head in my hands. My brain felt like mush. I could hardly think straight. What the hell did they hit me with? Anyway, a truck. I looked up to see 2 persons entering through a door to the far side of the room. They paused in front of my cage. Both were wearing expensive business suits and looked to be about middle-aged. The one who had spoken had a cigar dangling from his lips, and I watched as he took it from his mouth and rubbed it between his fingers before his sharp eyes locked with my unfocused ones. I would apologize for the mess you'll be staying in, but frankly I don't give a damn, he said with an insolent drawl. I could only stare at him through my hazy eyes. Confused. Who the hell are you? I got out, not even bothering to try to get off the floor. The pain in my head had escalated tenfold, and just saying those 5 words had taken a bit of effort. I'm not surprised you don't recognize me. After all, we've never met in person. I'm Victor Obetta, and my comrade here is Alfonso Giorgini. Ring any bells? He tilted his head. A grin plastered on his wrinkled face. I put my hand to my head and closed my eyes. God, the pain. The one called Victor said something, but I blacked out before I could even interpret the sound. The next time I woke, I felt almost 100% better. The fogginess from earlier had all but disappeared. Outside my cell stood Victor. The other guy was nowhere in sight. He was leaning against the wall, his cigar lit and his gaze firmly on me. Now that I had some semblance of control back, I ran up to the bars, gripping them firmly and glaring at me, captor. What the heck do you want with me? I demanded. I take it you're not going to faint on me again, he said with a grin. My grip tightened on the bars. Now let's get down to business, shall we? I'd rather not waste too much time on this. After all, I have a pack to run, he said, pushing off the wall to come stand in front of the cell. Close enough that I could see the beads of sweat on his brow, but far away enough that I couldn't stick my hand between the bars to grab his scrawny neck. As you've probably already guessed, I'm the alpha of the Obetta pack. You remember the one, right? You gave a few rogues from my pack refuge. Is this what this is about? They're rogues, they've left your pack, there's no need for you to. It would be in your best interest to keep your mouth shut while I speak, he said calmly. I shot him a murderous glare. I took orders from no one. This has nothing to do with the rogues. Of course you taking them in angered me, but I have all the time in the world to deal with those fools. If I'd wanted them back, I assure you I'd have had them back. This alpha. He said the word in a mocking tone. Has to do with you and your disgusting excuse for a father. He snarled, then dropped the cigar to the ground and squashing it with the heel of his expensive shoes. In case you didn't get the memo. My father's dead, I said through clenched teeth. Yes, I'm aware of that unfortunate fact. Unfortunate only because I didn't get the chance to kill him myself. The tyrant who killed my mate, I simply looked at him. It wasn't hard to believe that my father would do such a thing, and as a result I found no need to question my captor about it. What I wanted to know was what this had to do with me. And what does that have to do with me? I voiced. Eyebrow raised. I watched as his eyes widened and his nostrils flared. Guess that's not what he wanted to hear. Would you want my sympathy? My father was a jerk, I acknowledge that, but locking me up won't change anything. I growled at him. It might sound harsh, but what he was doing was insane. You'll pay. You and everyone you love. You'll know what it means to lose someone you care about. He growled at me. Showing teeth. What is this, some kind of Lifetime movie? My father killed your mate. I can't change that and this, I said, gesturing to my cell. Certainly won't change a thing. Let me go, I demanded. You don't get it, do you? For years he thought that being the alpha of one of the largest packs in the state meant he could do anything he wished. He's killed. He's taken things that can never be regained. You have no idea what you're up against here. No idea how many packs he's pissed off, and all the while his pack have stood by while it happened. You've all stood together and allowed it to happen. You will all pay for your crimes. Starting with your mate. He spat the words at me. I don't have a mate. I said calmly, though inside I was a mess. Do you take me for a fool, Carson? I've been watching you for a while now. I know more about you than you probably know about yourself. I hadn't actually planned to execute this plan so soon. I'd wanted to watch as you lost your mate's heart to Lucas, but I've grown tired of this game. It's time to rid the state of the bloodthirsty animals you all turned out to be. He turned and walked toward the door. My heart pounded in my chest and I had to take a steadying breath. Wait, my pack had nothing to do with my father's crimes. You can't punish innocent people for the crimes of one man, you're insane, I shouted at him. He stopped in his tracks but didn't turn around. You'll have a front row seat to their execution and then you'll follow. He resumed walking. Victor, listen to me. You'd hurt children who had nothing to do with this. Please, you're not thinking straight. My pack has done nothing wrong. We never stood by and allowed my father to commit any crimes. My father answered to no one and he kept his business to himself. How could we have known my pack wouldn't do that, and I'm nothing like my father? I was gripping the bars to the point where it felt my bones would shatter. I had to make him see that this made no sense. That he was wrong. He turned to me and took a few steps in my direction. The glint in my eyes told me my words hadn't affected him in any way, and I pulled against the bars, rattling them, desperate to escape, to warn my pack somehow. You think you're nothing like him, he said with a cruel chuckle. Then he looked at me, his eyes narrowing and a smile blossoming on his face. Allowing your pack to live will be to the detriment of us all. I've watched alpha after alpha emerge in that pack, and none have been any different. You whipped your own mate for disobeying you. Do you deny that I remained silent? Gritting my teeth. Precisely. And you're willing to kill an entire pack. How is that any different from my father? I gritted out. He laughed. I never proclaimed to be anything I'm not, with your pack out of the way. There will be nothing to stand against my reign. So this really has nothing to do with your mate then. It's about power. I surmised. Finally you get it. I'm sick of the other packs answering to you, following your lead simply because of tradition. You are not fit to lead, and the death of my mate is evidence of that. Victor, please. It practically killed me to beg, but this was my pack. I had to do something. He looked at me, his smile growing and his eyes narrowing. You're right. This is insane. I have a better idea. You choose. He looked at me, waiting for my response. Choose what, frankly, Carson? I couldn't care less who dies. I just want you to suffer for your father's sins. So you choose. Lucas is with your mate right now. If I make one phone call, he's dead, and Alfonso was kind enough to loan me his own guard. Combined with mine, your pack won't stand a chance, and at the moment they have your camp surrounded. One call and your pack goes up in flames. Women and children alike. My breath was coming in harsh gasps. No, but you get to play a role in all this, dear Alpha. You get to choose which one to save. If you chose to save your pack, I guarantee no harm will come to them. They'll all be assimilated into my pack, but your mate will die. If you choose your mate, I'll let him live, but your pack will pay the price. Choose, he said deviously. I can't. Don't do this, I let out. The pain in my voice evident. If you don't choose, then they all die. Then kill me, please, just leave them out of this, I agonized. No. You have 1 hour to make your decision, he said, then turned on his heels and walked out the door. I rattled the bars, pulling and pushing, smashing my shoulder against it, but it wouldn't budge. I shifted form to see if I could somehow squeeze through. No luck. I kicked, scratched, and slammed myself into the bars over and over again, desperate to escape. Desperate to save my pack and my mate. When these proved futile, I slid to the ground, my head resting against a bar and my breath uneven. I couldn't choose between my mate and the pack. I couldn't. Laken was my mate. I'd loved him my whole life. I'd watched him grow into the wonderful person he was now. He had one of the purest hearts I'd ever come across. He didn't deserve to die at the hands of someone he trusted. He didn't deserve to die. Period. Not my Laken. I loved him beyond reason. He was more than just a mate. I banged my head against the metal, trying to hold back a sob. Not Laken. But how did you order the death of thousands of innocent people, men, women, and children? How did you stand by and watch a whole pack being massacred, killed because of your father's selfish misdeeds? I loved my pack. I'd grown up with these people. They were good and compassionate. They didn't deserve this. My hand shook as I brought it up to run through my hair, which was damp with sweat. I had to decide who lived and who died. I couldn't escape. This place was made for prisoners like me. How did you choose between the love of your life, the bane of your existence, and thousands of innocent people? You didn't. No one should have to make this choice. As an alpha, the right choice would be to choose what was best for the pack. But I was also a man. A man with a mate who, just as much as the pack, didn't deserve this. I sat there tormented. I had to get out of here somehow, but the only way that could happen would be if someone got close enough to the bars so that I could physically threaten them to open it. These people were smart. They would be getting nowhere near me, and so yet again it dawned on me that I had less than an hour to pronounce death. Laken's face flashed before my eyes. Laken scared. Laken laughing. Laken glaring at me. Laken crying. Laken sleeping. Then I thought of my pack. The children. The different families. The hunts, the love. The unity. What did I do? For once I had no answer, and again the tears threatened to fall, and I allowed it to. I was allowed this momentary weakness. I was allowed to mourn for the death of... I didn't even know. Your time is up. I glanced up at his voice, then shot to my feet. Victor, think about what you're doing. These are innocent people. All of them. My mate. Please, just kill me. It was my father who did this. You'll be in power without an alpha to rule my pack. You can take over. Just don't kill anyone. They're innocent, I agonized. My face pressed up to the bars. Make your choice or they all die. Your words mean nothing to me. He seethed, and looking into his eyes, I could tell I hadn't gotten through. His eyes were as black as his heart. I stepped back from the bars, falling to my knees in despair. Please, Victor, I begged. Your choice. I lowered my head. Looking at him proved to be too much. I was a failure. I couldn't protect anyone. With a bleeding heart, I pronounced death. I told him my choice. One would live and one would die. It almost killed me to say the words. Was I being cruel? Did I do something wrong when I used the mind I have to make this decision? Is it so wrong to want to experience something for myself? Let's get one thing straight here. I love and respect Carson. Finding out that he's my mate made me happier than I thought possible. I know I'm lucky. I certainly don't need anyone to spell it out for me. But can you blame me for being insulted every time he ordered me around? We're lovers. Friends. Mates. Why am I still being ordered to do this and do that after everything we've been through? I'm torn up about disobeying him, but I refuse to live my life based on what others force me to do. I want to make my own mistakes. enjoy my own experiences, and make my own decisions. It was these thoughts that pretty much followed me around all day. We'd gotten to the hotel about 3 hours before, and since the workshop wouldn't be until tomorrow, Lucas had said that we could do our shopping today. So we were at the mall, and we were all expected to meet back at 6 p.m. for dinner. You've been sulking ever since you got off the phone. What's up with you? I looked over at Lila, who had paused in her sifting through dresses on the clothes rack, and was now looking at me with concern. I feel kinda guilty for what I did. I've disobeyed him so often. I mumbled, dropping my head on her shoulder. You realize the word you just used, disobeyed. He's supposed to be your mate, not your ruler. And the only way listening to his orders is gonna be fair to you is if he listens to yours too, she said, patting my head gently. Take Lucas, for instance. You don't see him ordering you around. You could probably be free as a bird with him. It looks to me like he's the type of person to drop everything to do what you want. Letting a guy that in love get away isn't wise, she said seriously. I still wasn't really sure when she'd gone from being obsessed with me and Carson as a couple to being crazy about me and Lucas as a couple. Carson's coming here, I announced, straightening up from my uncomfortable position. What? When I don't know, he just said he'll get here soon. Could be today or maybe tomorrow, who knows. Why, though? Because he has a bad feeling about this trip. I'm just worried about what he'll do when he finds out about the sleeping arrangements. I'm thinking he'll either beat me to a pulp or tear Lucas's head off, or both. I chuckled, half believing what I was saying. Okay, well, he's not here yet, and the sleeping arrangements had nothing to do with you, so let's just enjoy the shopping while we can. Okay. Oh my God, just look at that jacket. She squealed, then tore through the aisle to get to it. This is like the cutest thing ever, she enthused, hugging it to her chest. I had to admit it really was cute. My eye caught the price tag and my eyes widened. Lila, the thing cost a fortune, I know, and isn't it worth every penny I love Canada? I shook my head. Well, when your mom was a doctor and your father was a lawyer, getting expensive stuff certainly wouldn't be a big deal. Here I was once again playing around with the package. I decided not to let Lila open it because depending on its contents, she'd use it as ammunition against Carson in arguments for Lucas. At the moment, I lay on my side of the bed playing catch with it, throwing it directly above my face and catching it just in time to save myself from a serious face injury. I looked toward the bathroom when I heard Lucas exit. He was naked save for a towel wrapped around his waist, and I blushed at what I saw. Not that he looked much different from Carson. They were both tan with defined abs and all that other sexy stuff except for maybe the scar that ran from Lucas's chest to just above his navel. Where'd you get the scar? I asked, figuring it wasn't polite, but I was pretty sure he wouldn't mind. Vicious fight, he said with a grin. That got me intrigued now, and I said, trying to show him how important it was for him to continue. I love stories and drama. Hence the reason Lila was my best friend. He chuckled. There's really nothing much to tell. I was a bit of a bad boy back in the day. I got myself into more problems than I can count, and one got out of hand. Back in the day, dude, you're like 22, I said. He smiled, one of those smiles that told you he wasn't telling you everything. What, you are 22, right? There's no way he could be a day older. Well, technically I am, but shapeshifters age a bit differently. So you're immortal. No, we just age slowly, but we'll all die someday, he said, then bent down to take out a pair of shorts from his bag. When he got up, I turned away to give him privacy while he dressed, and in no time he was getting on the bed. I could feel his body heat between the sheets, and I shifted uncomfortably. Thought you opened it already? I looked at him. He was laying on his back, his hands behind his head and his chest still bare. Then I looked down at the package I'd almost forgotten was in my hand. Oh no, I was wondering if I should. I answered honestly. Why wouldn't you? Never mind, you don't have to tell me. Carson, right? It's not like he told me not to open it, it's just that maybe I shouldn't be accepting things from other guys. I got out, then looked up at him, willing him to tell me what was the right thing to do here. I don't think there's anything wrong with accepting a little gift from somebody, he said, and after a moment's pause, I nodded. He was right. It was just a gift, right? Taking the folds between my thumb and forefinger, I pulled off the wrapping paper and put it aside. I hated ripping apart gift wrappings. Go figure. The box was weird. It looked like something from another era, maybe. It was small and wooden, with a crest-type deal engraved into every inch of it. I looked at Lucas again and he smiled, then turned back to the package and removed the lid. It was a pocket watch. Or at least that's what it looked like. It was silver, and on the lid housed the same crest as on the box. I turned it around, inspecting it. It was circular and a bit weighty. I pushed down the button at the top and the lid flew open. Yep, a pocket watch. Only it was probably the most expensive one I'd ever held, and the design on it reminded me of something you'd see in a history book. It was beautiful, and it felt fragile. I loved it. I smiled up at him. It's been in my family for generations, he said simply. That statement alone wiped the grin from my face. I can't accept this, generations. You can't give away something that's been in your family for generation to some random stranger, I exclaimed, holding out the watch to him. He simply stared at it for a second, then looked at me. His eyes had gone serious. I know you don't take me seriously whenever I tell you how I feel. I'm not obsessed with you. Neither am I crazy. I never thought I'd ever find myself in this situation, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was entranced. I can't help how I feel, Laken, and I don't think of this as some game. My heart's in this. I've lived for long enough to know that what I'm feeling is real. Whether or not you choose me, I'll still feel the same way, so it would mean a lot if you kept it. I swallowed hard. He was really serious. I could see it in his eyes. Lucas was in love with me. Like in love, in love. Oh shit, Lucas, I know. But don't worry. One of these days you'll repeat those words to me. I know you will, and I'll be the happiest man alive. I couldn't even form a coherent thought. I just gathered the gift wrapping and the pocket watch and distributed them on the table beside me. I hated hurting people, and it hurt to think that he was just wasting his time loving me when I wouldn't be returning it. I looked up at him apprehensively. I had to set this right once and for all. Lucas, I couldn't go on. He had sat up on the bed. His large frame turned to me and his eyes on me. Like he was seeing beyond what was actually there. Like he wasn't just seeing me, but within me. I was so enraptured by his gaze that I didn't even move when he came closer and closer still, until I could feel his breath against my lips. I should turn away. I should. All thoughts flew from my mind when I felt his soft, probing lips on my own. My eyes drifted closed and basked in the heat of our lips pressing together. It was when he put his hand on my neck that I felt the heat erupt inside me. Just like that, I was attracted. Not beyond my wildest dreams, but certainly beyond what I'd been feeling moments before. He deepened the kiss, sliding his free hand down my arm, and I shivered in response. His lips moved down to my neck, and I moaned as he gently pressed against the spot at the base of my ear. My toes curled under, and I felt myself respond even more. It felt so good. Good until I realized he was giving me a mark. I pushed him off me, and in a second flat I was across the room and pressed up against the door. My breathing ragged. Then I put my hand to my neck, which was damp and hot to the touch. He was still sitting on the bed, his knees drawn up and his hands resting on them. He was watching me with those same intense eyes. I pushed off from the door and made my way to the bathroom without saying a word to him. I locked the door before going over to the sink and turning on the tap, putting my head under the water. When I came up, it was to the realization that I was crying. What the actual moment was that I'd let him kiss me. Maybe would have let him do more if I hadn't come to my senses in time. How could I do this to Carson? I slapped my hand to my lips, trying to prevent a sob from escaping. I was weak, giving in to the demands of my traitorous body. I was nothing but a cheater. Carson shouldn't be worried about what Lucas would do, he should worry about me. I never thought I'd see the day when I kissed someone who wasn't Carson. When I was attracted to someone who wasn't Carson. Carson, who was probably flying out here planning to come rescue me from the dangers of life while I was kissing the devil himself. I looked at myself in the mirror. Eyes red. Lips trembling. Then I looked away, disgusted. He was going to hate me when he found out what I'd almost done. He was going to hate me, and I deserved it because I was nothing more than a little cheat. I'd almost cheated on my mate. Not for the first time, I wished my 18th birthday could come so I could feel the stronger bond. So that I would be bound by him in such a way that I couldn't feel anything for anybody ever again. He was going to hate me when he found out. And he would find out because I was going to tell him. I was done with lies and secrets. This opened my eyes to my own imperfections. Why would Carson even want someone like me by his side? My heart grew heavy at the thought of what I'd done. Kissing might not be a big deal to anyone, but it was to me. I was weak. I was a disgrace. And it was with these thoughts in mind that had me sobbing my heart out at 3 o'clock in the morning with Lucas, on the other side of the door, trying to soothe me with words I didn't want to hear. When next I woke, I was on his side of the bed. My hand was lying at a weird angle underneath me, and I shifted onto my side, flexing my arm to ease the discomfort. "Yes, sir, I understand, but if you would just listen to me." My ears perked up at the sound of Lucas's voice. He was in the bathroom, and it sounded like he was on the phone. He sounded somewhat distressed about something, and I cocked my ear to the side, trying to hear better. "No, you don't need to remind me why I'm here. It's just that he's—" I shifted closer to the edge of the bed, listening intently. Yes, I understand. "Yes, sir, but please, sir, he doesn't deserve this. Not this one." He trailed off again, and I had to wonder who he was talking to. Of course, I'm not getting attached. "If you met him, you'd understand what I meant. He doesn't have to know, just let me take him someplace else." Another pause. "Yes, sir." I listened as Lucas trailed off, this time sounding a bit dejected, and yet again I had to wonder who he was talking to and what the conversation had been about. Maybe the principal I didn't know. When I heard the turning of the doorknob, I eased back onto the bed and closed my eyes, pretending to be asleep. He padded into the room, and I heard when he placed something on the coffee table, then sighed. Much like before when the call had ended. I tried not to move and to keep my breathing even when I felt his presence beside me. I felt his fingers moving through my hair gently. He then pushed back the hair that had fallen onto my forehead before shaking me awake. "Laken, wake up." He shook me gently, and I pretended I was just waking up, going through the dramatics of yawning and stretching, even blinking up at him blurry-eyed. "Come on, get dressed. We gotta go," he said. His voice was devoid of emotion, but for some reason his eyes looked sad. "You okay?" I asked in concern. "Yeah." "Get up, we don't have much time," he said again. My brows furrowed. "I thought the workshop wasn't until 2. "We're not going to the workshop," he said softly. "Okay." "Where are we going then?" I inquired, confused. He paused for a few seconds as if thinking about what to say then. "We're going to meet Carson," was all he said before turning away to go tend to his bag. I shot up. "Carson's here?" I asked, my eyes wide. "He will be." Lucas gritted out, and I finally understood his mood. He was probably pissed that Carson was coming for me. I was a bit disappointed about the workshop, but then I figured I could probably persuade Carson to let us stay for a few more days. This trip would be perfect with him here. I got out of bed and sauntered into the bathroom, and it was then that I remembered last night and the kiss. My heart plummeted. We certainly wouldn't be staying here a few more days when I told Carson what I did. I wondered how he'd take the news. Would he try to hurt Lucas? Would he just be pissed at me? Would he give me the silent treatment? I shook my head at the thoughts that whirled around inside. Guess I'd find out. I thought, becoming depressed. "Where exactly is he anyway?" I asked. We were sitting in Lucas's rented car. We'd been driving for almost an hour, and I was getting a little restless. "He's not here yet." "They're supposed to take him too." He broke off, and his eyes flashed to me briefly before it went back to the road ahead. My eyes narrowed. "What do you mean they?" "What's going on, Lucas?" I asked, suddenly on edge about this whole situation. Carson's point of view. They'd shot me with a dart gun. A dart gun. Like I was some kind of bloody animal, and transported me to a new facility. New in the sense that it's not where I was before, but otherwise it was just as ratty. Cold and dank as the first place. At least my prison was bigger. Gotta thank God for small favors. I sat on the floor, my head resting on one of the metal bars, and my eyes on the one guard in the room who was shifting nervously under my stare. Moron. I was trapped behind bars with no way of getting out, and he was still afraid of me. Well, he should be, because if I ever got out of this place, there was no way in hell I was allowing any of these freaks to live. They'd messed with the wrong alpha. My stomach growled as it had been doing all day. The last time I'd eaten was just before I'd been abducted, and as a result, I was getting weaker by the hour. I guess there was no point in feeding someone you were just gonna kill. I still wasn't sure how much time had passed. But it felt like days, and I missed Laken terribly. Laken. I felt the familiar pain in the region of my heart at the thought of my mate. Where was he? Was he scared? Did he know what happened? Was he even alive? So many times since I'd made my choice, I'd thought I was going insane thinking about him. If he was dead, then I wanted to die too. I welcomed it with open arms. Even if I managed to break out of here. The pack meant nothing to me without my mate. As I'd done so many times before, I chalked back a sob. There was no way in hell I was going to give the guard the satisfaction of seeing me break down. If I was going to die, I'd go with some semblance of dignity. Laken's point of view. We were walking through a dimly lit passageway now. Lucas had his hands in his pockets and his head down, not even bothering to look where he was going. He still hadn't answered my question, and my heart rate still hadn't gone back to normal. He was hiding something, and it had to do with Carson. He said they were taking him somewhere. Who was they? Where was Carson? And why was anyone taking him anywhere? This was bad. I could feel it to my core. I wasn't gonna like the outcome of this. I brought my hand up to my mouth and captured a nail between my teeth. I was never a nail biter until today. The constant worrying was starting to get to me, and Lucas's silence certainly wasn't helping. We stopped at the last door at the end of the passageway, and I watched as Lucas knocked twice. Paused and knocked 3 times. It was some kind of code, I guessed. The door swung open and I froze. A guy was standing there with a M16A4. I knew the type because my dad collected guns for some reason. I took a step back. I knew something was up. The guy was decked out in bulletproof vest, combat boots, the whole shebang. Lucas looked back at me, then nodded his head towards the open door. I shook my head and took another step back. I never liked guns. He grabbed my arm before I could take yet another step back and pulled me roughly through the door. Now listen to me. This isn't the time for you to disobey orders. You need to do exactly what you're told from now on. Okay, he said it, not harshly, but like it was very important that I understood what he was saying. I swallowed hard and nodded. I tensed when the door slammed shut behind us. Then looked around the room. There was just the one guard and us. The place was cold, but I shivered more from fear and uncertainty than the actual temperature. I was about to ask Lucas to explain what was going on again when I saw him. He was sitting on the ground. Legs stretched out in front of him, and his head rested against the metal bars which held him captive. Carson, I shouted and started to go to him, but Lucas grabbed my arm, preventing me from moving. I watched as Carson's head jerked up at the sound of my voice, and in an instant he was standing pressed up against the bars. His eyes on me. What you doing? Let me go, I shouted at Lucas, trying to pull my arm from his. You need to stay here. You're not allowed to go near him. Lucas said. Why is he in there? Let him out, I said again, twisting this way and that, trying to free myself. Lucas grabbed my shoulders, spinning me so I was facing him. His grip on my shoulders was painful and I flinched. Remember what I said about you following orders? This is out of my hands now. We're not allowed to go near him, so if you don't want to get hurt, you keep your body still. He bit out. I wasn't listening to him, though. I needed to get to Carson. I missed him after the mere 2 days apart, and now they had him locked up looking weak and half-starved. Laken listened to him. I froze at the sound of Carson's voice, firm and commanding despite his disheveled state. I could only look at him. My shoulders slumped with defeat. What's going on? I asked. My eyes darting between them. They didn't answer, but we all looked around when the door we'd come through opened and another guard stepped through with a bulky, middle-aged dude behind him. Well, it seems everyone is where they should be. The middle-aged guy commented. He was smiling, one of those knowing smiles like he knew something everybody else only wished they knew, and for some reason I disliked him instantly. He came to a stop in front of me and took my chin roughly in his hand. So you're the boy everyone's been going crazy over, he commented. His voice taking on a slightly insolent tone, and I jerked my chin out of his hand. In a flash, he brought his hand up and backhanded me across the cheek. I winched but didn't cry out, and I felt Lucas grab my arm automatically. Keep your time's hands off him, I heard Carson growl from behind bars, while simultaneously rattling them. The guy swung around to face him and spoke in an angry tone. If I remember correctly, you gave up the privilege of deciding what happens to him when you ordered his death. I gasped at his words, my eyes flashing to the guy's face and then to Carson, who looked at me helplessly. His eyes tormented. Ordered my death, I whispered the question. My brain racing to catch up with the fundamentals of the situation. Ah, yes. I gave him the choice. Either you died so his pack could live, or you lived so his pack could die, and he chose his pack over you. The guy said to me, his eyes gleaming. I swallowed the bile that rose to my throat at his words. I still wasn't really sure what was going on, but I understood Carson's choice. It was the noble thing to do. The right thing. I knew, however, that if I had gotten such a choice to make, I would have chosen Carson without a thought, and I had to wonder briefly if that meant I loved him more than he did me. I chose to remain silent. looking at Carson, whose gaze was fixed on mine, and I could read the apology in his eyes. That, coupled with regret and an ancient sadness that had me taking an involuntary step towards him. Lucas held my arm firmly, however, and once again I found myself desperate to go to my mate. "Will somebody just please tell me what's going on?" I said, my voice shaky and my face burning from the slap. "You, dear Laken, have been sentenced to death by your own mate. You will pay for his father's sins." "Mate, he knew his father's sins?" I asked again, confused and fearful. "Look, I'm really pressed for time here, so unfortunately for you, this is one story you won't be privy to. Let's get this show on the road." "Lucas," he said, looking pointedly at Lucas, whose hand tightened around my upper arm to the point of discomfort. I titled my head up to look at him. What did he even have to do with all this? He didn't meet my gaze, but kept his eyes trained on the guy giving orders, and I swallowed the lump which had formed in my throat. "Sir, if you would just—" Lucas began, only to be cut off by the man. "I don't want to hear it. Know your place and follow orders," he shouted, clearly enraged. Lucas only nodded, then he pushed me to my knees. By this time, my heart was in overdrive and I was sweating profusely. Who knew my life would end on a school trip to Canada? I closed my eyes tightly when I felt the cold metal on the back of my head. It was undoubtedly a gun, and I whimpered. "I didn't want to die like this, no. Wait, Victor, please." My eyes flashed to Carson, who had shouted the words. He was gripping the bars in what looked like a death grip, and his eyes flashed with desperation. "You had your chance. You've made your choice now, shut up." The guy Carson called Victor said. "Lucas, go ahead," he said again, looking over at us. I couldn't believe this. I had trusted Lucas. I thought he loved me. I whimpered again when I heard the click of the safety being released. "Please, Lucas, don't do this. You've spent time with him. You know he doesn't deserve this." "Not Laken, please," Carson pleaded again, but this time I kept my eyes closed. The gun at my head trembled and I tensed. "What are you waiting for? Do it," Victor shouted. My eyes flashed open when the rattling started and I looked to the source of the noise. Carson was rattling the bars, trying desperately to get free. He was pulling and twisting his body this way and that, growling all the while. At one point I watched as he shifted into his wolf and tried to bite through them, but when that failed he shifted back and in a flash he was pulling again. Everyone around me froze and could only look at him. "He's gone mad," one of the guards exclaimed in horror, and I had to agree. I had never seen Carson like this before. He looked like a rabid animal the way he was going on. I'd never seen him so desperate, so determined. His face was contorted in a grimace as he continued to pull, and I could see the veins bulging in his forehead. His muscles bulged, and it looked like he'd stopped breathing altogether as he tried to break free. The gun had fallen away from my head, but I was too focused on what Carson was doing to really notice. "Holy shit, he's getting out," the guard said again, backing up an inch. He was right. I don't know how he did it, but the bars were bending under the pressure he exerted on them, and my breath caught in my throat. It was a magnificent sight. Watching your boyfriend transform from a man into this beast. Don't just stand there, you morons. "Do something," Victor shouted at the guards, who were still frozen in awe. I watched as Victor grabbed a Glock out of the waist of one of the guards, and I screamed Carson's name. Jumping up from the ground, Victor fired the shot, and I watched as the blood erupted from Carson's left shoulder, and he released the bars momentarily. "Carson," I screamed again and made to run over to him, but I was grabbed around the waist by Lucas, who then took the opportunity to open fire at the two guards who stood there not doing their jobs. Victor spun around to face us, and Lucas fired in his general direction, causing Victor to run for cover. In the chaos that ensued, I watched in surprise as Carson managed to slip through the small opening he's made in the bars and ran over to us, holding his hand over his shoulder. I heard as Victor cursed from where he was across the room and slam his weapon against the ground. Did guns get jammed? "Now's our chance," Lucas shouted, pulling me with him as he ran toward the exit. I looked behind me to make sure Carson was following. Satisfied he was, I allowed Lucas to drag me out the door and through the hallway. It seemed the shots had alerted everyone else in the building, though, because we heard voices shouting and heavy footfalls above us. Lucas slammed through the metal door at the end of the hall that would lead us outside, and I stumbled, my knee hitting the asphalt and sending a wave of pain through my leg. He dragged me up by my arm, and we continued to run. "Come on, my car!" Lucas shouted to Carson, and I looked back for a split second to see others exiting the building. Some had guns while others were in their wolf form, and I sped up, my injured knee screaming from the pain. Lucas didn't even fumble with his car door. We were there in an instant. And he shoved me in, then got into the driver's seat. "Carson," I screamed, because Carson was standing outside the car looking down the hill at the guys chasing us. "There's no way we can escape them like this. I'll try to hold them off." "Just go," he shouted at Lucas, who had already started up the engine. My eyes widened as I stared at him from inside the car. "Are you crazy? Get in, you're hurt," I shouted, trying to open the passenger door to let him in. He slammed it shut when I'd gotten it halfway open, then looked at me, his eyes piercing. "No, go with Lucas, I'll hold them off," he said. "No, you can't," and I shoved against the door again. "We don't have much time," Lucas shouted, already revving the engine. "For once in your life, would you listen to me?" Carson shouted at me, and I blinked rapidly, trying to see him through the haze of tears. "This is the only way I can protect you. If I don't try to hold them off, they'll catch you. Now keep your body still. Go with Lucas. I promise I'll find you." "I promise," he shouted harshly, then banged his hand on the top of the car twice to signal that Lucas should go. "No," I screamed as the car sped off, leaving Carson standing there. As we sped down the street, I watched as the men reached Carson. He tried to fight back, but they were too much for him then. I watched in horror as one of the guys pulled out a gun and gave him 4 shots. He went down like a log. "Carson, no!" I screamed, grabbing hold of the door handle, fully prepared to jump out of the moving vehicle to get to him. "Stop it, Laken. It's over. There's no way he survived that. There's nothing you can do," Lucas shouted, taking hold of my arm with his free hand. His eyes darted from me to the road and back. I sobbed wretchedly in my seat, turning so I could try to make out what was happening, but we were too far gone by then. Carson's plan had worked. No one was even giving chase. "Carson," I wailed again, knowing that Lucas was right. No one could have survived that. For once, Carson wouldn't be keeping his promise. Carson's point of view. When I felt the sensation of being lifted, my eyes fluttered open to see a shadow looming above me. I groaned from the pain that had already spread throughout my entire body. "Shh, it's okay, Alpha. You'll be all right." The voice sounded vaguely familiar, and I tried to lift my head to see the face that it belonged to, but I was too weak to even muster that much effort. My eyes drifted shut once more, despite my fighting to keep them open. "That's right, Carson. Sleep now. You'll be just fine." The voice whispered against my ear, and I drifted. "Laken's POV, 3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks, Laken. It's time you stop this." I didn't budge at the sound of his voice. Instead, I sat at the window, staring unseeingly into the snow-covered yard. He slammed down a plate in front of me. "Eat," he commanded, and I pushed the plate away, turning my attention once more to the window. I heard him sigh in frustration, but I made no effort to acknowledge him. Yeah, it had been 3 weeks. 3 weeks since the incident, and I'd heard no word about my pack or Carson. Lucas had kept us practically isolated from everyone we knew, and that didn't bother me in the least. Ever since watching my mate get gunned down, I'd pretty much lost interest in everything. Carson's dead. The thought no longer made me cry. The 2 weeks after the shooting, I'd pretty much cried away all my tears. I had nothing left in me to let out, and so I spent my days in this very spot looking out into the yard, waiting for what I had no clue. "Listen to me, Laken. You need to snap out of it," Lucas practically shouted at me. He had my face in his hands, so I had no choice but to look at him. My eyes bored. "Don't let his death be in vain. He died to save you. The least you can do is try to live," he said harshly, and I flinched at that and jerked my face from his hands. "Just leave me alone." I whimpered, pushing the plate further away from me and resting my head on the table. I listened as he pulled up a chair beside me and sat down with a sigh. "I miss him," I whispered, not really caring if he heard or not. It was just something I was feeling. He dragged his hand through my long curls. "I hadn't cut my hair in weeks. I just didn't have the drive." "I know," he said after a while, and my mouth trembled as I felt my eyes water. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly before raising my head to look at him. He dropped his hand from my hair but continued to look on at me with concern. "What you're feeling is understandable, but you have to try to fight it. After a while, it will get better, I promise," he said with a small smile. "Have you ever lost someone you love?" I asked softly. "Yes, and I'd rather not lose you too," he said, brushing the stray lock of hair from my face. I glanced back out the window. "He's not coming back, Laken." And it was then that the tears started again. Messy sobs that had Lucas doing everything in his power to get me to stop. I was grateful to him for his help. Yes, he'd initially tried to kill me, but whether or not he'd been involved, the outcome would have been the same. Only I'd have died along with Carson. The sobbing lasted a good 10 minutes before it tapered off into a bout of sniffling and tear wiping. All the while, Lucas was by my side, silently giving me the comfort I wasn't sure I wanted. "All right. Go change, we're going out," Lucas said, getting up. I looked up at him, wiping what remained of the tears off my face. "I don't want to go out," I grumbled. "No, you don't want to. You need to. Now go get dressed," he said, pulling me up from my spot and ushering me into my room. The town was beautiful, with all the twinkling lights and cool decorations. I always loved Christmas time, but this year I wasn't enjoying it, and I certainly wasn't appreciating the decor. I was away from family who I hadn't seen since I'd left for Canada. I'd spoken to my mom a few times, and she'd told me about the attack on the camp that the guard had successfully quashed, but otherwise she had no idea where I was. All I was allowed to tell her was that I was safe. I'd had to beg Lucas to even allow me to talk to her because he feared the repercussions. I wasn't really sure where we were either. I just knew we weren't in Canada anymore. We were at one of his safe houses, which we'd be leaving in less than a week. He'd sorted out my passport situation and said he was taking me to London. My new home, he called it. Of course I didn't want to go, but he'd made it abundantly clear that it wasn't my decision. He said the furthest away we got from my pack, the safer I'd be. I wasn't so sure about that. I figured if Victor tried hard enough, he'd find us, and that would be that. Yeah, I'd become a bit pessimistic since that night. "I don't want to be out here. Can't we just go back home?" I whined. Lucas simply looked at me, a look that said I was asking the impossible, so instead I sighed and continued walking along the beautifully decorated street. It was Christmas Eve, and I still wasn't in the Christmas spirit. Wasn't that just sad? The day continued much like this, with me not taking much interest in anything and Lucas trying his hardest to make me smile. It wasn't that I was ungrateful for his help and presence, and I certainly wasn't trying to be selfish. It's just that when you didn't have the drive to do something, it wasn't easy for someone to get you in the mood. And there was a valid reason for my lack of drive. It felt as if the absence of my mate took away a part of me I didn't even know I had. I'd read about this feeling in books, and I used to think it was just a load of rubbish, but feeling it for myself made me realize that it was real, but Hollywood didn't do it justice. The feeling was worse than anyone could ever hope to capture on the big screen. It was when we'd entered a store and I'd found the perfect gift for Carson that it really hit me. Ironic how I'd been searching for it for weeks before, and it was when he was dead that I'd finally found it, huh? I picked it up and smiled to myself. I was never good at picking out jewelry, but Carson would have loved it. "You want it?" Lucas asked, peering over my shoulder at it. I shook my head and replaced it, then walked on, leaving him to trail behind me. No use buying something for someone who wasn't even alive to appreciate it. We spent the day going from store to store, gazing at the Christmas lights and talking. Okay, maybe that was a bit of an exaggeration. Lucas spent the day dragging me from store to store, trying to get me to even glance at the lights and prompting me to talk to him. It was productive to a point, meaning I'd finally gotten out of the house and I'd stopped moping for a few hours, but it wouldn't change anything when we got back to the house, and not for the first time. I prayed this feeling would disappear. It hurt too much to think about Carson. The love we'd shared. The time we'd had. Since his death, I'd been able to reflect on every bad thing I'd done, every mistake I'd made, and I knew that if I got another chance with him, I'd do a lot of things differently. I'd never disobey him. I wouldn't make the little things bother me. It would be the perfect relationship. I'd learn to defend myself so he wouldn't have to watch out for me so much. Well, there was no point in should-haves now, was there? I wished I could talk to Lila. I missed her so much, but of course Lucas said no. So I was holed up in some unfamiliar place, and the only person I knew or could talk to was Lucas. Sometimes I really had to wonder what would have happened if I hadn't met him. Would the outcome really have been much worse than it was now? But I squashed the thought. Carson had trusted him enough to leave me with him, and that had to count for something. With that thought in mind, I tried harder to make him think I was getting better. I tried to smile more and talk more, but despite my efforts, I could tell he wasn't fooled. I could still see the frustration evident in his body language and the sadness in his eyes. I wondered how long it would be before he just got tired of my stuff and left me to care for myself. He hadn't mentioned the whole love thing since the night at the hotel room, and I wasn't sure if he was just taking care of me out of a sense of duty or if he was spurred on by his love for me. Wow, just saying that in my head sounded stupid. I know it's a little late. But what do you think about us getting a tree? Maybe decorating it would get your mind off things a little, he asked hopefully. No, I answered. Christmas brought back too many memories. Not of Carson, but of family and friends who I would probably never see again, and Christmas time just generally made you feel things. Feelings I could definitely do without. Laken, I'm trying here. Lucas said, and at hearing the strain in his voice, I looked up at him, feeling guilty for dragging him down with my mood. I sighed. Maybe we could. I was trying to find something that wouldn't bring back memories. Something new. I don't know, Lucas. I'm sorry I'm being like this. I just don't want to remember. I got out, looking at him with sad eyes. What did it say about me that I hated when people pitied me, but I craved some form of comfort? I wanted him to stop thinking I was some helpless child, but at the same time I wanted him to just hug me and tell me everything would be all right. What did it say about me? Okay, then maybe we could go out for dinner tomorrow. It will be a completely unorthodox Christmas celebration. Nothing to remind you of anything you'd rather forget, he suggested. I nodded and he put his hand around my shoulders, steering me through the crowd. Why'd you even agree to work for Victor? He paused, as if assessing my question and trying to find the best way to answer it. I owed him. He saved my life, he said simply and with feeling. I cocked my head to the side, waiting for him to continue. Remember the scar, he asked, and I nodded. Well, one night I stumbled upon a pack of rogue wolves. Long story short, they attacked and left me for dead. Victor found me, nursed me back to health, and from then on I've been helping him in any way I can. He answered. Helping him kill, you mean? I said, my mouth tight. No. Apart from you. He's never asked that of me before. I know that accepting it was wrong. No, it was beyond wrong. It was possibly the worst choice I could have ever made, and I'll regret that forever. I know you probably blame me for Carson's death, and I know, that you'll never... What he asked when he finally registered what I said. I said I don't blame you. This would have happened even if you hadn't helped. It would have happened even if I never met you, and even if I had listened to him and not gone on that trip, because Victor is determined. If he wants someone dead, it'll happen. I said with certainty. Not this time. He'll never get to you. I have links in London. Allies who'll be willing to help in any way they can. I've already gave them a heads up on the situation, so as soon as I get you to safety, we'll deal with Victor. That's not a question, that's a promise, he declared. You know what I've learned, Lucas, I said, lifting my head to look into his eyes. As long as there's a possibility that you might be killed, promises serve absolutely no purpose. There had been no presents. No tree. No singing of Christmas carols or watching of Christmas movies. There had been no happy holiday wishes or mistletoe kisses. No hot chocolate or fruitcake, and there had been no decorations. We simply went out to dinner. Caught a movie that I barely paid much attention to, then went back home and bundled up in front of the TV. Watching the news, no less, and my mind wasn't even on that. As with every other day, my thoughts were filled with Carson, the first time we'd talked. The night he'd told me I wasn't allowed to have a relationship. The first time we'd had a private, intimate moment. The first day by the lake. The day we'd burned the cake. The first time he'd told me he loved me. It was all Carson. Everything Carson. I knew that no matter how hard I tried, I wouldn't ever get rid of this feeling, and that was a depressing thought. It was something I'd have to live with for the rest of my life, and I hoped nobody ever fell for me because there was absolutely nothing I'd be able to offer them. You all right? Lucas asked, his eyes fixed on my face. I composed my features to prevent him from seeing the myriad of emotions flickering on my face. Yeah, I answered. I know you don't want to leave, but I promise we'll come back one day, Laken, he said. We were leaving for London in the morning, so this was my last night in the land of the free. After this, I would feel further away from my family and friends. My last night to be close to them, even if it wasn't really in person. It's okay, I answered, trying to make light of the situation. Don't be afraid to tell me how you, he began, then stopped abruptly. His body tensing. I glanced over at him, my eyes questioning. Shh, he said, putting his finger to his lips and slowly and quietly rising from the chair. What is it? I whispered, but he held up his hand for me to be quiet and made his way into the front room. I got up equally quiet, my heart going heavy. What had he heard? Had they finally found us? By the time I got to the doorway, I saw that he had a gun drawn and was moving to turn the knob of the front door. I swallowed against the fear. Not again, please. I didn't think I could stand much more of this. He swung the door open and I tensed, waiting for the onslaught. "Holy crap," he exclaimed, and his gun clattered to the ground at his feet. He made no move to pick it up but stood frozen in the doorway, staring at whoever or whatever was there. I took a step forward. Uncertain. There were no shots being fired, which probably meant we weren't in any immediate danger. When I reached to his side, I could have sworn my heart stopped in my chest. I had to be seeing things. He stood in the open doorway, the scarf around his neck blowing in the wind. His left arm was in a cast. His eyes met mine, brilliant in their intensity, and then a slow smile crept up on his beautiful face. "Carson," I whispered, my heart beating fiercely in my chest. "Carson's point of view, I still can't believe you're alive." Lucas said clearly, still in awe, "Yeah, well, I wouldn't be if Thomas hadn't found me when he did," I said, and we both looked over to the other room where Thomas stood talking on his phone. I stretched out my legs, trying to get comfortable on his couch, careful not to jar Laken, who was stretched out on the couch, sleeping with his head in my lap. I ran my hand through his curls. I'd never seen his hair this long before, and I liked it. He shifted in his sleep, his brows furrowing, and I smoothed them out with my fingers. Ever since I'd gotten here, he hadn't left my side. After the initial shock had worn off and he'd cried a bit, he'd settled in the couch beside me and fought to stay awake for as long as he could. But as expected after the crazy day he'd had, his eyes had finally drifted close. "How's he been?" I asked Lucas, who was sitting in the chair across from me. His eyes on my mate. "He missed you," was all he said. His eyes still glued to Laken. It was things like this that could make a man jealous, but seeing the look in Lucas's eyes made me realize just how much he cared for Laken, and I could only be grateful that he had taken care of him. I'd made the split decision to leave Laken with him that night because instincts told me it would be a right one, and it turns out I was right. Laken was in good hands here. I'd constantly worried about him during my recovery, wondering how Lucas was treating him or if Victor had caught up with them. It very nearly drove me crazy, and so as soon as I was recovered to the point where I no longer needed to be bedridden, I'd asked Thomas to track him down, and despite Thomas's skill, it certainly hadn't been easy. "Hasn't he been eating?" I asked with concern. I had his hand in mine. He was practically skin and bones. "Do you have any idea how stubborn he is? Getting him to eat something daily was like pulling teeth," he said, shaking his head. "Yeah, that's Laken, all right." "Stubborn as hell," I said with a small smile, tracing the outline of his face with my index finger. "I get how you got away, but how did you survive that?" "You got 5 shots, man." "How does a person get shot 5 times and walk away from that?" he asked. His voice was low, but the incredulity was still there. "Wasn't my time, I guess. The bullets missed all my vital organs and every single shot went clean through. It sounds impossible, but that's what happened. Got minor surgery on my shoulder, but that's it," I answered, not quite believing it myself. Of course, I had the scars to prove it, and the pain pills I was taking 3 times a day pretty much confirmed what happened. But Lucas was right. Nobody just walked away from something like that. It was a miracle, one I'd be thanking my lucky stars for every day. "Damn," Lucas intoned, shaking his head in obvious disbelief. "When death's not ready, I guess it's just not ready." My eyes narrowed at his tone. "Why do I get the feeling you wouldn't have minded if I hadn't come back?" I asked. Then my eyes drifted back down to Laken, and I had my answer. Lucas only shrugged, but his expression gave nothing away. "What I miss?" Thomas asked, entering the room and flopping down on a nearby couch. "Only that Lucas here isn't too pleased with your rescue effort," I said with a grin. I was only joking, but Thomas's eyes flashed to Lucas's face with a glare. Thomas wasn't a big fan. "You can't separate a guy from his mate, you know." Thomas addressed Lucas. "No matter how much you cared for him and told him how you felt, Laken would have never loved you the way he loves Carson. It's like finding a soulmate. There's nobody else out there who will have that kind of impact on you," he said with a sad smile, and I nodded at his words. Thomas knew what it meant to love a mate. He himself was going through some issues with his own mate, and I could only sympathize with him. His mate was his best friend. But that wasn't the problem. Nope, the crazy thing was that Thomas's mate was human. He had no idea werewolves even existed, much less that Thomas was his mate, and to make matters worse, he was homophobic. That's one situation I was glad I didn't have to deal with. I had Laken, and he understood what I was feeling, and he felt it too. Thomas, on the other hand, was pretty much alone in this. To have your best friend and mate so close at all times, but having to hide everything you were from him, brutal. My heart went out to my beta. "Are you quite done?" Lucas asked rudely. Directing his question at Thomas, who bristled from his words, I figured now would be the best time to make my leave. We couldn't afford any violence right now, and with the tension building between these two, violence was highly likely. I shifted in the couch. Moving carefully so as not to wake Laken, I held the back of his head, carefully lowering it to the couch as I got up with some amount of effort. "I think it's time we got out of here," I announced and watched as Thomas pushed up out of the chair. "We have a long flight back and his parents must be dying to see him." I went on. Lucas's eyes widened. "You can't seriously be thinking of taking Laken back to your camp," he said. Clearly surprised. "It's his home." "Where exactly do you want me to take him?" I queried. Slightly annoyed now. "You were abducted in your own camp." "What does that tell you about its security?" he growled at me. That was a minor setback. "We've made changes, and now it's virtually impenetrable. He'll be fine there," I said, waving off his concerns. When he grabbed my good shoulder, Thomas took a step towards us and I held up my hand to stop him. "Let me take him to London. There's no way Victor can find him there. Then when it's safe, he can come back." He pleaded with me. "I'm not letting him out of my sight again," I said firmly, grabbing his hand and flinging it off my shoulder. "Is fulfilling your own selfish desires more important than his safety?" he asked, glaring at me. "My own selfish desires. What the actual meaning does that even mean? I'm looking out for him like I've always looked out for him. Just because I want him by my side instead of off on some getaway with you doesn't mean I care any less." I rounded on him, up in his face, fully prepared to start a fight right there in his living room. "He'll be safer in London, far away from all this. You are a target. And if Laken is with you, then so is he. Listen to reason. You can honestly stand there and tell me he's happy here. Look at him. He hasn't been eating, and from what you said, he hasn't even had to drive to do anything at all. He needs me, and I won't leave him. Never again." I roared. "His happiness takes a back seat to his safety. That's where you're wrong. Neither is greater than the other, and when he's with me, he'll have them both." "Nothing you say will," I started. "What's going on?" I spun around when I heard Laken's sleep-filled voice to see him looking at us. His eyes wide with uncertainty. "We're leaving, go get your stuff," I told him and watched as he pushed off the couch, his eyes darting between us and his brows furrowing in confusion before he turned towards the passageway that would lead to his room. Lucas heaved a sigh of frustration, rubbing his hand over his face. "At least let him get some sleep tonight. He's had a rough day. Then you can decide what to do in the morning." Lucas said to me, "Yeah, leave him here with you so you can drag him off to God knows where without. Then by all means plant your body too," he said, throwing his hands up in the air. "Sue, we're staying," Laken asked from where he still stood at opening of the passageway. I looked at Lucas, then back at Laken and nodded. "Well, then I call dibs on this couch," Thomas said, flopping down into the longest couch in the room and putting his hands behind his head, all the while grinning with satisfaction. "Then you can stay in my room, Carson," Laken said with a hopeful smile. I looked up at Lucas to garner his reaction to Laken's suggestion. But while his mouth tightened infinitesimally, he gave a brief nod. "All right, lead the way," I told my mate with a gentle smile. Before I could move to follow him, however, Lucas spoke up. "You may think I'm the bad guy here, Carson, but I only want what's best for him," he said, and after a short pause I nodded and followed Laken out of the room. "I still can't believe you're actually here." "I've dreamt about this," Laken whispered, tightening his arm around me. "I told you I would come back for you. I always keep my word," I told him, planting a kiss on the top of his head. We were lying on his bed. Laken hadn't been able to go back to sleep since he'd woken up and caught my argument with Lucas an hour ago. So we'd been talking ever since, despite the fact that I was tired as hell and the pain from my still healing wounds were starting to bother me. "I was waiting for you, you know. Even though I knew you were dead, I still hoped," he said, tilting his head so he could squint up at me through the dark. "If I had died, you would have moved on eventually. You wouldn't have waited forever," I told him with a gentle squeeze. "I would," he said firmly. Almost angry, and I had to smile at that. "As nice as that is, the here, Laken. I wouldn't have wanted you to hold on to me. I'd want you to be happy. He paused for a second then. Even if it was with Lucas, as long as he made you happy, then it wouldn't matter. I told him honestly, yeah, well, I know myself. I've loved you before I even understood what the word meant. If you die, that's it for me. I don't want anybody else but you. Laken, no, I'm serious. You're everything to me, Carson. He mumbled, hugging me tighter, thereby irritating my wounds. I fought back, a groan, warmed by his words. You really hurt me when you told me to go with him, you know. You thought you were protecting me, but it was probably the worst thing you could have done. I felt like I'd go crazy without you. More than once I thought dying would be better than being here. Knowing that you were never coming back. He whispered, his voice trembling. I winced at his words. Speechless. I'm not trying to make you feel guilty or anything. I promised myself that if you ever by some crazy miracle came back to me, I wouldn't ever keep things from you anymore. Nothing at all. So this is me keeping my promise, just letting you know what it did to me when you tried to save me. I lifted my good arm from where it rested around him and brought it up to cup his upturned face. I'm sorry. I just had to protect you, and it was the only way I knew how. I told him, promise me you won't do something like that again. Promise me if you have to make that decision again. You'll come with me, and we'll deal with whatever happens together. Don't ever sacrifice yourself for me, he said firmly. I shook my head. I can't do that, Laken. If I had to do it all over again, I would choose to let you go with Lucas and I would stay behind. If it's the only way to keep you safe, then my life means nothing compared to yours. I told him earnestly, then had to suffer through the silence that followed for a good 3 minutes before he spoke again. You think I wouldn't do the same? He asked in a small voice. I wouldn't want you to. That's exactly how I feel about you doing it for me. I wouldn't want you to, but I would do it for you in a heartbeat because I love you. I love you more, I said playfully. He chuckled. I'm not even going to start this with you because we both know I love you more. I grinned. I wish you could feel what I feel every time I look at you or think about you. Then you know I do. He sighed. Giving up. This is a pointless argument. I agree. Then after a pause, I'm going back to camp in the morning. Lucas suggested you go to London with him until all this blows over. But I'm giving you a choice. No matter what decision you make, I'll be fine with it. I just want you to be safe, I told him. He didn't even take a second to think about it. I'm coming with you, he said, and that was that. Laken's point of view, I'll send back whatever aid I can. Then I'll be back to help. Lucas told Carson. We were standing in the open doorway of his front door. Thomas and Carson both held one of my bags in hand. Thanks, I appreciate that, Carson told him, shaking Lucas's hand. Take care of yourself, Laken, Lucas said, his eyes on me and a small, sad smile on his face. I dropped my bags and hugged him. He returned it with a nice, tight embrace. Thanks for everything, Lucas, I said, then backed away from him and gathered my things once more. I'll see you soon, was his reply. Then I turned to leave. Walking down the snow-covered path with Thomas, we both looked back when Carson turned back to the door. Oh, and one more thing, he said, dropping my bag to the ground. We watched as he closed his fingers in a fist and swung his arm, punching Lucas right in the face. That's for getting us in this whole mess in the first place, he said, then took up my bag and made his way over to us. I watched Lucas straighten with a growl, holding his bloody nose, and I shook my head. Guess they couldn't be friends after all. So you knew all along? I asked Thomas, who sat to my right in the comfortable plane seat. He's my beta, I tell him everything, Carson answered for him. Wow. You never gave any indication that you did, though. No weird looks or anything, and you're all right with it. Us being gay, I mean. Doesn't it bother you? I asked Thomas again, who grinned. I'm cool with it. Kinda hard to have a problem with you guys being gay when I am too, he said with a shrug. My eyes widened and I almost choked on my soda. You are, he nodded in reply, and I looked at Carson surprised. Wow. The 2 pack leaders are gay. I wonder how the pack will react if they ever find out, I said with a shake of my head, then my eyes narrowed. Wait. You mean, you've been gay this whole time? So before Carson and I met, I started. I know what you're thinking, Laken, and you're wrong. Thomas and I never thought of each other that way. I've only ever had eyes for you, and besides, he has a mate. Carson said to me. Really? In our pack, who is it? I tried to think of a guy in the pack I'd seen him with a lot, but nobody came to mind. No, he's not a werewolf. He's human, he said. Really? That can happen, I asked. Very interested now. I had no idea werewolves could mate with humans. Well, it happened to me, so I guess so. He said with a sad smile. You have a mate, so why do you look so sad, I asked. Eyebrow raised in confusion. All right, Laken, that's enough. Carson said seriously. No, it's okay. I don't mind telling him. Thomas said, he's been my best friend since elementary school. He chuckled, then continued. But he doesn't know I'm a werewolf. Hell, he doesn't even know they exist, he told me, exasperated. So that would mean he doesn't know you guys are mates, then. Why don't you just tell him, I asked again. How do you tell one of the biggest homophobes in school he's your mate, he said, and my eyes widened in comprehension. Wow, was all I could say, and Thomas nodded, turning his attention back to his drink. Some people were so unlucky, I thought. Looking over at Carson, who was looking out the window of the plane. Thank God for small favors. I looked over at him again, took up a chip and crunched it between my teeth. The sound was almost deafening in the silent room. But he kept his eyes firmly on the papers before him. We were at his house, holed up in his study. I was supposed to be writing thank you letters to all the people who had sent me Christmas presents. When I'd gotten back to camp 2 days ago, I was pretty surprised to see that people, as they had done every year before, had actually still gone out and gotten me gifts despite the troubles within the pack, and now, as was tradition, I was expected to write letters to every single one of them thanking them for their kindness. Was being the operative word here, because instead of focusing on my task, I was trying to annoy the heck out of Carson, who sat around his large mahogany desk doing pack business. I took up another tortilla chip, stuck it in the dip and crunched it again, making sure to keep my mouth open enough so that he could hear every bite. Still nothing. Not even a twitch. I did it again and tried to hold back a grin when he finally looked at me with narrowed eyes. I blinked over at him, trying to look innocent, but he wasn't fooled. Laken, I have to get this work done today, he said, gesturing to the papers. Yeah, I want to get my letters done today too. So I really can't talk right now, I said, fighting desperately to hide my grin while I turned my attention back to my letters. He shook his head, then turned back to his work. After about a minute had passed, I dipped into the bowl beside me for an extra-large chip and bit into it, moaning as if it was the most delicious thing I'd ever tasted. He looked over at me again, and I held up the bowl, offering him some. He glared at me. You know, that's really distracting, he said. Oh, I'm not distracted. You want some or not? I asked once again, feigning innocence. He gritted his teeth and started scrawling on the sheet of paper vigorously, while obviously trying to tune me out. Okay, maybe it was time to stop annoying him. I thought shifting in my seat in an attempt to get more comfortable, but I didn't have a firm grip on the dish in my hand, so when my knee accidentally bounced it, it fell from my hand and shattered against the tiled floor. Shards of glass and pieces of chips scattering across his floor. That's it. I looked up at Carson, my eyes widening as he pushed up from his desk. He had a gleam in his eyes as he started making his way over to me. Oh. I knew that look. Oh crap, I squealed, scrambling out of the chair and running towards the door. He grabbed my arm before I could make it into the hall, though, and half lifted me off the ground, throwing me back into the chair. Then he pounced. No, I'm sorry, I won't distract you anymore, I swear, I shouted between fits of giggles while he tickled me mercilessly. Didn't your mother ever tell you that you shouldn't swear, he said, not even pausing with his ruthless tickling, and I couldn't even fight back because of his injuries, so all I could do was laugh. Squirm and beg. Haha, yes. I'm sorry, haha, stop, you'll leave me to my work, he asked, still keeping up with the tickles. Promise, haha, I don't believe you, no, I will. He stopped abruptly and I sighed in relief, then tried to catch my breath. He planted a loud, wet kiss on my forehead, then got up and went back around his desk. You're no fun, I declared with a pouty face. He raised an eyebrow. You want me to come back over there and show you just how fun I can be? His eyes had that gleam in them again. No. Carry on, I mumbled. I wasn't sure I couldn't take much more of that. Instead, I kneeled on the ground and proceeded to pick up the shards of glass and chips off the ground, then depositing them in a nearby bin. When I'd picked up all the visible pieces, I left the room in search of a broom and scoop and then came back to finish the job. "Oh, I'm going over Lila for a while," I announced, gathering up my letters. His yes shot up to meet mine then. "No, you're not. Remember, we agreed that you stay in the camp until this mess is straightened out," he said. I couldn't help but heave a disappointed sigh. I hadn't seen her in what felt like forever, and no visitors were allowed into the pack right now. "Okay," I said and turned to go. "Laken." He called and I paused, looking at him. "I hope you're planning to listen to me this time." I flinched at that. I suppose it was going to take a while for him to start trusting me again. "I'll go watch TV." I assured him, then closed the door quietly behind me. I was lounging on his bed and flipping through channels when he entered the room 2 hours later. "You done?" I asked, not taking my eyes from the screen. "Nope. Can't concentrate," he said with a sigh before lowering himself onto the bed beside me. I immediately leaned against him and he shifted to make me more comfortable. "Don't tell me you're gonna do this again," he said, rolling his eyes. "Last night we'd lounged in this same spot while I flipped through station after station, unable to choose something to watch. It had gotten to the point where he'd just taken the remote from me, and we'd ended up watching something neither of us had enjoyed. Nah, I'm looking for the Avengers. I want to watch it again," I told him. "How about we not watch anything tonight?" he said softly. His eyelids were lowered and he was giving me the look. I licked my lips and batted away the hand that had come to rest on my thigh. "We can't," my mom said. "I gotta be home tonight, remember I told him." Carson had explained away my 3-week disappearing act and she'd pretty much accepted it, but she said she still missed me, so I had to sleep in my own room rather than at Lila's, the place she thought I went constantly. "What time do you have to leave?" he asked, kissing my neck. I shivered, then cleared my throat. "In like 10 minutes. She called earlier." I told him, moving away from him lest he be tempted to carry on. He groaned and stretched out on the bed, eyeing me with that same heated look. I could only chuckle. "You have work to do anyway. Don't remind me." "What's the pack meeting tomorrow about anyway?" I asked, changing the subject. "You'll find out tomorrow. What's the point of being the alpha's mate if I can't get news before the rest of the pack?" I grumbled. Then grinned when he poked me playfully in my side with his toes. "Just don't be late." He grinned, and this time I dodged his seeking toes and hopped off the bed. "I'm gonna go before my mom starts calling, 'cause then she'll never stop," I said, walking over to where he lay and kissing him on the lips. He raised his head, trying to drag it out, but I broke away with a smile. He was so adorable when he was like this. "You want me to walk with you?" he asked me when I reached the door. I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, right." And then I was out the door, down the hall and in the courtyard, making my way over to my house. "I don't know. But everything fine here." "Yeah, well, you'll be happy to know he doesn't let me go anywhere." "Yeah, I know. Yeah. See you soon." I ended the call and threw my phone down on the bed. That was Lucas. He called pretty much every day now to find out how I was. The weeks we'd spent together had made us pretty close, and I missed him. He said he's come as soon as he gathered enough help. I wasn't really sure when that would be, but I was looking forward to that, and just in case you were wondering. Yes, Carson knew we talked constantly. I didn't keep things from him anymore. I went over to my room window, looking out into the yard. It was 10A. Em and I still couldn't sleep. I'd been like this since the night Carson got shot. It would take me hours to get to sleep, and whenever I did, I would be plagued with nightmares. As I looked out into the overgrown mess of trees and bush that was my yard, a thought flashed through my mind, and I found myself reaching for my phone. "You remember when we first met? When you were in wolf form and you were trying to get me to follow you into the forest?" I typed the text and hit send, then sat on my bed and waited for his response. "Yeah, where were you trying to get me to go? Maybe I'll show you sometime, so I take it not gonna tell me, then it's prob best if I show you." Sigh. "Fine. Go back. Dwa bed. K. Night. I sighed and lay back on the bed. I should probably take a sleeping pill or something, because pack meetings were usually long and I really don't think Carson would appreciate me falling asleep in it tomorrow. The fact that we are to be punished for your family's crimes shows that we need someone better fit for this position. "You are a hazard to the pack," Jessup shouted from his position in the crowd. I rolled my eyes. "Oh, be quiet, Jessup. It's not his fault Victor lost a screw." Someone shouted over to him. "Yeah, and the Alpha has already proven time and time again that he's fit to lead. This shouldn't change anything." Another person spoke up. You've always been after his position. Someone else shouted to him. Oh, stuff it, Marilou, what do you know anyway? Jessup's wife shouted back. I know you have. That's enough. Carson boomed and the place went silent once more. Whether or not I was running this pack, we'd still be faced with this problem. Victor wants revenge, but it's not his primary goal. He seeks power. We're one of the largest packs in the state. It's no surprise that a few of the smaller packs hold a grudge. He paused when Thomas came up behind him, said something to him that I had no chance of hearing, then handed him a long sheet of paper which he perused before handing it back. You'll be happy to know that we made some progress. We've raided a few of the packs involved and held quite a large number of the wolves. Thomas has also informed me that we've captured Alfonso Giorgino, who also played a significant role in the plot. Victor, however, is still at large along with his guard. Hence the reason we've had to take such drastic precautions in securing the camp. Where are the prisoners, Alpha? Will you try them here? A member asked. No, they will be tried for their crimes among their own, he answered. Will they be sentenced to death then, like they deserve? Jessup spoke up again. If you had listened, Jessup, you would have realized I said they would be put on trial, which means their punishment will be decided once we've asserted guilt. I probably should let you know, though, that I've decided no one will be sentenced to death. That's the easy way out. They will remain alive to pay for their crimes the right way, he announced. Jessup bristled while other pack members nodded or said something to their neighbor. Any questions before we move on? Carson asked. Yeah. How'd the guys who took you get in the first place? We have guards stationed all around the border, and to get through the main gates, an outsider has to be questioned by a guard. I don't know what prompted me to look, but when I did, my eyes narrowed in suspicion. Jessup, who had been alert throughout most of the meeting, had his head down, and his wife was whispering fiercely in his ear. His eyes darted around for a few seconds before he shook her off and straightened, still refusing to look anywhere but on the platform. I could bet anything that Jessup had something to do with it, and I made a mental note to raise my suspicions to Carson when next we were alone. That's something we're looking into at the moment. We believe they entered with the help of a member of this pack, and when we ascertain the person or persons involved, we'll be sure to deal with them appropriately. Anything else? No hands went up. Okay. Now that that's cleared up, I have an important announcement to make. One that I'm sure most, if not all of you, have a keen interest in. He paused briefly, in which time Thomas came to stand by his side. It's something you have all been asking since the moment I inherited this position, and I think it's time I gave you an answer. His eyes found mine in the crowd, and I looked at him confused. Laken, come up here for a second, he said, his eyes still on me. My face grew tomato red at his words, and a chorus of voices went up in the crowd. Everyone had their eyes on me as I made my way up to the platform. They all looked confused, as if wondering why Carson was calling me on stage, and I had a funny feeling he was about to do the thing I dreaded the most, announce to the pack that I was his mate. Implications be damned. I shifted uncomfortably from foot to foot. My hands were trembling so badly I had to clasp them tightly behind my back. This was not going to go well. Carson looked down at me and I pleaded with him using my eyes not to do it. But he only smiled, a warm and gentle smile that I really didn't want to see at the moment. I have lied to you all, and for that I apologize. I've decided it's in everyone's best interest that I tell you all I have found my mate, Carson announced, and my eyes flashed to his face once more. Mumblings and shouts of delight went up in the crowd, and I swallowed hard. I actually found my mate before I became Alpha, but fearing the consequences for us, I decided to keep it from you, my family. His gaze ran over the faces in the crowd before he continued. Laken is my mate, and I'll be completing the mating ceremony with him when the time comes, he announced. I froze on the spot as all eyes traveled to me. You always read in books that when people hear shocking news, their mouths hang open. But I can honestly say I've never actually seen it until now. There was silence in the pack as all tried to process Carson's words. For once, I didn't hear mumbling or whispers. Just silence. I looked up at Carson, who took my hand in his and squeezed gently, and I fought the urge to pull away under the scrutiny of the pack. If this is a joke, son, it ain't funny. I flinched when I heard my dad's voice in the crowd. I couldn't look at him, and so I turned my eyes to my feet. No joke, Michael. Your son is my mate, and I love him. I will lead this pack with him by my side, Carson said firmly. Bullshit, I won't be ruled by a couple. A queers, a voice shouted up to us, and I felt Carson tense beside me. A chorus of voices went up, affirming the declaration, and I felt the tears gather in my eyes. This was going exactly how I expected. The only thing left now was for the broken bottles and flaming pitchforks to go up as they chased us out of the camp. Well, that's unfortunate considering the fact that this queer, he gestured to himself, has been ruling over you for months now, and no one seemed to have a problem with it until I decided to make this announcement. Carson said through gritted teeth. Laken, get over here. I won't stand for this, my father shouted. I looked up to where he stood. Unable to meet his eyes, then pulled my hand out of Carson's only to have him grip my shoulder, making it virtually impossible for me to leave. I looked up at him, but he was staring at my father, his expression angry. No. He's not going anywhere. It doesn't matter what you won't stand for, Michael. He's your son. My mate, and you're going to have to accept that. Like hell I will. I'm not letting Michael just shut up. Laken has found his mate, and I'm fine with it. My mom spoke up. I looked at her in shock, and my father's expression mirrored mine. In all my years, which haven't been very many, I've never heard my mother talk to my father like that. I couldn't believe she was on my side. I was equally surprised when I heard a great number of members agree with her as well. However, this caused a huge argument to rise up, and now everybody was pretty much shouting at everybody else. We can't accept this. This is outrageous. Another voice shouted. This is the leader we have as role models to our children, and another. It doesn't matter. Nothing's changed. It's repulsive, an elderly male shouted. Give it a rest, Ernie. Isn't your cousin gay? A woman shouted back at him. Carson has proven himself, and I stand by him. Yet another member spoke up. I could sense that this was starting to get serious, as people started shouting at each other, and even going as far as to shove each other as the quarreling heated up. He can't choose his mate. It's not his fault. That little boy has been a problem since day one. I knew he'd cause something like this. Someone else shouted, and I flinched, knowing he was referring to me. I'll go rogue before I obey another order from him. His own father doesn't approve. Why should we? You're all a bunch of hypocrites. You've loved and respected him when you thought he was straight. But guess what? You've loved and respected a gay man, so deal with it. It was then that the first punch flew, and after that it was chaos. Carson pulled me back when a wooden chair was thrown, and it shattered at the front of the stage. His eyes blazed, but we didn't see the culprit. I couldn't even hear my own thoughts, and the voices seemed to be getting louder and louder. No one was just standing around anymore, as a few small fights broke out among the crowd, and I felt my knees go weak. I was the cause of all this. I grabbed Carson's arm, my eyes wide with fright, and he looked down at me, concerned. It's okay, Laken. He nodded to someone behind me, and I felt someone grab my arm and pull me away from the front of the stage to stand in the back where it was safer. It was a guard. Thomas, Carson said, communicating his orders through only his name. Thomas nodded and motioned for the guards to step forth. I was surprised they weren't a part to the whole mess, but I suppose their training taught them to take things in stride. They followed the Alpha's orders no matter what. I covered my ears with my hand and cringed as I heard the shots being fired into the air. Screams went up, and the fighting came to a halt as the participants scrambled away from the sound of the gunshots. Enough, Thomas and Carson shouted in unison, and the sound itself was enough to send a shiver down my spine. A few of the wolves looked toward the stage and even quieted down, but others were still arguing and moving out of the way of the approaching guards. I watched in surprise as both the Alpha and his Beta shrank down in size, shifting into their wolf form. It was an impressive sight to behold. It's like they were one person with the way they synchronized. When they growled, I felt my insides quake, and I felt my knees buckle, as did everyone else in the pack. I heard their whimpers, but I could look nowhere but at the Alpha and Beta. This was their true power, and at the sound of an Alpha's growl, everyone was lowered into submission, even the strongest wolves. I craned my neck up to see most of the pack on their knees, ears covered, but otherwise silent. Carson shifted back, but Thomas remained in his wolf form, his narrowed eyes scanning the crowd. I may have inherited this position, but I've proven myself worthy of it, and I will fight with everything I have to keep it, as is practice. If there is any opposition to an Alpha's reign, then a pack member may fight him for it. But keep in mind, this is a fight to the death, and even if I die, since I have no heirs, the position goes to my Beta. I'm afraid, however, that you'll face the same problem with Thomas, as his mate is also male. His voice was calm as he said this, but his tone was deadly, and no one spoke as his glaring eyes drifted over the crowd. I'd never seen him like this before. This deadly calm that was scarier than shouting he could have done. This was the Alpha, and I pitied anyone who tried to oppose this beautiful beast standing before them. Ha ha ha. It's soon breathtaking to see you in your element. It's such a pity you won't enjoy it for long. We all looked up at the sound of the voice. I stood in shock and instantly stepped back until I was pressed up against the wall to the back of the stage. I knew that voice. It had haunted my nightmares more times than I could count. Victor stood behind the crowd with 2 men on either side of him. He was grinning up at Carson, his eyes gleaming in the sunlight. It seems he had used the distraction to make it this far into the courtyard. Carson growled before running up to the edge of the stage and jumping into the crowd. I watched as he shoved through the throng of bodies, until he made it to where Victor stood. I don't know how he expected to fight with his injuries, but he swung his good arm, intending to slam it into Victor's wrinkled face, but the man at his side caught it easily and twisted his arm around until Carson cried out in pain. "Carson!" I screamed in fright, pushing off the wall and running toward the front of the stage, planning to take the same path he had. I was grabbed by the arm and pulled back against hard flesh just before I could jump. "You need to stand down. Carson can handle himself," I heard Thomas say before he shoved me toward the back of the stage once more, as if to prove his words. A pained shout went up in the air, and I saw when the guard who had held Carson fell to the ground unconscious. Victor and the other guard had disappeared, however, and I watched as Carson looked around briefly before he ran back to the stage and climbed up. "All right, listen to me," Carson shouted to the crowd. "Victor is here, which means it's highly likely he has his guard with him." I want all. Carson was cut off as a loud horn sounded, and we all turned to watch in horror as a crowd of men melted out of the forest and stood just outside the trees, blocking the entrance to the forestry. It wasn't until I heard the scream that pierced the air that I noticed what each man held in their hands. I gasped and took an involuntary step back. My heart plummeted to my stomach, and I felt the urge to throw up. The enemy each held the dead bodies of the guards who had been enlisted to protect our border. They were bloodied and obviously dead. The men took a step forward and threw the bodies of our fallen comrades to the ground, then stepped back and melted into the trees once more, only to have another group step up with more bodies, which they dropped unceremoniously to the ground as well. This couldn't be happening. It was when I squinted through the sunlight and really looked at the men that I noticed it. Through the trees, from what I could make out, this wasn't just a small group. This was an army. "Bring the children to safety," I heard Carson shout before he jumped off the stage once more amidst the scrambling crowd and helped to grab up the little ones. In the courtyard was chaos, but the men bordering the forest did not move. I assumed they were awaiting orders. I sprang into action, bolting into the crowd as well to help get the children out of harm's way. They were being carried into the nearby houses. I lifted one little girl who was crying for her mother and deposited her gently into the chair in Carson's quarters, along with about a dozen other children. One woman was left with the responsibility to watch over them in each household. In this one was my mother, grateful she wasn't out there with the others. I turned on my heel, and it was as I was about to push through the front door that lead outside that all hell broke loose. "Everybody get down," I heard the shout and dropped to the ground instantly, covering my head with my hands. I felt the shards of glass fall around me, and I sucked in a sharp breath as one cut into my skin. I covered my ears against the sound of the explosion, my heart thumping in my chest. I heard the screaming and the shouts coming from outside. After what felt like an eternity, I pulled myself up on shaky legs and looked around. My mother was getting all the children up and ushering them quickly to the back of the house. I staggered to the now doorless entrance and looked out into the chaos. One of the houses across the courtyard was going up in flames, and a group of men were desperately trying to put it out. Many members were in their wolf forms as they fought viciously with the enemy who had also shifted. Carson was nowhere in sight, but I spotted Thomas's wolf at the forest line rolling on the earth with another animal. He had the upper hand, though, and so I spared no time worrying about him. Instead, I watched in horror as more men melted out of the forest and joined in the fighting. This group had guns and military-style protective gear. We had thousands of wolves, but they had the element of surprise on their side, and I watched as more and more of our men went down. "Laken," my mom shouted over at me, and I took off in her direction. "Help me get them to the back room." "Come on," she commanded, and I grabbed the small hands, guiding them swiftly out of harm's way. Carson's point of view. I snapped his neck and was running towards another before his body even hit the dirt. The other guy was aiming his weapon at a wolf in my pack, and I ran up to him, grabbed the arm that held the gun, twisting it until I heard the sickening snap. He cried out in terror and pain, but I spared him no thought as I dragged the gun out of his limp hand and pulled the trigger. He fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. I ducked behind a building when I heard the gunshots whiz past me, then counted silently to 3 before running out of my shelter, firing off shots as I went. A few enemy wolves went down, but I still hadn't caught the one who was shooting at me. I ducked behind another building, pushing my head around the corner to see if I had an opening. I pulled back in a flash and covered my face as the shots pelted into the wall beside me. Then I pushed back off the wall and pulled the trigger. Nothing. Shucks, I exclaimed. I was out of bullets. Throwing the gun to the ground, I made a split-second decision to make a run for it. No way was I waiting here unarmed for someone to come finish me off. So I pulled up in a half-crouch and turned to go, only to come face-to-face with the barrel of the enemy's gun. Well, if it isn't the owl, the gun holder started before he slammed into the ground at my feet. Behind him stood a member of my guard. I nodded at him. I took the gun he offered, and we quickly made our way to the forest line, which would provide much more cover, as well as more enemies to fight off. Laken's point of view. 4 hours of chaos and destruction, and I still had yet to even glimpse Carson. I stood among the children in the room, peering through the window at the war going on outside. "Laken, are you mad? Get away from there," my mom screamed at me before pulling me away. Literally less than a second later, the window erupted in a mess of broken glass as a rock flew through it and slammed into the opposite wall. My eyes widened, and I looked up at my mother's alarmed face. Things just got real. Laken's point of view. The fighting had continued well into the night without so much as a pause. Each side fought viciously for victory, but to what end? I'd always believed war only brought pain and suffering. No side truly won, whether it was the side that had instigated it or the side that was retaliating. In our case, it seemed to be a losing battle. Injured men were being brought in, it seemed, every minute, and the ones that lived were in no condition to continue fighting. I thought of my dad among them, wondering if he too had been brought to another household to get treatment. Had he already died on the battlefield, or was he still out there fighting for us? All I sighed in despair. I loved my father, but I feared the impact his death would have on my mom than it would have on me, because despite the fact that I was his own flesh and blood, the bond between mates went deeper than that. At the moment, my mother was walking among the children, making sure they were all sleeping. They'd been put on cots hours before and after, telling them story after story they'd finally dropped off 2 by 2. How they slept through the noise and chaos was a guess. She was trying to keep busy, and if one could only judge by outward appearances, you would think she was just fine. But I knew her better than that. She was wringing her hands in front of her. Something she did when she was nervous, and every now and then she would look up whenever someone walked through the door. Her mood seemed to take a hit every time it turned out to be someone other than the man she loved. I wanted to comfort her, tell her it was going to be okay, but I figured I'd lied to my mother quite enough already. Because things wouldn't be okay. Not for our pack. We'd lost so many already, I was beginning to wonder who we had left to continue fighting. I looked from my mother to the other end of the room, where Carson and Thomas stood bent over a map, resting on a small table between them. They came in about 10 minutes before to discuss strategy, and were still in deep debate. I looked closely at my mate, noticing the way he stood with his shoulders hunched as if he was in great pain. He was sweaty and dirty, and there was dried blood on his hands. Every now and then he would flinch and press his hand tentatively to his shoulder, and I knew without a doubt that he was hurting. I watched as he straightened, running his hand through his hair. Then heaving a sigh. He looked frustrated and tired. Of course, he wouldn't show this to anyone, but I also knew he was scared, and it wasn't a weakness in him that made this so. It was the deep love he had for our pack and all that we had lost tonight, as well as everything we may still lose, that scared him. It scared me as well, and I resisted the urge to go over there and comfort him too. He had more important things to worry about than a clingy teenage boy. I've already contacted Marcana, and she's agreed to send whatever help she can. But that will still take hours, so we'll just have to continue driving them back to the border. That way, when her troops get here, we'll pretty much have them surrounded. It'll be easier to finish them off that way, Carson said to Thomas, who nodded before catching his bottom lip between his teeth and furrowing his brow as he gazed at the map. "I just hope we can hold them off long enough, Carson, because at the rate we're going, we won't have many wolves left to even put up a fight," Thomas said seriously. We must have the upper hand though, right? I mean, we have thousands of wolves on our side. I spoke up. The numbers aren't our biggest asset right now. I'm not even sure if we have more wolves than they do. But I'd say they have the upper hand because they have help from at least 4 different packs. Which means different fighting techniques and a variety of firepower. Thomas replied. I could only sigh in acceptance and nod at his words. My gaze left Thomas and traveled back to Carson's face only to realize he was staring at me. His face expressionless, but his eyes telling me everything I needed to know. I adjusted myself on the stool and opened my arms. I wasn't sure if he'd accept my attempt at comfort, but I kept my arms open and my eyes on his. After a brief pause and a look of uncertainty, he crossed the room, and his arms went around me in a tight embrace. Everything's gonna be okay. He kept saying over and over as he held me. But I knew it wasn't for my benefit. He was trying to convince himself, and that in itself scared me beyond words. Carson's point of view. I stepped back into the war zone with Thomas by my side. We'd discussed strategy, and now we had to find some way to get the word out to all our men, without getting killed before the news could be delivered. I'll take the north side, Thomas announced, and at my nod he shifted into his wolf and bounded out of sight. So far, we'd done a pretty decent job of pushing the enemy away from the camp itself, and so most of the fighting was being done in the forestry, where it proved to be much easier yet even more dangerous. I'd told Laken everything would be okay, but I knew that was a lie. We were losing more men than we were producing, and the enemy didn't show any sign of giving up. If anything, they seemed to be growing in numbers, and I got the impression that they were getting more help from other packs by the hour. I put a hand to my bad shoulder and rubbed at the ache that tore at it, then tipped my head and sent a silent prayer up the heavens that Marcana's troops would be here soon, because we didn't stand a chance without some outside help. Taking a deep breath, I drew my guns and checked to make sure I had enough bullets in each before returning one to my waist and adjusting the other in my hand. I needed to get my hands on a better weapon, one that would do significant damage in a short amount of time. With this plan in mind, I took off running in the direction of the battle. Laken's point of view, I should be out there. It was one of those recurring thoughts that wouldn't go away until you did something about it, but in this case I knew it wasn't going anywhere, and neither was I. Firstly, Carson would kill me if he found out. Secondly, I wouldn't be much help considering my size and lack of fighting ability, and thirdly, well, I didn't have a third reason. I was simply stuck here with my mom and the children, with nothing to do but soothe their fears and worry about my mate and my pack. I couldn't help it when my mind drifted to thoughts of the first time I'd ever uttered a word to Carson. That being the day I was being beaten up by Daryl, as well as all the other instances we'd been together. Now that I looked back on it, I realized that ever since we met, it had just been one problem after another. There was more good than bad, mind you. But I couldn't help wondering why it was that we couldn't just catch a break. Why couldn't our pack accept us? Why couldn't we just live happily ever after like in fairy tales? Was it crazy that I still believed in fairy tales? That I believed that if we ever got through this, we'd have a happy ending? Was it wrong to hope? I was dragged out of my thoughts when I felt a tug on my shirt sleeve. I looked down at the little girl with her curly hair and her pouty lips. She was about 3 or 4, and unlike the other kids here, I hadn't heard a peep out of her since her arrival. What is it, sweetie? I asked gently. I gotta show Daddy my boo-boo, she said, bending her arm to show me her bruised elbow. She'd fallen during the explosion, and my mom had put a pink Band-Aid on it. I forced a smile on my face and patted her head. In normal circumstances, I'd have given her a hug and a playful poke and told her that her daddy would be back soon so she could tell him when he came, but not this time. I could only look at her with pity because her father, Randall James, had been brought into this very house hours before and had died before he could even be administered treatment. Carson's point of view, I fired the shots in rapid succession and watched from behind my shelter as the enemy wolves fell to the ground. I'm not dying here tonight, Alpha. I got a pregnant wife to go back home to, and I swear to God I'm gonna see my baby take his first steps. I looked over at Cody. An ordinary member of the pack with no training whatsoever. Yet he'd come out here to fight for his family. This was a man of honor. I extended my hand and he shook it firmly. Then let's win this heck war, Cody. Because I'm not leaving my mate behind either, I said, looking him in the eyes. He nodded and I pushed up from the ground. Come on, I ordered, crawling on my hands and knees in the bush in order to avoid being spotted by the enemy. Cody followed suit, crawling behind me, his gun slapping rhythmically against the ground as he went. The fighting around us continued in full swing. I could hear the growling of wolves, the tearing of flesh, the slap of skin against skin and gunfire. Endless gunfire. It was chaos. Almost like a war zone, except usually when I watched war movies. The soldiers seemed to be in the desert. We, however, they were stuck in the trees fighting for dear life while the other side fought for our death. I stopped suddenly and Cody bumped into me from behind. We'd run out of cover. There was a gap in the bushes and so we'd have to make a run for it. Our aim was to get into the heart of the fighting, find out where most of the battle was taking place, and take matters from there. I signaled with my hand to Cody that we were going to have to run, and I took off into the confusion, praying he'd understood me. When I reached to the cluster of trees, I held my gun out in front of me, preparing for the worst. I didn't flinch when Cody came up behind me. I simply held up my hand for him to be as silent as possible as we walked through the trees. I took aim and fired when I saw the massive wolf bounding my way. The bullet embedded into his leg, but that only slowed him down a fraction of a second. I dove to the ground, and he skidded past me and came to a stop, turning around once more to seek us out. I raised my weapon again. "Cody, a little help here," I shouted, my head tilting toward Cody, who I assumed was somewhere behind me. "Kinda busy right now," Cody shouted back before I heard the scuffle that had developed. It seemed Cody had his own problem to deal with, which meant I was on my own with this insanely massive creature. It had taken the bullet as if it was a mosquito bite. What the heck, I let off a few more shots in its direction, but it managed to dodge them with the grace of some kind of... I couldn't even find a word to describe what I was seeing. It was out of this world. "What the heck are you?" I muttered to myself in disbelief. Took the words right out of my mouth. Cody said. We were now back to back, with two seemingly indestructible wolves to give our attention, and our guns weren't doing anything. "We gotta shift." I panted to him, keeping my eyes on the wolf that was leering at me like it was waiting for me to do something worthwhile. "Are you insane? I'm better off with a gun with no bullets." "I can't take on that thing," Cody said, and I could hear the fear in his voice. I knew if we kept up the bullet spray, it would eventually do some damage, but not before the wolves did their own damage first. Cody was just gonna have to suck it up and try something, because there was no way I could take on both wolves myself. "We don't have a choice. You realize they're just standing there. They want us to shift, and I don't think we can beat them with these toys." I hissed back at him and felt him shiver against my back. In an instant, I threw down my weapon and melted down in size to the form I was most comfortable in. I growled deep in my throat and took a step toward the enemy wolf, who reciprocated the growl in kind. If I wasn't confident in my abilities, I'd have run for the trees in fear, and that's exactly what Cody was doing. I watched in disbelief as he took off into the forestry with the other wolf at his heels. There was no way he could run fast enough. I'd have to finish up this fight quickly and try to help him. The wolf I was stuck with took my momentary distraction as an opportunity to slam his big frame into my side, sending me rolling on the ground to slam into a nearby tree, which shook upon impact. I shook my head, trying to clear it, and stood once more, growling once again, and my eyes narrowed into slits as we stalked each other. Walking a full 360 degrees before he tried to take a bite at me, I dodged his seeking mouth and returned the favor, which he narrowly missed. I had the advantage of size on my side, in that I could move much faster with my small frame. I was much more agile, and so it was easy enough to move about. When next he pounced, I feinted to the side, sinking my teeth into his flesh. He howled in pain but managed to shake me off and pounce again. I feinted to the right and my teeth clamped down into his neck. I felt the blood oozing into my mouth. I let go and jumped out of the way as he used his massive body to throw me off. For a big guy, he wasn't very smart. It was the second time he'd fallen for that. This guy would be a piece of cake. Lucas's point of view. Wow. Looks like Carson's in a big mess. "Huh?" I asked, looking over at her. She sneered at me. "Is that how you talk in front of a lady?" she questioned. Her eyes narrowed. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. So much for making small talk. We stood on the crest of the hill, looking down into what could only be classified as just one big mess. Gunshots were going off. Wolves were ripping each other apart, and people were going down left, right, and center. It was crazy. I glanced at my companion, for want of a better word. My comrades and I had met up with their group only a few minutes before. They called themselves the Marcano Pack. Apparently we were here for the same reason, to save Carson's life. She was looking down at the fight with a frown, and I had to wonder if she was having second thoughts. This fight did look a bit daunting, but I was sure with our group combined it would be effortless. She had about 800 men, easy. With more on the way, and while I only had about 62, I had skill on my side. Every one of my men were shapeshifters. I'd chosen only the best for this mission. He wants us to surround the border. Force them to the center of the forest so they have nowhere to go, she said with her weird accent. I nodded. Well, don't just stand there looking pretty. Let's go. I grinned, completely unfazed by her upset expression. She clearly didn't like me. Luckily, I didn't need her to. I'd already informed my men to shift into their best animals and take down as many as they could. They knew the pack scent, so finding the enemy wouldn't prove to be difficult. Move out, men, I shouted and watched as my comrades blazed down the hill to war with a bunch of wolves they'd never even seen before. I turned to Marcana once more and my grin widened. With a mocking salute at the Ice Princess, I took off down the hill to give aid to the man Laken loved. Carson's point of view, I found Cody not far away. He was lying face up in the grass, his eyes staring sightlessly. However, instead of the bite marks I'd expected to see on his flesh, he had 2 bullet holes in the back of his skull. I stooped beside him and put my hand to his eyes, pushing them close. I swallowed hard, my heart growing heavy in my chest. Cody wouldn't be seeing his son's first steps after all. Laken's point of view. As I stood just outside Carson's doorless quarters, I looked out into the courtyard. It showed the signs of the intense fighting which had taken place there before the enemy had been driven back into the trees. I could hear the sounds of war, as loud as if it was right in front of me. The shouts of brave men and women, the howling and growling of wolves, and of course the gunfire. It was when I reached up to drag my hand through my hair that I noticed I was trembling, and I closed my fist to stop the shaking. I was scared. I had no idea how this night would end, and I knew I was being selfish when I kept chanting to myself. Anybody but my dad and Carson. It wasn't right that I would be willing to give up anyone's life but theirs, but I couldn't help it. If they died out there, then I'd die along with them. I spotted movement to my left and gasped, then let out a sigh of relief. It was only a guard. About 30 of them had been left here in camp to protect us, and I bet they were just itching to join in the real fighting. That's what they had been trained to do after all. I looked down at my phone for about the 100th time that night because I'd texted Lucas earlier as well as called him, and he still had yet to respond. We needed his help out there, and I was afraid he'd get here when it was too late. Laken, I don't think it's wise to be outside at a time like this, my mother called out to me. It's okay, Mom, I shouted back. If I stayed in that place for much longer, I'd go mad. I felt like I should be out there at least trying to help out, not stuck here worrying and wondering. I felt utterly helpless, and I prayed this would all be over soon. 5 minutes later, I found myself walking along the sidewalk, past the other houses in our camp, and almost every one of them that I passed was crowded with either children, the injured or both. I could hear crying, moaning, and the cheerful laughter of oblivious children as I walked, and my heart grew heavier. I never imagined that this could happen to us. It felt like one of those completely unrealistic nightmares that you woke up from thinking it would be a great scene for a movie, but as far as real life went, there was just no way it could happen. I continued walking, lost in thought so that I hadn't realized how far I'd gone until I was walking by Neil's house. I stopped for a moment and looked over into his yard. The door was closed and no light shone through the windows to indicate life there. It looked just as cold and lonely as it had been before they had arrived. I still felt guilty about what happened when I'd come back after the weeks away with Lucas. My mother had told me that they had left, just got up one day, said their goodbyes, and that was it. They had left before I had even had the chance to make it right between us, and I figured I'd always regret that. I shook my head and continued on. I was a bit surprised at the liveliness of this part of camp, because usually when you passed during the day or otherwise, it was always quiet and lonely. It was lively in the sense that many of the homes had their doors wide open, and like with all the other houses I'd passed, they were filled with people. One guard stood on this side of camp, a huge gun in hand, which I instantly recognized from my dad's collection, and I wondered how difficult it had been for him to part with it along with all the others he distributed for the good of the pack. I think it would be safer for you inside, sir, he said to me, and my eyes widened. I had to literally prevent myself from looking around to see if he'd been addressing someone behind me because I honestly couldn't remember a time in my life that someone had ever called me sir. It took me longer than it should have to realize, however, that he had called me that because he now knew that I was the alpha's mate, which meant he had to show me an equal level of respect as he showed him. I beamed despite the seriousness of his suggestion. To be respected by others, it had a nice feel to it. I nodded in understanding at the guard and turned to go back the way I came. However, I had only taken about 6 steps in the opposite direction when a shot went off. It was usually at a time like this when a person's instincts should kick in and they'd run, but keeping in mind I'm not quite sane. I found myself spinning around to see the same guard who had spoken to me fall to the ground with a grunt, and I watched as his gun fell from his hand and slid along the gravel to come to a stop at my feet. I didn't even have time to dwell on the issue of coincidences. I just scooped up the weapon in both my hands and pointed it at the guard's attacker and watched him advance upon the fallen guard. Glock in hand. The guard was still alive. He was trying to crawl out of the way while pressing a hand to his side, where the blood was pretty much gushing. I didn't think to run away and hide or to call for help. I just held the weapon the way my father had taught me 1,000 times. I aimed it at the enemy who had yet to even notice me standing in the distance and fired. The kickback from the gun had me falling to the ground. But not before I saw the other guy go down like a log. I winced, pushing myself off the ground quickly, and what I saw turned my stomach. The guy I'd shot was laying on his back, his breathing coming in short, broken gasps, which sounded more like gurgles, as the blood filled his windpipe and seeped through his mouth. I watched in absolute horror as he took his last wet breath before he was just an empty, unmoving body. "You saved my life," the guard who had been shot whispered from where he lay. He was looking up at me in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Thank you," he said again. By now, people were starting to come out of the houses as they spotted us on the street. I dragged my eyes away from him once more to look at the dead guy. But I couldn't feel proud of myself for saving one life when I had just ended another. I felt the bile rise up in my throat and I ran to the bushes. And retched. I threw up my dinner while the tears cascaded down my face. Carson's point of view. It had been hours since Cody's death and I was still riled up. I couldn't get it off my mind. An innocent man was killed, leaving his child fatherless and his mate a single mother. My heart went out to all my comrades who had died in this battle. It was for them that I fought. It was for them and my mate that I wouldn't stop until I'd destroyed every single creature that stood against us. I would fight until nothing was left to give, but there was one thing I was absolutely certain of. I wouldn't be dying tonight. I let off a few more shots, then turned quickly so that I was covered behind the shelter once more. My breathing was becoming more strained as I sat there behind the massive tree trunk I was using for shelter. My left arm had frozen up on me about an hour before. It was just as the doctor had predicted when I'd been shot by Victor weeks before. The doctor had told me to rest it and have the area massaged every day. Twice a day, otherwise the healing process would be stunted and it would become stiff, and on top of that the slash I'd gotten across my chest was making it very difficult to breathe. I wasn't sure how deep it was, but I could feel the blood oozing from the wound, and I figured it would be best to get that dealt with as soon as possible. I cursed under my breath at my ill luck. The arm was pretty much useless to me now. It needed medical attention because every time I tried to move it, a horrible pain would shoot up my shoulder. It was too intense to ignore now, and so I'd been pretty much stuck with the aid of just one arm, which had served me quite well this past hour until I'd gotten shot in my thigh. That would explain why at the current point in time I was sitting behind a tree with my legs stretched out before me and my breath coming in harsh gasps. I was in pain. Plain and simple, and without help there was no way I'd be able to move from this spot. I placed the gun in my lap and used my only functioning arm to unbutton my shirt. Now that I could hardly breathe, it felt like the thing was suffocating me. I could feel the beads of sweat roll down my face, and it suddenly felt very hot out here in the cold winter air. I twisted around once again to look around the forestry and watched as the bear took down yet another man. Lucas had come through as promised, and we'd been fighting alongside them for hours now. We obviously had the upper hand with their aid along with the Marcana pack, but it would still take a while for us to do some serious damage to their numbers. I fired off a few more shots at the enemies I could detect, then literally dove to the ground when one on the men lifted his shotgun and fired in my general direction. I grunted in pain as my already defective shoulder slammed into the ground. When the shooting stopped, I tried to drag myself up in the position I was in before, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find it in me to move. I was just in so much pain. I had never felt so helpless in my life. To die by one measly gunshot when I'd been shot so many times in the past and had come out alive and kicking. How pathetic. Even after all this. For some reason, I still had it in my head that I'd survive this. I chuckled to myself. I must be losing it, which wouldn't really come as a surprise to me because a person's body could only take so much before his mind starting feeling the effect, right? My head rolled to the side of its own accord, and I couldn't even find the strength to move it back. I prayed I wouldn't be discovered by the enemy here. Not like this. If I was going to die, I wanted to go down fighting, not laying helpless in the grass while someone had their way with me. So I gathered up what strength I had left and tried to push myself up from the ground. I managed to lift my right hand, but then it flopped back onto the ground and I sighed in frustration. I could imagine what my father would say if he saw me right now, and it was enough to get me moving. He would call me a coward and a failure, and I wasn't surprised that even in death he had the ability to push me to do things I never thought possible. I grabbed hold of a crevice in the tree bark and pulled myself up into a sitting position. My back was to the tree once more and I was breathing hard like I'd just done a marathon. What is it with you and bullets? My eyes had been closed against the pain, so when I heard his voice, they shot open. Boy, am I glad to see you. I gritted out. Lucas was stooping next to me, his hand running over my battered body, trying to assess the extent of my injuries. Watch it, will ya? I said when he touched my chest wound. My bad. We gotta get you out of here. Otherwise, in a short time, you'll be nothing but target practice, he said. It did nothing to calm me, and so I glared at him. He only grinned. Yeah, who's we? I can't even get up. It wasn't easy for me to admit this weakness, but I had no choice. I can see that smart behind. Jake's coming, he assured me. Who the heck is Jake? My words were only coming out in a whisper now, and that seemed to alert Lucas as to my declining health because he slapped my face as my eyes were drifting shut and I flinched. Hey, stay with me here, he shouted over the noise of war. I nodded and stared at him, wide-eyed for about 2 seconds before I felt them closing again. I was just so tired. Hey, he was snapping his fingers in front of my face now, but I chose to keep my eyes closed. Too tired to put up with him. I swear, Carson, if you die, I'll drag you back from heck myself and kick your behind, he shouted. Didn't know you cared. I tried to sound sarcastic, but it came out sounding sad and pathetic. Don't get any ideas. The only person I care about is Laken, and if you die, it'll kill him. So you gotta fight this. Stay awake so we can get you back to camp, he said firmly. I'm not gonna die, you moron. My wounds aren't severe. I'm just tired, I said to him with certainty. I'd gone through much worse than this. So I knew this was only a temporary thing. As long as I got the help I needed, I'd be good as new in no time. Then prove it. Keep your eyes open, he told me, and with a sigh I nodded. Here, help me get him up. We've got to get him to the camp. It's not that far from here. It took me a while to realize he wasn't talking to me, but to another man who was crouched beside me. This must be the one he called Jake. Oh no. Get down, I heard Lucas shout before I felt him drag me to the ground and cover me with his body. This time the pain proved to be too much and I closed my eyes, not opening them even as I heard him calling out my name. He sounded so far away. Was my last thought before I sank even deeper into the dark abyss. Laken's point of view I watched with my heart in my throat as they carried him into the room. He looked like death warmed over, and as soon as they placed him on the table, I was running over to him and shouting his name. Not again. Not again. The thought whirled through my mind. I was pulled out of the way as I tried to force myself through the people at his side, and I tried to fight off the person who held me. I had to get to Carson Laken. It's okay. He's gonna be all right. Let them help him, the voice said at my ear, and I stopped fighting instantly and turned to face him. Then before I could stop myself, I hugged him, my head buried in his dirt-stained shirt, and I felt the tears pool in my eyes. I just wanted all to stop, Lucas. I sobbed and he hugged me tighter. He didn't say anything, though. He simply held me while I cried and ran his hands through my hair as a way to soothe me. Minutes later, we were both sitting across the room watching the men poke and probe Carson, who had finally woken up and had managed to keep up a string of curses every time somebody touched a particularly tender area. In this case, that being his whole body. I could only chuckle as I watched, and even though I knew he was in pain, the simple fact that I knew he'd be okay made it easier to amuse myself with his antics. Hey, you do that again and I'll AHHHH, Carson shouted as they tried to clean his chest wound. The situation was hilarious, and it was nice to get a chance to smile despite the seriousness of the matter. Upon hearing my chuckle, Carson turned his head to the side and glared evilly at me, and I couldn't hold back my laugh any longer. This means he'll get to stay here, right? I turned to Lucas and asked, and he nodded. Thank God, I said, my mood taking a significant turn for the better. Yeah, he should stay here, I'd take care of him. It's good to see you're not doing anything stupid all in the name of helping Carson, he said to me after a moment of silence, and I smiled. Yeah, well, I figured I'd be more of a hindrance than a help in this situation. Not that I haven't thought about it, though. I told him honestly. Well, you're right. You need to stay here while we deal with this. I nodded. I'm glad you came in time, Lucas. I told him seriously, why didn't you answer your phone, though? I called you so many times. Battery died, he said with a sheepish grin. I should have known, I guess. It couldn't have been anything important. The Lucas I'd grown to know had proven that, and I could only smile back at him. Then we both looked up as Carson let out another string of curses, threatening to banish us all from the camp if anyone touched him even one more time. He was drugged up to the gills, and we both looked at each other and let out a laugh. Just be careful, I told Lucas as he stood at the door. He was about to run back into all that mess to fight alongside his men, he said. Something heavy settled in my chest, and I felt the almost overwhelming urge to reach out to him, hold him here until everything got back to normal, but instead I stood by and watched him run back out into the forestry to be gobbled up by the underbrush. It was about 5 a.m. when the horn sounded, jerking me awake. I looked around the room to determine what the noise was about. Carson was still asleep in the cot they had moved him to. He'd woken up twice throughout the wee hours of the morning, mumbling rubbish because of the drugs they'd given him, and it had taken a while to get him back to sleep. He looked so peaceful as he slept, and I bent to kiss his forehead. I looked around when the horn sounded again and cheers followed. I could hear people stomping about outside, whistled and shouting, crying and laughter, and I jumped up from my post and ran to the door to see what was going on. The courtyard was crowded with familiar faces. Tired and worn-out bodies were entering camp through the trees. People were shouting to be heard over each other, while others remained quiet, eyes staring anxiously in the direction of the trees. I looked to my right when I heard my mother's relieved laughter, and my eyes widened at what I saw. She was hugging my father, arms tight around him, his face and clothes dirtier than I'd ever seen them. My knees threatened to buckle with the intense relief I felt, and I grabbed onto a nearby post for support. It was as if he felt my eyes on him, for my father looked up, and when he saw me standing there, staring at them, a grin brightened his face and he held out one of his hands. I found myself walking toward them, and then I was running until I was in their arms. Both my parents hugged me, and I felt my father plant a kiss on the top of my head. Is that it? Is it over? I asked with wide eyes, looking up at his face. That's it, haha, we won, he shouted with a laugh, and I could only close my eyes and hug him back as the happiness overwhelmed me. And so it was over. We'd won the war. We'd claimed victory, and our pack was safe once more. The feeling was almost euphoric in a sense. It had been 3 days since our victory, and all the bodies had already been gathered up and buried. We'd had a memorial service yesterday in the courtyard for all the lives lost, and tonight was the official victory celebration. I was sitting on a stool beside Carson, our backs to the brick wall of someone's house as we watched the craziness take place around us. There was singing and dancing as the music blasted from Thomas's loudspeakers. People were drinking and giving toasts, while others sat looking on somber and withdrawn. I shouldn't forget that others had lost their relatives and friends in the battle, and so there would certainly be no need for them to celebrate. I looked around the courtyard, my eyes finding Lucas in the crowd. He was dancing with Alpha of the Marcana pack. I watched as he bent to whisper something in her ear, and she laughed, a soft yet rich sound that made me smile. If it wasn't for their help, we would most likely still be fighting for our lives. If not for them, we would have lost a lot more than we had, and Victor would possibly have gotten away. Turns out his body had been found in the woods, broken and battered. His throat had been ripped open. Carson told me he had been mauled by a bear, one of Lucas's friends, and despite the relief I felt at his death, I had to wonder about his daughter. What did she think of all this? Was she mourning her father's death, or celebrating the fact that this evil man was no longer breathing? Was she sitting around plotting revenge on our pack, or had Neil found her and run off to someplace magical to live their fairy tale lives? It was a question I couldn't answer, but I hoped this would finally be the end. It was time for Carson and I to get our own fairy tale. I held the firm belief that we deserved to live happy lives. We'd been through too much not to be expended such a courtesy. Michael's point of view, I was wrong, I admitted to my wife and life-mate. About what, dear, she asked, gazing at me with beautiful eyes which held no secrets. Laken, He deserves to find love. It doesn't matter who his mate is, I told her, my eyes never leaving hers. She didn't say anything. Instead, a soft smile graced her lips and tears. I knew she wouldn't shed tonight, filled her eyes as she stared back into mine, and I knew that what I said pleased her. My gaze traveled back to my son, who sat across the courtyard with the alpha. He had his head tilted as he spoke to our leader with a wide smile on his face. His eyes seemed to twinkle as he spoke, and I watched as his hand drifted, and he took the alpha's hand in his. I don't remember a time I had ever seen him so happy, so unbelievably satisfied, and I knew I would never forgive myself for trying to break them apart in the first place. My son was happy. He was in love, just as I was in love with his mother. It was a beautiful and sacred feeling to be with someone you cared about to such an extent. To feel as though you would give them the world if you could. To feel as though a 5-minute separation felt like 5 hours. Laken had that now, and I didn't need to worry whether or not his feelings would be reciprocated, because any old fool could see the love in the alpha's eyes as he gazed into my son's eyes. He wore a soft smile on his face and nodded periodically at whatever Laken was telling him. He looked at my son as if there was no one else there, as if whatever he was saying was the most important thing he would ever hear. I also noticed the little changes in him. He had a gentleness about him that never appeared around anyone else. Not even when he dealt with the pack kids. They altered each other in all the right ways. It didn't matter to me anymore that they were both men, that they may never produce an heir. I suppose the war had changed me some. Not knowing whether I would live to see my small family again had changed my perspective on a lot of things, and as I looked across the courtyard at the man gazing into my son's eyes with his heart on his sleeve, I thought, this is a man who has found love, and I have to smile because I know exactly how he feels. I look on for a moment longer, watching my son and his mate. I smile when the alpha reaches up and ruffles his hair, and my heart swells when I hear Laken's laughter. Then I turn away, allowing them their moment of privacy. I look instead at my wife, who is also looking at our son, and I take her hand in mine. Let's go for a walk, I say to her, and she follows. Laken's point of view. I can't believe it only lasted a few hours. It felt like days, I said to him, before flopping down on his unspread bed. This room was the only one that had remained untouched during the battle, and so I felt comfortable and completely safe in this room that we had shared more times than I could count. Yeah, and look at the damage done in such a short time, he replied, carefully lowering himself onto the bed. I could tell he was still feeling quite a bit of discomfort from his injuries, but I was glad it wasn't anything serious. Turns out the gunshot he'd received had merely nicked the flesh of his thigh, and so he hadn't needed any form of surgery. However, he now had a bandaged chest, leg and arm, and when he walked it was like a very old person, slow and unsteady. I'd joked about it quite a bit already, and he had taken it in stride. I know this is probably selfish, but I'm just really glad I didn't lose you. I'd have been willing for anyone else to die but you, I admitted to him in the silence of the room, and I watched his expression carefully when I said the words. He didn't give anything away, though. But his eyes found mine, and he patted the area beside him. Come here. I crawled over to where he sat and lay with my head in his lap, looking up at his face as he looked down at mine, but he still said nothing. He just ran his hand through my hair over and over again, as if memorizing the feel of my curls against his skin. I didn't say anything either. I was satisfied just watching him as he watched me and basking in the attention he was giving me. Every now and then, despite the pain, he would bend and kiss my forehead or my fingers or my eyes and face and lips, and so I didn't fall asleep with the images of the battle and death in my mind, but with the feel of his soft, firm lips against mine and the color of his beautiful eyes. The tears gathered in my eyes as I stared at him. He had his bag slung across his shoulder and a smile on his face. It had been 3 weeks since the pack raid, and he'd already sent in his letter of resignation to the school. Yesterday had been his last class, and today he would be flying back to London. I had no idea when I would see him again, and even though I had his number, it just wouldn't be the same. I was going to miss him, and I told him that as I hugged him tight against me in the busy airport. I'm going to miss you too, Laken. But it's not like we're never going to see each other again. I'll come back to visit, and maybe you can come to London sometime. I'll be happy to show you the sights, he said with a grin, and I nodded. I couldn't believe how close we'd gotten. I would never have imagined us being friends after our first meeting, but here we were, hugging goodbye with tears our eyes. He let me go and looked beside me at Carson, who stood with a smile on his face. They shook hands and I listened as Carson thanked him sincerely for all his help. They had also become friends. After all their past hatred, and somehow that made it harder for me to watch him go. I had enjoyed our little group of friends. It had been fun hanging with Lucas, Carson and Thomas every day after school, and I would cherish the memories forever. I had no idea why I was getting so absolutely emotional about all this when it's like he said, we'd see each other again. We all looked up when we heard his flight number being called, and I grabbed him into another tight hug before he turned and walked away. But not before I saw the tears glistening in his eyes, and that's when I really felt the loss. Haha. I'm not even going to comment on that, I laughed, then batted his hand away as it came to ruffle my hair. It was a Saturday night and we were at his place, sitting on the ground in his living room, with the TV on and the game controllers discarded at our feet. We'd lost interest in the game long ago after we'd taken out the alcohol and proceeded to drink through more than half the bottle. I was already more than halfway drunk and Carson wasn't far behind. What, I think you'd look good as a model. Models are hot and so are you, he said with a slight slur in his words. Ha, now I know you're drunk, I laughed again, managing to spill at least half the contents of my glass onto his carpet. Am not, he said, putting down his empty glass and adjusting on the floor so that his head came to rest in my lap. Kiss me, he said, his words running together to further illustrate my point. I put down my own glass beside his and ran my finger across his moist lips. When he caught it between his teeth, I let out a squeal and drew my hand away with a laugh. He was laying there looking at my face, his eyes half closed and hazy with alcohol and desire. I licked my lips and his eyes followed the movement, but he made no move towards me. He only stared. Kiss me. I repeated his words with a smile and watched as he grinned up at me. Then he got up from my lap and he drew himself up to my level, his face moving closer to mine. He touched his lips to mine gently and I closed my eyes, loving the feel of them until he pulled away ever so slightly and I felt them at my ear. You know, I'm the alpha. What I say goes. He whispered against my ear, then planted a soft kiss on my lobe. Not for me, I whispered back, and I felt rather than saw him smile. I twisted around so that we were face to face again and brought my face to his, wanting to feel his lips against mine once more. But we both moved in too fast and our noses bumped together. Ow! I exclaimed, rubbing my injured nose before shoving Carson's shoulder as he started laughing. He only laughed harder and I shook my head. You're drunk, I told him, still rubbing the area. But I couldn't help but to grin at his playfulness. I love you, he said between chuckles, and I batted his hand away as he moved it towards my cheek. I smiled and said it again with a shake of my head. You're drunk. I loved you way before I was drunk, he said, then moved in and planted a wet, messy kiss on my lips. Yeah, me too, I replied with a chuckle, and then they enjoyed their time together. The end.